Apologies for the cock-up, people. All good.
Everybody, welcome to round 5 of RWB in collaboration with RST Competizione, the ACC Assetto Corsa Competizione endurance race. This is round 5. This is at Paul Ricard 1A. Wow, crikey, what a journey it's been to get here. We've had all sorts of problems in the background here. The show must go on, and for those of you who put 2 thumbs down in the previous stream, well, exit stage right, turn right, gain height, go away. Give us a break. Come on, we're trying to add to our library of races and trying to bring you some entertainment at the same time. So take your thumbs down elsewhere is what I say. Anyway, what is the format for this? 6 hours. We've got GT3 and GT4 together on Paul Ricard, the 1A circuit. What can I tell you about Paul Ricard, or actually what's known as the high-speed test track in the beautiful south of France, about 8 k's from Les Castellettes. This is a 3.58 mile, 5.77 kilometre, amazing high-speed test circuit. We've got about 2 minutes and 50 odd seconds left to go before we start this race. Paul Ricard is unique in that it has a possibility of 162 different track configurations. There you go. What can I tell you about the track? Well, you know, it's the longest and fastest with only 14 corners. There are a possible 162 different track configurations, and what we're on here, which is the as I said, the longest and fastest. 14 corners, 5 left, 9 right, a right bend biased track. This is the 1 Alpha's Mistral Straight is 1.8 kilometres, 1.1 mile long, has 11 named locations, 1 obtuse parabolica, which is a double right, 1 offset parabolica, the Virage Bend, 1 splayed parabolica, Virage Tour, and 1 extended S. Now, like I said, it's taken us a while to, that's right, goat friend, 162 different track configurations. That's why it's called a test track. Anyway, so we've got 1 minute 50 odd seconds left to go. GT3 and GT4 out there. Let me try and find out. Oh, crikey, I can't. There's the 42 different runners. Looks like there are 28 GT3. So what's that? 14 GT4s out there. Going to be very interesting because the GT3 cars are for the fastest of them. You know, you're talking of 11 seconds quicker per lap, really. So you know, after 10 laps, that's 1 minute 10. So actually, after about 13 laps, the front runners of the GT3 are going to start overtaking the GT4s. Well, they start overtaking well before that, but certainly up to the front portion of the GT4s. So, you know, there's a fair amount of pushing through slower traffic. The onus is on the GT3 cars to pass the GT4 cars safely, as is the case in any multi-class race. You know, we'll be particularly looking at how those GT3 racers do that. And there is live stewarding, so there will be penalties given for stupid moves. There are plenty of places around Paul Ricard 1 Alpha in which to pass, and there are a couple of places where you shouldn't even think about it. And so it's not just knowing when to pass, but also when to yield, or when actually to just bide some time. Endurance race, so this means that you know, each car out there has got a minimum of 2 drivers. Yep, they've got a pit stop, they've got to change drivers. I think the maximum stint off the top of my head is 2 hours. I'll double check on that. What are we doing for the commentary? Is we've got 3 seconds before the start. I'll tell you what we're doing. I'm going to intro it and then I'm going to disappear. Other drivers may well come into the commentary box and add their 5 pence worth in. If they talk about pizzas, nuns or cucumbers, that's entirely that's entirely up to them. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. Simple as that. So there is no permanent commentary throughout this. I'll stay with you for the first couple of laps. Who we're currently riding with? Very difficult to see, actually. We keep going on to drive and on to all sorts. We're currently looking very bad, very bad. I think that was Mike Balowski. It's not Mike Balowski, but that's what I call him. The stream is pretty bad for me, I'm afraid. So we were looking at Badowski there in 5th place currently in the I think he's in the Ferrari, actually. Is he in the Ferrari? Looks like it, but they're away now. And we can see Jake Moore there, our resident alien, out there in 1st place in the Lexus, as they're now coming up into T1. T1 then. Okay, now where are we? Goodness gracious. Yeah, okay. So yeah, still with Badowski. I'm afraid my stream, this is not the normal stream, I'm afraid, for RWB, so my quality is not good enough for me to commentate on, so I'm looking at YouTube. I'm looking at your quality here, which is not ideal, but nonetheless, let me get my bearings where we are. We're still with Badowski. I think he's in the Ritter, isn't he? Or the Ferrari, one or the other. I can't see. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. That's a Lamborghini, of course it is. So, who to look out for? Oh, crikey. There's some really quick guys out there. I think the best thing to do is to look out for them all. And of course, after about 5 laps, it's going to become very difficult to be able to decide who's who out there. On to 26th place, Verstappen. And now with Tyrion Dave, my teammate, currently in 11th place in the Porsche. Sort of time frames out there, GT3s, the quick guys have been putting in 154, 55s, and for the GT4s, I think around about 204, 205, something like that. Again, not got, I'm afraid, I'm all set up to race, and I'm afraid we haven't. We're all full of excuses today, aren't we, Tiger? Never mind. Been away for a while, actually, from RWB. A few family tragedies, thanks very much. A few family tragedies and summer and whatnot, and before you know it, back in the deep end. With Jake Moore then, now back into 2nd place onto lap 2. Jake in the Lexus there, coming down the main straight into T1 at Virage Dupont, through Virage Dupont, and now through Virage de la Tour, the sweeping right-hander, before it cuts back into the into a left-hander, down to the first of the offset parabolicas, the Virage de Bendor. Here we go. Nice little exit, and now into the double right. Then we've got a left-hander here. This is the curve of Signs. Now we're on the Marshall Straight. 1.1 miles long. These GT3 cars will reach up to about, well, some of the setups there, about 175 miles an hour. Not sure about a GT4. Someone tell me in the chat, how fast does the GT4 go down here? At the very end here, very quick right-hander, 45-degree right. These GT3 cars will just pop it down into the 5th gear and coast it around before whapping on some power as they exit out. Now looking at Pelicano, currently running in 30th place. And I think that's Dave Hazard. Forget any of your names wrong, sorry about that. Cool. So, there we have it. We're on the way, aren't we? So, GT3, GT4s. We've got 28 GT3s, 11 GT4s currently. It's actually showing 42 in total, so there's 42 runners, 6 hours they're going to be racing for out there, with mandatory pit stops and of course driver swaps. The stream is now up and running, and as I said, you know, people may well come in and give their 5 pence worth and talk about pizza or anything other. Interestingly enough, if you've never seen any endurance racing in real life, go watch some, because they talk about everything and anything except actually the racing. It's almost impossible to talk about the racing for 6 hours, but you know, I'm sure people will give their 5 pence worth. To any of the guys that are watching that are actually racing out there, or partners to any of their teams that are racing out there, do come on into the commentators channel and give your 5 pence worth, even if it's just talking about your own strategy out there, or the things that you're finding with your race as you're going around. Everyone will learn something. There's no such thing as an expert. Everybody learns something, even if it's just how bloody difficult it is to do an endurance event and sim racing in general. It's not easy. I'm particularly going to be looking for the GT4 discipline balanced against the GT3 discipline when it comes to moving through the fields. These GT3 cars, of which I'll be driving one of them out there tonight with Tyre Dave Crew. You know, as I said earlier, the onus is on the GT3s to pass the GT4s, but likewise it is, you know, incumbent upon the GT4s to know who's behind them. I don't believe in the elitism of some which says that slower cars must get out of the way. Get a grip of yourself. For those of you who think that's the case, that's not the case at all. Sure, after a couple of laps, if you haven't got past them, you probably need to look at, you know, what your pace is if you haven't got past the GT4 car. But you know, it's both the GT3 and the GT4 drivers both have responsibilities to each other, and in my view, the onus is on the GT3 car to pass safely first before the GT4 car slows down their own lap time by changing their lines or moving out the way. Cool, well there you have it. So the stream is now up, we're now open, and yeah, I'm sure it'll be great. So if you've got any questions, pop them in the channel. I'm sure that'll be reviewed, and as I said, drivers will be coming in giving their 5 pence worth throughout the stream. So do stick around, and if you're one of the 35 or so that's watching at the minute that's a teammate, then as I said, you know, come on in and give your 5 pence worth. All right then, take care now, bye bye.
Hello there, guys. I'm Josh. With me, I've got James Kell, who's a British GT4 driver. So we're going to try and break up the silence that's going on. And yeah. So James, tell us a bit about yourself, what you do.
Yeah, I'm James Kell. I'm with Josh. Yeah, British GT Toyota driver. Yeah, we and Josh both went to the same university, didn't we, Josh?
Yeah, it was quite something.
Indeed it was, indeed it was. So what are you thinking of the racing so far?
Yeah, so far the racing's been good. Of course, I've been following my boy Alex Smith and Car 69. They've both Alex and I believe it's Harry go to Sheffield University. So, university guys, we've got to look out for our own. But yeah, the racing up and down the field has been fabulous so far. I mean, we've got cars kicking up cones everywhere. Luckily, no one seems to be going with track limits too much. But yeah, what about yourself? You think it's going well?
Yeah, speaking of Alex, they seem to have dropped back from their starting position of P12. It could be maybe they're running different strategies to others in the GT3 class. Naturally, with the 6-hour race, you're going to maybe involve fuel strats and, plan for different stop times. So that could be involved with people moving up and down the order, but it seems to be pretty strong at the front with car 88, 33 and car 7 who've been P1, P2, P3 for quite a while now. So you've got the Lexus out front with the Lamborghini and the Porsche following it. But now we've seen, obviously, the GT3s starting to go through the GT4 field, and all the cars starting to overlap a lot more now. So definitely hindering progress for some, but making the racing much more interesting.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant to watch mixed class racing like this. Always keeps everything interesting. I mean, we've got the WEC coming up next week at Le Mans for a 24-hour, and it's brilliant to watch the different classes scythe their way through. And on stream at the moment, I'm sure everyone can agree, it's been pretty calm right now. Everyone seems to be respecting blue flags. Interesting note though, not a lot of people realise blue flags in GT racing doesn't necessarily mean you have to pull over out of the way. And I'm sure you, as a GT4 driver, enjoy letting GT3 cars go past.
Yeah, it can be interesting at some points, especially if they want to come past the tight parts of the track. But that's the beauty of GT racing, especially with the mixed classes on the same track at the same time. And obviously you've got the different cars as well. I mean, you've got Porsches against Astons, against Lamborghinis, and they all have different engine layouts and, strengths and weaknesses in different areas of the track. So you have to take that into account when you're racing in these sorts of cars. So, find out where the strengths of your car are and then use those to your advantage against the cars that are maybe weak in that area. So, the Porsche Cayman GT4, for example, we're seeing on screen, could be really strong in mid-corner, or really strong in the high-speed stuff, and you might have something that, like maybe the Aston, that's maybe a bit better in the slow-speed stuff. So, you just attack them where you can and use the advantages of each car to the best of your ability, really, and that's what we like to see in the GT racing.
Yeah, it's brilliant that they've chosen Paul Ricard, as you have from basically across the start-finish line, then from turn 7 through to 8, and then just after that kind of small bus stop from turn 9 all the way through to turn 10, it is very much straight line power dominated, which does allow cars such as the Mercedes to kind of pull off, get that straight line away. But as you said, the Aston Martin seems to be really stable through corners, so it's perfect for that sector 3. But yeah, seeing a lot of people currently shouting out for the people that they love. You've got Pelicano having some love thrown at him by Gio in the chat. And yeah, you've got a lot of people seem to be shouting out for Alex as well, so it's good to see that we've also got other university people thrown out for there.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think the interesting thing with this track is the huge straight in this configuration for the GT cars. It throws up a lot of interesting challenges. You've got the slipstream effect, massive on this track, But also you've got to consider the tyre cooling effect. You know, by the end of that straight, your tyres are the surface temps are getting pretty cool. So by that really quick right-hander at the end of the straight, that straight's going to be tricky on some occasions. So it's just take that into consideration as well, and the brake temps. So it really makes a difference how your car's set up as well, especially in a set course competition. You can make a lot of time with just the little tweaks on camber adjustment, toe adjustment, keeping the tyre in the window, and but then you've also got the trade-off with endurance racing of performance versus degradation. So hopefully we'll see that play out in the next few hours of racing, and see how these tyres drop off in the performance of each car, because that could play a huge factor with the running of the GT3s and GT4s.
I've just been told that the GT4 leader had a disconnect. Unsure if this is actually what's happened or not. But yeah, it's interesting you say that about the setups, because it is definitely a case of you want your brakes, especially brake ducts, to be at the perfect setting. Most people,
exactly.
You want your brake ducts to keep the brakes at the right temp, because they end up heating up the tyre temps.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to play a huge factor on this circuit, and also for the slipstream as well, and the actual aero efficiency of closing those ducts up when you don't need them. And it has two effects, obviously, keeping the brakes hot and keeping you fast in a straight line. I think that's definitely a big effect on this track. And obviously you've said Derek McCord is dead last now. The GT4 that was leading is now dead last. So we hopefully should be seeing them come back through the field. I mean, they've got 5 hours and 20 minutes to do it, so I mean that's the beauty of endurance racing.
100%. I mean, if you watch 6 hours of Spa, 24 hours of Le Mans, if you watch Nürburgring, it's not all one within the first hour, it's not one within the first 5 hours. It all comes down to who can make it to the very end. Just because you spin off, that doesn't mean your race is over. You have so much time to come back. Even if you've got a 1 second advantage over other people in terms of lap times, that's tons of time and tons of laps for you to come back and eventually get the overtake, hopefully, if you can do it clean.
Yeah, as you say, I mean, you've got to make it to the end in endurance racing. You can be as quick as you want at the start, but it's the final lap that counts. And we've seen that time and time again in endurance racing. I remember the Toyota in the LMP1, massively ahead of the Porsche LMP1 car, but last lap had a failure, and that's something to learn from as well for the engineers and developers of these vehicles. So it made it 23 hours and 59 minutes, but that last little bit obviously couldn't make it.
Definitely, it's really good watching the GT4s right now. Currently watching the Bug, I believe, working his way up. A lot of people seem to be shouting out for Pelicano to get that GT4 win. It looks like he's currently P5 in class at the moment, working his way up there. But it's just brilliant. I'm kind of gutted we don't have the lap time leaderboards in front of us. But yeah, it's absolutely brilliant racing, especially with the GT3s coming through this pack of GT4s right now. It's just absolutely fabulous. I do love watching GT3s trying to get past GT4s, because it doesn't necessarily mean that the GT4 has to give way. It's just absolutely brilliant to watch right now.
100%. Often it's more beneficial for the GT4 to stick to its line, because you've got the huge closing speeds of these GT3s with the more power, but they've also got a lot more aero as well. So they've got the minimum speeds in the mid corner. So in theory, it should be relatively easy for the GT3 to pass, but obviously having the slow moving GT4s can often act as a chicane mid lap. But I think it's the best option for GT4 cars is stick to their line and let the GT3s come past, because ultimately if they're not very predictable, that's when you can have accidents.
As that's P. Varley going wide as Elgard tries to get his way through, but now we're carrying over to Pereira as he's being approached by what looks like Camaletto and the Lamborghini coming up. Lots of passes being made right now. It's absolutely brilliant. So much action on track.
Yeah, and to think they've been lapping for 40 minutes, and yet they're still tenths apart. It's amazing.
It is interesting to see.
Beauty of endurance racing.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, shameless plug. It is James Kell here. definitely check him out on his. It's got all there's a shunt right now. Looks like the Bentley going into the back of the Porsche. Luckily, the Porsche is holding its brakes to try and stay out of the way, which is always super important. Although he's coming back on track now, will he get in the way of? Looks like Crickshanks coming his way through. It looks very tight, and it's another shunt from the Porsche onto the Merc.
Yeah.
Very unlucky there. I think it's just wrong place, wrong time right there.
Definitely. Just needs to regather his thoughts and just plough on from there, really. Obviously you had a GT4 and a GT3 there together, and the car rejoining the track, so it can often get a bit dicey.
That is true, worlds colliding right there. Very unlucky, but luckily all the action seems to be still unfolding. Up ahead of, I believe this is Rovort, in the GT3 pack. I'm just going off the map here, but it looks like a massive pack of GT3s that was fighting with that Porsche. Unfortunately, I don't know the name of that Porsche. But we've got Jamie McKee now. He seems to be catching up to a GT3, so lots of, just tons of action going out on track. It's absolutely brilliant to watch. And again, we're only 45 minutes in. It's brilliant.
Yeah, apologies to any of the viewers if we get any of these names or cars wrong. I mean, we joined a bit late, and we don't know huge amounts of the people in the grid, so we'll try our best to keep up to date and see where everyone's lapping as well. But yeah, I mean, the mix of GT3s and GT4s and such a huge grid as well is going to make for some interesting racing over the next 5 or so hours. It's just when people start to think about their first pit stop, really. I would think that some of these cars, fuel rates, what do you think, Josh? Maybe an hour and 20, 2 hours? Well, 2 hours is the maximum, I think, isn't it?
With this race series, it's 1 hour 5 minutes is the longest stint for a driver.
Oh, okay.
After that, they have to swap over, and of course 6 hours. That's about 3 stints for each driver. So it'll be, I believe, from playing Competizione a little bit, the tyres tend to drop off after an hour, but I can't see any of the guys going for 2 stints on tyres. But yeah, definitely go light on fuel, and just use the fuel to try and balance how far you can go with tyres.
Definitely. Ooh.
Jeez, just watching the speed difference between the GT3s and 4s on the straight here. It's just absolutely mental.
It just shows if you get a good run out of that left-hander onto the back straight, it makes all the difference. I mean, that was an easy pass for the Porsche there on the beam there, but, the strength of the Porsche might be in the straight line with the power. So we can see where, the Beamer could come back in the twisty stuff.
Curtin seems to be doing an amazing job of taming that rear-engine beast.
We've got the 48 in the slipstream at the moment.
Oh, here we go. Will he get it done? Easy days.
Into the braking zone, go on. The M6 could get the undercut, though.
It looks like he might be. Here we go.
No, he's just got enough, yeah.
Beautiful work, but let's see if he can hang around.
Yep. That's the 999 carb shop, unfortunately getting passed by the 488 there.
It's just absolutely brilliant to watch GT4 traffic. Again, they're entitled to do whatever they want. They don't have to move out of the way, so... Yeah, it's brilliant. He seems to be blocking off the Ferrari, giving the M6 another chance.
As well. You don't see many of those Alpine GT4s about these days, actually. Mainly in Europe, they're raced, and it's great to see them out on track. New manufacturer, and obviously the news as well that Alpine are coming to F1 next year, I believe.
Replacing Renault.
Yeah, so that's going to be interesting. You can see the split now that the Renault are focusing their sportier brands and the Alpine branding, so obviously it makes sense for them to carry that into the Formula 1 as well. And lose the current yellow streaks that we have on the F1 grid, replace them with the blue.
Right now we have the fight for P3 and P2 currently up on the screen. We've got Curtin about to go onto the outside. Fortunately, we've cut away to Crickshanks as he appears to be blasting down the main start-finish straight. Oh, can he? Oh, I'm not sure what happened there for the GT4, getting well out of the way of the GT3 Lexus of Gixxer. All over the place, these cameras, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I think it's amazing the realism that Assetto Corsa Competizione sort of developers have created, even with the sounds and noises of the race car, both internally and externally. The engine noises, the braking squeal, and even when you're in the car, you can get the the clanks against the doors and the roll cages of things maybe shifting about. So it's great to see how realistic the games are becoming and how involving they are as well.
Yeah, I'm guessing you know quite a lot about loose body panels flapping about in the wind with Genetas. But yeah, it's absolutely brilliant to, because it unfortunately, I think a lot of people out there, we'd all love to be race drivers, but maybe we don't have that splash of cash that we're willing to inject into something quite as fun, but also quite costly as real racing. So being able to have the developers of a certain course of competition who put so much hard work into this, to bring people like us who can afford a steering wheel but maybe don't have that much, have about 25 grand sitting about for a very low tier version of racing. So it's absolutely brilliant to watch these guys go around and produces some fantastic racing.
Exactly. I mean, I think the main barrier to motorsport at the moment, barrier to entry, is the financial aspect. And I think even at club racing level, you're looking at thousands and thousands of pounds to compete in across a season. And obviously, with the simulators coming on so far, it just shows that, you know, the barrier to entry is definitely lowering with sim racing and the motorsport, the e-racing and esports side. And we're seeing some great drivers come from that. For example, James Baldwin, who's now competing in British GT in the McLaren GT3 car, world's fastest gamer, and that just shows, you know, that some of these guys who are really at the front of esports and sim racing, they're getting the opportunity to actually race in real life. So hopefully it should lower the barrier to entry to people who can't necessarily afford the initial injection of cash in their sort of early career of motorsport.
I mean, with the prizes that are up for grabs with high tier e-racing, it's the money that they make off that could potentially start off their career in real world racing, and I guess it will. It's another way of recruiters for instance, Red Bull junior programs, Mercedes junior programs, all that, trying to get this stock of fresh talent that would otherwise go amiss as they don't have probably daddy's cash to splash out and get into high-end racing.
100%. It's great to see, and it's always a mix of hardware as well for sim racers. You see them using anything from a G29 Logitech to, you know, the Fanatec direct drives and hydraulic pedals. So it's a great mix of hardware, but yet still on balance creating a similar result.
Definitely, I'm expecting hashtag Daddy's Cash to be trending on Twitter after all this. It was a fantastic dive by the Aston Martin into turn 1 just there, absolutely brilliant. A certain course of competition is brilliant to watch and drive with, because you do get some drivers who are maybe a bit nervous on the brakes, especially as you don't have that feedback like with a real world brake. But it's just brilliant to watch these guys go for absolute mad sends down the inside of corners, as it looks like we're going to get now with the Lexus, even though it's a GT3 on a GT4. Just watching GT3s go for mad sends down the inside of GT4s is hilarious to watch. No,
it's good. It's great to see, and you know, you can definitely, even in game, feel the difference between the two classes of cars. The GT4 is obviously having a little bit less power and a little bit less aero, and they actually feel like that in game as well. You can definitely carry more minimums of the GT3s, and there's a lot more mechanical grip involved with the GT4 car, and they roll a lot more and move around a bit more than the GT3s. But they're all big buses at the end of the day, and they can definitely take some hits, and that's why we see some great racing in GT classes and a lot of door-on-door action, really. As I say, rubbing is racing.
Speaking of buses, the Bentley flying past that GT4 right there.
The Boatley.
Yeah, the Boatley. Absolutely brilliant to watch the Boatley. It's just astounding to see something that, the road car is about 2.5 tons. Yeah, it's able to keep up with. But yes, able to keep up with Lamborghinis, Porsches, cars that you really do associate with high performance, and when you have
100%.
The Boatley just flying
exactly. Around. I mean, when you there's a spin for car 69 there, I think it is.
Oh, that's unlucky.
That's very unfortunate.
Alex will be smacking his head off the steering wheel right there. I can promise you guys that.
yeah, they've already lost quite a few places off the start grid, and now they'll be dropping back even further. It's a bit unfortunate, but hopefully they can, they've still got 5 hours to go. They can still come back. But coming back to what you said about the Bentley, I mean, yeah, the road car is definitely a big old bus, but when you actually get up close with some of these cars, the GT3s in particular, it really becomes a case of they look like the road car, but once you strip back those panels, it is definitely an out-and-out race car. When you get inside the engine bay of the GT3 Bentley, I mean, the engine's so low, if you stand a few meters back from the car, you can barely see it. They've really gone to town on some development with these GT3 cars that it's pretty amazing to see them race firsthand as well.
Definitely, and I too am also hoping for some rains coming. As a lot of people say, the rain is the great equalizer, and it's just brilliant. And look at this absolutely mad pack dash down the straight. It's just mental. Everyone's trying to get a piece of the action before turn 1, but we've got the 2 GT3 Lexuses approaching the Audi as well, and down the inside goes Varley, it looks like, down the inside of Trappold. Can he still hold it? He's still on the inside into turn 11. He seems to be holding on. Unfortunately, it looks like he was being held up by the GT4, which, yeah, it happens. I guess you have to anticipate where the GT4 is going to be and either use it to your advantage or get kind of stuck behind it.
Exactly. I mean, the GT4s can definitely use the GT3s to their advantage with gaining on opponents, and the same with the GT3s. They can try and use the GT4s to their advantage and block opponents with the GT4 cars to give themselves a bit more breathing room from the car behind. So it's definitely a lot of strategy, and you'll see that over the next 5 hours.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for those who do F1, are fans of F1, in GT racing, a blue flag doesn't mean they have to move out of the way. Just it's more there to warn you that a faster car is approaching. It used to be that way in Formula 1, used to be the same back in the 90s, but unfortunately they changed it to be, to make the racing a bit more boring, I'm afraid. I'm just going to come out and say it. But yeah, definitely GT racing is definitely a lot more entertaining, especially because of the mixed classes and the BOP as well.
Definitely.
Balance of power, balance of performance, using both. Well, you can take us through it, James.
Yeah, I think
a lot more than I do.
3 aspects of the car to balance the performance of each one. Obviously, with having sort of Porsches and Bentleys and Lamborghinis competing against each other, they're all going to behave differently and be. As we see a big slide from number 7 there.
Yeah,
it's currently 3rd in GT3s. Managed to hold it though. That rear engine.
Sort of about that pendulum.
Yeah,
lucky he didn't lose too much.
But as I was saying, obviously you've just seen there that they all behave differently, and obviously have different strengths and weaknesses, and the performance of the car without any of these balance of performance aspects will be different. So this is what some of the regulating bodies use. They use the power of the engine, the ballast of the car, and also the ride height of the vehicle as well. So you try and balance these cars as equally as they can to make the racing as close as possible. And this is what gives us the opportunity to race Ferraris and Lamborghinis and Porsches all on the same grid within the same class. So I mean, they do great work, and obviously, but it does give an extra thing for the drivers to complain about is the BOP, or the balance performance, because sometimes it goes your way and sometimes it doesn't really. So yeah, I mean, it makes a big difference if you can get that extra mil of ride height. You can get rid of 5 kilos. It can make a big difference over 5 hours, even if it's half a tenth a lap. That all adds up at the end.
I've just been told in my ear that we're going to be having some drivers who aren't on stints joining in, which will be absolutely fantastic. Because yeah, I'm kind of a rookie on ACC. I can't qualify for anything. Like, I'm just trash at quali. But I do love descents, do love defending, and James, you're quite quick on pace, generally, from what I've seen.
Yeah, I can string a few good laps together when the time comes. But yeah, I mean, these guys are doing a great job. As you see the R8 there going down the inside of the Cayman.
Lexus looks a bit out of shape there, but he seems to be doing alright as he storms on, trying to chase the R8 down onto the main straight. It's absolutely brilliant. Just come on. I'm rooting for Lexus right now. Go on, Varley, go on for it.
You're definitely a lover of the V8 and the low grumble, aren't you, Josh? Not the high pitch V10.
I love a V8. absolutely brilliant. It's a true man's engine. He's swapped over to Lucid, trying to get past the GT4 and try and catch up to Tyre in the Porsche number 8. Porsche, like, the GT4 is allowed to do it, and luckily Tyre seems to have got past the GT4 in just right pace, and Lucid is now having to do the massive charge, but luckily with the Boatley with that true man's engine propelling him along down the straight, I'm sure he'll be able to catch up in no time whatsoever.
The true man's engine, eh? Not a V12?
Ah, no, it's just 2 V6s, isn't it?
Controversial there, Josh.
Yeah, bring back V8s to F1. That's what I'm saying. That'll fix everything. But yeah, it's brilliant on track, brilliant action. It's just mad to see that Bentley. I just can't believe it. Just sticks to the track.
They are a big old tank, but they're good on track, and they've definitely shown that over the past few years of how quick the car is, winning multiple different endurance races over the years.
If anyone else is a massive fan of the Bentley, I'd definitely recommend on YouTube checking out Chris Harris when he was driving with Team Parker at Spa.
Yeah,
absolutely brilliant video. Absolutely brilliant. Definitely worth a watch. After this, of course, don't go anywhere. Tons of on track. As we have a Nissan of Pereira in the car number 9 passing a GT4 Porsche of car number 38. It's just brilliant. Like, there's so much respect on this track. Everyone's giving each other the correct amount of room, not too much, not too little.
100%.
No one's being punted off. Well, not too many people are being punted off. But yeah, it's just absolutely brilliant. Things do appear to be coming down, but that'll be as people start pitting after the 1 hour stints. So yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Exactly. Will they be as gracious in the last hour as they are in this first hour? That's the question.
Oh, you know how it is. Whenever you watch a new driver jump into a car, they either go super quick and just go full on aggressive, try and make up as many places as they can, or they do this more sensible thing of take their time, build up the speed, get used to the car, find out what damage is on it, and slowly work their way up.
100%, yeah. And obviously they'll have to think about the tyres as well throughout the stint. Do they want to save a bit of the tyre for the end of the stint, or go balls to the wall for the first 45 minutes and then struggle for the last section of their driving, with the dead tyres? So that's definitely something to take into consideration, because they could be then having to defend the car behind them.
100%. As we travel trying to get around the GT4 Mercedes, he's also being hunted down by Dehor in the I've probably pronounced
Ferrari.
it wrong, in the car number 17 Ferrari. Yep. Right behind him up is Chuff, but he's chasing down Varley at the moment in the car number 114 Lexus. Interesting that a lot of Lexus drivers choosing not to go with the default livery that ACC provides. But yeah, it's just fantastic watching everyone trying to hunt each other down.
Yeah, I think you're a fan of the Lexus, aren't you, Josh?
It has its moments,
Its flashes.
Yeah, in my personal experience, Lexus, absolutely brilliant car for qualifying, brilliant for the first few laps, but it trumps for its tyres in my experience. Don't know if anyone else out there has tried it and has a similar opinion, but yeah, I'm definitely more of a Porsche fan, despite its unmanly engine.
And its interesting engine position as well.
Yeah, same as that of Beetle. And we all know how that goes.
Well, I believe they've moved the engine a bit further forward in the is it the GT3R or the GT? I can't remember which spec it is, but I think they've moved it to more of a mid-engine actually in the most recent sort of 911 GT3s and I think GT3Rs. But I can't remember exactly if it's in the GT3 spec or the higher specs for the GTLMs and GTEs if they've moved forward.
Yeah.
But obviously they're showing that maybe they've reached the limit of development with the rear engine, even for the race car. So, could we see the Cayman in future becoming the flagship? We'll see.
Who knows? Don't think there's no Porsches in the British GT at the moment, but hopefully, I do like a Porsche. Even if it's just a Beetle.
Yeah, there was last year, and they sound very, very, very good on track. Even though I know you prefer the V8, But the Fat Six definitely sings, I'd say. It's a great car, but obviously we don't have them back this year, unfortunately, for British GT. So I'd like to see them back in the future for sure. And even in GT4 class, we don't have any Caymans. It seems to be dominated by the McLarens and the Astons, really. But we're sort of bucking the trend with the new Supra, which hopefully should come to the game at some point in the future.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed for you, eh? Right now we're coming up to, I think there's a minute left, 1 minute 30 left of the pit window for the first stint, guys. So hopefully all the positions will be settled down as we see car number 6, Arthoda, going into the pit lane for the end of his stint. He does have a 15-second penalty, which that's unfortunate, but not much you can do. At least it's not a stop-go 30 like the car number 11 for Jay Madley in the Porsche. Which, yeah, stop and go. It's brutal.
I think with this track specifically as well, with it being so open and, not much disadvantage from using these runoffs and, taking a bit more at the apex because of all the tarmac, I think it definitely opens up the track limits pretty quickly because, drivers want to exploit all the track and use all of it really, but if they don't have that anything stopping them like the gravel or the grass, they will use all of it, and that's being seen here with the the track limits penalties possibly coming in. Yeah,
definitely. Hopefully, Butters does not get chucked offline by Bennett in car 411 and car 95. That looked like a beautiful pass by Bennett. I don't know if he was. It looked like he was in front of Butters. Butters probably made a move, but absolutely brilliant racing there, side by side all the way through turns 14 and 15. Well, I'm looking at the wrong track map. It's actually turns 12 and 13, but yeah, absolutely brilliant work from there.
Yeah. We've got Martin Legg in the chat saying all about that AMG Rumble, so I think you'd agree with that.
Yes,
Josh,
100%. I'm fully on board with Martin Legg about that AMG Rumble. It's it's a true man's car.
Are you a front engine man or rear engine man, Josh?
Oh, I'm all about that. I like it when it's in the front but behind the front axle. That's perfect. Absolutely pristine. Engine. Yeah, absolutely pristine. None of that pendulum stuff. As we've seen a couple of times with the Porsche with the rear end being absolutely thrown wide, like it is a pendulum, trying to swing. Oh, we've got to be careful with that track limits though. From, I believe it was that Audi, absolutely being thrown wide.
Definitely.
Yeah, unfortunately, Butters and O'Neill do appear to have drive-throughs, so Butters currently ahead of the GT4, currently P1 in the GT4 class. That's going to be an absolute bummer for him with that drive-through, which would put Bennett into P1 of the GT4 class. So Bennett would just need to sit behind Butters. He doesn't need to do anything brave, doesn't need to do anything ballsy, he just needs to sit there. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, he's got 4 hours and 53 minutes to go, It's truly up to him. If he has the pace, then definitely go for it. But it comes down to a point of tyres at that stage. Do you want to sacrifice some tyre life to get past the car in front? You sitting behind him will obviously cost you tyres as well. So either drop back a little bit and preserve the tyres, or use a bit of the tyre, get in front, pull a gap, and then start preserving the tyres again. So that's the sort of the choices that the drivers will have to start thinking about and making at this stage.
As Butters is going in for his drive-through penalty now, so that will put Bennett up a place. That'll probably put Jordan and Royvort as well. But unfortunately, Jay Madley in car number 11 Porsche with that 30-second stop-go, that's just so unfortunate for him. Definitely. Yeah, Jay Madley comes in for his stop-go 30 seconds. But yeah, it must be absolutely gutted to sit there for 30 seconds knowing, looking at the leaderboard and seeing car after car going, who was that who just went off? That looks like Jay Madley.
Yeah, in the Porsche, just gone a bit wide.
Oh, he didn't go for the stop go, I was thinking someone else there.
Yeah, no, are you saying about the stop go and sitting there for 30 seconds? 30 seconds may not sound that long, but it's an absolute eternity when you're sat there in the pit lane waiting for the marshals to let you go. It can really make or break your race, and obviously make and break drivers as well. Sometimes, you see the red mist descends and they leave the pit lane, and and that's it. Sometimes they can end their race just because they've been sat there too long. It also throws drivers off. Some of the drivers like to get into a rhythm and bang out laps lap after lap. And if you disturb that rhythm with a stop and go, you can often see the lap times affected for those first few laps out of the pits until they get back in their rhythm again. So it can, hinder you obviously with just the stop and go, but also, you've got that rhythm to think about, and you've also got the tyres cooling off and the brakes cooling off.
Definitely is. It looks like Bagasma is coming up to lap traffic, I believe that is ahead of him. But yeah, he's got the Ferrari behind him, absolutely chasing him down. But it looked like he managed to get past quite clean, which was absolutely brilliant to watch. But yeah, he's closing up on that Lexus ahead of him. But it's just good stuff. It's just clean racing. It's what you want to see. As much as we all like safety rating, like 30 safety rating lobbies, and absolutely watching the chaos unfold in that, actually seeing proper clean racing is just, it's refreshing every once in a while.
Definitely. Yeah, online lobbies can definitely be interesting with those lower safety ratings, and you can see a definite mix of drivers. But even in this lobby, we're seeing that the driver standards are quite high actually, and people using their cars to their strengths.
Also, luckily, it seems to be everyone's keeping within the track limits of Paul Ricard. Paul Ricard is, it's horrendous. The line is all over the place. It's not exactly 100% clear. Unfortunately, we've just been
going down that back straight. Yeah, it can be a bit confusing. Even when you're going in a straight line, you see all these lines coming across, and should I be turning? But no, just stay in a straight line. Yeah,
it's not just enough to go high in, low out, or just hugging the apex round. That's not the fastest line on all these corners, and yeah, Paul Ricard isn't clear, and some corners you're meant to run wide, others you definitely do not want to touch him. But yeah, I've just been told that car number 114 went into the pits for a driver change. Unfortunately got controls locked for 2 minutes. So yeah, that's super
very
unlucky.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
But yeah, all this info coming through on the YouTube chat from the stream hosts, giving some information about what's going on track, but the cameras are unable to show through. Just watch that Porsche. You can hear the tyres squealing. It's so brutal in the rear. But yeah, he's currently pushing his way through GT4.
We can only see what the viewers are seeing, so we're just trying to fill in space while it's a bit stagnant on chat, I think.
Yeah, hopefully give you guys some entertainment. Hopefully very nice English accents will find you out for the time being.
Some banter.
Bit of banter. This is great banter, it really is. But yeah, it's brilliant to watch. At the moment, it does, with the pit stops being over, every driver will be starting to go into their own rhythm, so it should start to kind of not get boring, but everyone should be settling into a rhythm. Won't be too many changes unless people make mistakes, but
yeah, you might see differences in driving standards between the two drivers as well, or 2 or 3, or how many is in each team. You might see people might have chosen to put the faster driver out first to try and make up some places, and then maybe the second driver might not be on the same pace and having to defend from behind with maybe a quick driver in. So this is where it all get mixed up, and that's the beauty of endurance racing. You've got some slightly faster drivers and maybe some slightly who aren't quite on the same pace. So it can definitely throw the cat amongst the pigeons and give some good battling, even throughout the whole race.
Definitely, as it looked like it was Overhouse overtaking Buksek in the BMW. Brilliant stuff going into the very end section as they get onto the start-finish line. And three wide it looked like there was going to go into turn 1. Luckily, they've managed to space themselves out between GT3s and GT4s, but 2 wide is exciting. 3 wide,
yeah.
Four
the Astons come close to each other.
Come very close. Oh, and is he going to get tracked? No, he manages to just keep it tight. Because that's the Porsche. Yeah, it looks like the Porsche going past the...
Was that the 22 we saw earlier, having that slight spin, maybe coming back through the path as well?
Does. Yeah. Jeez, fair play to him, working his way back up. That looks like Wallenstein in the number 22 Porsche.
Yeah.
Currently 1.2 seconds behind Valums in the 69.
Oh, the
He's
69.
up number 69, huh? Our boys in number 69 car doing their best. Unfortunately, we'd hoped they'd be a bit higher, as they did start on P12, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. We'll see the number 2 at the moment, the Audi. Screaming V10. Obviously, the Hurricane platform and the R8 platform sharing similar engines.
100%.
Having, slightly different maybe characteristics. As I found driving, I think it's in Assetto Corsa that the Lamborghini feels a little more snappy in comparison to the R8, but
yeah, it's fantastic
even
stuff.
though it's similar engine, similar layout, it can still be slightly different.
It does look like P1 through to 7 are running away with it, with P8 looking like to be a lap down. Oh no, wait, that's just 12 seconds down. It's just the ACC. ACC live timing being a bit junky. I was about to say that's quite a gap between the front pack. But yeah, it's brilliant stuff so far. As we have the Lexus of Vasquez Costa coming up to some GT4 traffic as we switch over on board onto Menendez. And the GT4 as he's letting by the GT3s, staying well out off the line, which is brilliant. But yeah, must be frustrating as a GT4. You see a GT3 go for a dive. You can tell us about your experience with GT3s diving, huh?
Oh, GT3s on GT4s is can definitely give you nightmares at night. It just depends if they get you at the right spot, really. But what you've got to remember is some of these tracks you've got to go offline, and if there's been contact, or if it's been a few hours into the race, you've got marbles, and you might have bits of carbon fiber or body parts that from previous incidents on the track, and you get some of these cars going offline to make overtakes or pass GT4s, or GT4s jumping out the way of GT3s, and they can easily pick up punctures, and that's a common occurrence within GT racing if people aren't careful. So that's where understanding what incidents have happened on track becomes vital, as we see the R8 really hounding the back of that Aston, number 27. And he makes the pass.
It's GT4 number 27. He's currently trying to run away from Buxek and number 42 BMW. GT4 traffic getting in the way onto the start finish line. Hopefully number 42 can get past the GT4 cars so he can stay on the behind Overhouse. But it's just absolutely brilliant stuff so far.
Definitely.
I am a BMW fan as well. Definitely BMW over Audi after Audi made their decision to, I believe Audi being owned by VW is saying that they're wanting to reduce the amount of cars that they have that run on petrol and diesel for racing. So it seems like hopefully if it doesn't trickle down to Audi, Lamborghini, forcing them to go onto electric only race cars, but it is a bit gutting, as it's always great to see the R8 for Lambo and Porsche as well. Porsche are owned by VW, I believe.
Exactly.
Absolutely
you don't want to see all
gutting.
these cars leaving the motorsport industry. We've already seen that Porsche are starting to focus a lot more on the Formula E, which produces great racing, but don't get me wrong, I still love a petrol-powered car racing out there. Just the sound, the gear change even is just makes it for me, and the pops and cracks when they do upshift. It just there's nothing like it.
Definitely. So yeah, I'm going to ask you a cheeky question, James. How long do you feel about staying here? Do you reckon you could do the whole 4 hours 43 minutes left?
I don't know.
Does it look like the BMW going sideways? Buxek going sideways onto on turn 9. It is losing a bit of time. That's just unfortunate.
We've got Cameron Mackey in the chat. James is the Ferrari killer. Yes, indeed. Colton Park. Well, I actually, the Ferrari killed me, Cameron. The Ferrari killed me.
Let's avoid you getting all heated up about.
Good old Ferrari.
Yeah, let's avoid you getting heated up about being punted off track. But yeah, it's just brilliant. I love this camera looking behind, so you can see what's going on behind. Cause
definitely, you can also see if the driver has a bit of a moment as well. See that rear end come round.
But yeah, we've got someone in with us. We've got Rigel in here with us. Hello, Rigel.
Soft G, Rigel.
Oh, it's a soft G. Mate,
Everybody makes that mistake first on.
Sorry, it's Rigel in with us here in the commentary box. Yeah, how are you doing, Rigel?
Not too bad actually. We got tipped round on the first lap, but managed to get going fairly soon after that, and then we've slowly clawed back some time. I think we're running 4th overall. We're in the Seoul Alpine.
Oh yes.
Oh yes.
We did mention that.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, as we see Mercedes going sideways on the very last corner, unfortunately. But he seems to be going back on track. So yeah, how are you finding out of there? Like, what are the conditions like?
Well, the biggest concern at the moment is getting overtaken by the GT3s. It's quite fraught. People are better at it than others, I think.
Yeah, definitely. So why the Alpine actually? Why did you go for that car?
To teach the other guys a lesson.
Oh dear.
It's
sensing a story here.
No. In the last league, I used the Porsche, and it's my lad driving. My son's driving at the moment.
Oh, brilliant.
He's 19, and he's just about as quick as his dad. So I let him choose which car, and we had a good look through them all, and we found the Aston was a little bit. It's a very good car, but it's just a bit boring. It just does exactly what it's told. There's nothing exciting to it.
Yeah.
I drove the Porsche in the last GT4 league, so I was quite happy to use something else. And we just wanted to do something a bit different, and no one ever really uses this car. So
yeah. Does it feel quite similar to was it the Cayman you drove in the previous round?
Yeah. Not exactly. The Porsche is very stable, which is really unusual for a Porsche.
Yeah.
And I'd say this is closer to the KTM, but a little bit more, a little less of the grip loss that you get with the KTM. KTM, you just slide around all over the bloody shop.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you put in the shed.
Yeah. But this is, I mean, the Alpine's pretty good all round, and then it's just got some. If you really have to be careful with your the weight shift under braking. It's got a lively back end if you jam the brakes on too hard.
Yeah, I can imagine. Look a bit squirrely. You can feel it moving around behind you.
Yeah, but it's extremely controllable, so it makes it a bit more fun car to drive.
Mm-hmm. And where do you find the strengths and weaknesses of it are?
Oh, corners. Definitely
yeah.
Corners. Overall, pace-wise, it's actually very similar. We're only maybe 2-3 tenths slower than a lot of the other cars. I mean, obviously there's some probably, well, begrudge to say it, but some better drivers ahead of us. But they've got a few advantages in the cars that they've taken. So I think we're putting in a good showing for this particular car.
Definitely.
Yeah, as Tom Plays Games says in the chat, there is plenty of time to go, so you never know. Two of the drivers up front could be battling, could head each other off.
Yeah.
GT3s as well, tyre pressure loss as well in this.
Yeah,
it's absolute. It's just brutal in this when it goes. You do feel kind of robbed sometimes when you do get that tyre pressure loss warning come up, and you end up sliding all over the place. It's just. How are you finding the GT3 drivers at passing?
As I say, some are good, some are not so good. I'm finding quite often if there's two battling, the leader will quite often choose a relatively good moment to slip through, but then the one who's following will quite often shove his nose up the inside as well, because they don't want to lose out. They don't want to lose ground to the person they're chasing. So I think some of those guys are taking a few risks getting past. I mean, I think all the GT3 drivers are going to have to tip their hat to the GT4 drivers after this, because it does take quite a considerable skill to preempt what a lot of the GT3 drivers are doing.
Definitely, because I know some GT3 drivers prefer if the GT4 stay to their line and just let the GT3 driver do what they need to do around them and let them be predictable. Some GT3 drivers end up cursing GT4 drivers staying online and demand that they move aside. So it is, because there's no standard out there, there's nothing stating that a GT4 driver must move out of the way.
No, and you do get the impression that you get the feeling from a particular driver whether they're actually expecting you to get out the way or whether they're someone who's patient enough to wait to go around you. You can tell by the lines that they take behind you.
Where they are in your mirrors, basically.
Yeah.
Definitely.
With us, we now have Mr. Skull in the chat with us. Hello, Mr. Skull, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm fine, How about yourself?
Enjoying some racing, enjoying some chatting. Hopefully it's not too boring for everyone out there. So if you give us a rundown of which car you're in, and how are you doing out there?
Well, we're in the Mercedes GT4, car number 101, and just settling out there and trying to get our heads down and race.
Definitely. How are you doing class-wise at the moment? Can't currently see on screen.
About middle of the pack,
Okay,
with car number 11.
Oh, that's awesome stuff though. Especially managing, at least you're not at the very back of the pack or at the very front, so you don't have that pressure or expectation to keep up or stay ahead. Which, a lot of drivers do end up cracking being at the very front. But
Crack under pressure.
How are you finding it out there? Are you finding it chilled? Like, did you manage to get into a rhythm after a while?
Honestly, I was expecting to be right at the back, but following Rigel and Debug and just getting down into the rhythm and setting spectacular lap times for what I've been doing recently.
Brilliant.
It's always good to stay ahead of what you're expecting and also set your targets low. You won't be disappointed, eh? How's your teammate doing out there? Have you been speaking to him? Like, is he doing alright, do you think?
Yeah. He's a little bit slower than me, but honestly, his times compared to what he's been doing recently, he's doing brilliantly. So
exactly. And there's 4 hours and 30 minutes to go. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah, long time.
Oh.
Yeah, so we're currently watching. Sorry to interrupt you guys. Overhouse just making a move on the inside of that Nissan, which didn't look like it was on. And I think Overhouse realised it wasn't on either and dived to the inside to avoid a collision.
So, why did you end up choosing the Mercedes?
We used it in the. We both used it in the last league we did in RWB, and we liked it, so we wanted to stick with it.
Definitely, I think probably learning the same platform and carrying it forwards often a good move, and finding pace in the car rather than switching platforms all the time.
Yeah, I'd 100% agree with that.
Do you feel like you've learnt a bit more about the car since the last round?
Oh, I'd hope so, yeah, definitely. Especially considering with GT4s being so new to the game. Not everyone's the best at the moment, so it's still a learning experience for everyone.
Definitely. Because they've only been in the game for a few months, haven't they? But it's great to see multi-class racing out there. And how have you found the GT3s?
Honestly, most of them have been absolutely brilliant. You have a few with the slight get out, move over, and look in their eye, but apart from that, not bad. Apart from when my teammate just went out, he got shoved it up the inside pretty much and spun us on a corner.
That isn't often a common place to get spun. Actually, that last turn onto the pit straight.
Definitely, as we see car number 2 Overhouse finally getting the move that he actually wanted past car number 23 of with the driver Brooker inside. As we switch between all the different possible cars that we can choose from. But yeah, how are you finding the tyres out there? Are you finding the degradation towards the end is severely impacting performance, or are you not really noticing it too much?
Honestly, when you first go out, the grip's amazing, but then it drops off really quickly. But it sort of seems to come back at you during the mid and the end of it.
So as the fuel's maybe depleting in your stint, you're getting a bit better performance.
Yeah, that might be it.
Yeah. So you're only about 3 seconds behind the car in front of you, aren't you? So hopefully your co-driver can close that gap and we can see a good battle on our hands.
Hopefully, and as long as we keep away from the car behind, we'll be happy. It does seem to be happening. So he's doing a great job.
Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, he looks like he's having an absolute ball out there. Just keeping a clean, consistent. Like consistency is key.
Yeah, definitely.
So especially in a 6 hour.
Yeah, and as James tells me quite a lot, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. So yeah, you just got to put the laps out of her and run down the mileage.
Definitely.
How you finding the different liveries on the cars? I think a lot of people have spent a lot of time on them, and some of them look really nice.
Yeah, one of the Audis looked amazing with the blue and the fluorescent yellow. Is it Overhouse? Was it? Or,
no, Overhouse is in the Audi.
That's the one I'm on about. Was it the blue and yellow? I think that looks pretty spectacular. I think it was that one. I think it was car 2. But, yeah, some of the liveries have been amazing. See, there's still some of the standard liveries I think out there as well. But yeah, it's great to see a mix of different colours and on different cars as well.
I do look forward to when it goes nighttime, we get to see the different lights as well that you can put on the cars.
I can't wait for that.
Especially the Bentley. I love the Bentley because you can change the colour of the mirrors as well. The side mirrors will light up on the older Bentley, which is the only reason I drove it, just because of the lights on the side of it.
Best looking car in the game, in my opinion, that Bentley.
Oh, it's
I
absolutely
really like
fantastic. It's ridiculous. Yeah, James, you seem to drive it all the time.
Yeah, it's often my go-to. I think because I've driven lots of front engine, rear wheel drive cars. That it's just seems to be a nice stable platform to jump straight into. So that's usually my go-to sort of GT3 car.
Same here, my go-to as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice package to start with, and you can definitely refine it to do what you want it to do.
Yeah, currently we're watching car number 808 in the Bentley trying to get past the Stage Coupe, or we were. But unfortunately for the 808, even though he might be 6/10 off, he does have a 15-second time. Yeah, 15-second time penalty. So I'm sure you'll want to get past car number 91 as fast as possible, so you can hopefully try and mitigate the damage of that 15-second penalty will do to himself. But we do have Pinpoint currently shooting his way up. Look at that! It's such a tight pack there, with Pinpoint and Bush. So they head on the straight towards. I'm going to get this turn number wrong. I believe it's turn 8.
I'll try my hardest to catch him. I'm sure my team. But I'm going to hop off now, and I might be back later.
Okay.
That's perfect. Wish you luck with everything. Go for it.
We'll keep an eye on
Enjoy the race.
Cheers. Yeah, we saw some contact there with car 91 and 808, side-to-side contact. So hopefully, not too much damage, and they can continue racing. This is a great battle going on.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. Hopefully the liveries don't get messed up too much, because we were chatting about them, how nice they are, and it would be a shame for them to be scratched up.
That's the point of racing, Josh.
It is. Rubbing is racing, but right now we have Lucid currently. It looks like he's going to look down the inside, but will he actually do it?
He's having a little dummy.
He's having a little dummy, but it doesn't seem like Sage Coupe in the number 91 Porsche is going to crack under pressure. He's keeping nice and firm. You know me, James, I do respect a good defensive driver.
Yeah, a good defensive driver yourself, would you say?
Oh, I'm a gem with I'm a gem, you know.
Defending God. We'll see if car 91 can do the same as you, Josh, and keep that Bentley behind him. But the 808 is it Lucid, I believe, is definitely looking very racy.
He's looking very racy, and yeah, he's definitely looking to get rid of that 15-second penalty, or at least try to mitigate it. But yeah, it is like we've still got 4 hours 27 minutes left of this fantastic race, and I'm sure there's no shortage of action still on track as car number 91 seems to be approaching a back marker of the GT4 in front of him. What is that? Is that Mercedes? What
that is Mercedes, yeah. You can see though that the Porsche had a 0.6 second gap starting straight, and now he's down to 0.2, so you can definitely see the strength. As he runs wide here, be an opportunity for the Bentley. But you can definitely see the strengths and weaknesses of each car, and using it to great effect, the 808.
Currently negotiating getting our boy Alex Smith in here so we can quiz him about everything. But yeah, here's hoping.
Yeah, Car 69's had an eventful start to the race, I'd say.
But yeah, we have our boy Alex.
Hello.
Yeah, here he is in car number 69. A very raunchy number. But yeah, unfortunately, Alex, you know what? I'm looking up and down the timing board, and I don't see you in P12. I see you down in P20. What happened? What went wrong?
Just not the greatest start in the world. Didn't have the pace off the start. Just getting used to the track conditions. Weren't quite as fast and grippy as I was used to. Didn't quite have the pace, and then I had a couple of little moments. So I had final corner. No, there was a moment I was trying to go past Helmet, the GT4, and I got a lag spike in the middle of the corner, and then just couldn't hold the car because it snapped mid lag and just couldn't hold it and ended up spinning, and I think I lost about 6 or 7 seconds there. But yeah, otherwise it's just been we're just struggling for pace. People behind us were a bit faster than us. But I mean, we're sitting comfortably in 12th. Harry's currently catching 20th. I mean, not 12th. 12th when we started. Harry's currently catching 19th and 18th. So hopefully we can get some racing going on with them.
Hopefully, as we see Overhouse overtaking Nepone in the number 45 Lamborghini. What is Overhouse doing? Is he an alien? Like, what's going on here? He seems to be scrambling his way back up. Yeah, he's shooting all the way back up. As we also have car number 85 and car number 91. Yeah, there is a 15-second time penalty applied to car number 91, which was for causing a collision, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a shame for Stewart's having to handle in. Yeah, it's a shame for Stewart's having to come out, but as we can see, Sage Coupe, he's getting very, very friendly with the rear of that Bentley ahead.
How have you found the make in the GT3 class, Alex?
It's not the easiest to control car. Yeah, pretty much. Its pace is good if it's perfect conditions, and then kind of like cloudy as it is now, and it's quite a hot track. It just makes it really snappy. Right. I don't know whether it's something to do with our setup, and then also in the light rain, it gets really difficult to drive.
Right.
But I mean, if it rains, we've got a wet engine map, which is like absolute godsend in the car. It just makes it like goes from being completely undrivable to bearable. Yeah. But yeah, so it's all right, I guess. We chose it because we wanted a bit of a challenge. Like, we didn't want to. We drove the Aston for the 9 hours of Bathurst.
Okay.
And we kind of wanted to go for something a bit more interesting rather than just like a stable car.
And do you think there's a car out there at the moment that would be ideal for the current situation?
Probably the Aston. I think it's just just for us, it's just the easiest to drive. Like, it's the easiest to keep consistent and keep pace without like spinning or sliding through corners.
Definitely.
It's just a really stable all-rounder, to be honest.
Definitely.
And the thing is, so one of the teams that's running the Aston, I know they're running 2 rear wing, I think.
Right.
And we're having to run 7 just to make it, just to be able to drive around the track. So the Merc obviously has a top speed advantage, but it's kind of not as helpful
prominent
when we're running with 7 wing.
So you're running with 7 wing just to keep it a bit more stable through the twisty stuff, but losing out on the big back straight.
Yeah, because it's just undrivable through the not undrivable, but undrivable for 6 hours through the last sector with anything less than 7.
Definitely.
So yeah, we're on quite a stable setup. It's not the fastest in the world, but you know, we just want to do better than we did at Bathurst, which was a few disconnects many crashes, and we ended up finishing like 14 laps down or something. So
Oh, nightmare.
so far we're doing a bit better. We're only 1 lap down on the leader.
Well, you've still got 4 hours and 21 minutes to go, and you never know, you can make your way back up through that pack.
We're hoping. Our strategy at the moment is just try not to get a drive-through for track limits, because it's very easy at this track.
Yeah, we were discussing that earlier.
And we're currently on 0 warnings, which is a record for us. We've never gone. On the practice race on Monday, we managed to get 7 warnings in an hour. But we've managed to step the game up, and we're on 0 at the moment. So hopefully we can go the whole race with 0, maybe 1, but hopefully 0 drive-throughs, and we might be able to make up some positions that way.
Definitely, like
Just
car
seeing
number
the
17, who's gone past car number
17,
46 Lexus. That's Peck going past Costa in. That was beautiful, seamless.
Definitely. Clean
absolutely
pass,
beautiful.
you know, using the toe, exactly what you want.
Exactly what you want to see, and it's exactly what we like to see. And I'm pretty sure the stewards love to see
clean
stuff.
passes.
Yeah, very clean passes. Saves their life.
Have you found the traffic out there, Alex?
Have I found? Oh, the traffic. It's been all right. It's just like there's been 99% of the GT4s have been fine. I think
I'm sensing a bus coming in here.
Yeah, no, no, it's been genuinely really good. But I think the worst one I had, which isn't even that bad, is the GT4 was coming up to the first corner, and they kind of drifted to the middle of the track to give me the choice of whether I wanted the inside or the outside. But I wasn't close enough to them. If I'd gone to the outside, I wouldn't have been able to get around the corner without turning into them.
Right.
So I had to go up the inside. So we ended up going side by side round the first corner, and I was on the inside and he was on the middle line. So we ended up both losing out, whereas it would have been much better if they had stayed on their outside line, and I could have then gone on the middle line, and we could have both got through a lot faster. But I mean, it was like minor. That's the only one I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, I suppose that comes down to experience, you know, of GT3 and GT4 drivers and understanding what each other want, really, doesn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, I guess GT4s are quite new, and there's not actually that many multi-class races, especially big ones, running in this game. So
Exactly.
people aren't that well practiced. And I'm not saying if I was in a GT4, I'd probably be even worse than all of them.
So when you come up to a GT4, what do you prefer? Do you prefer them to stick to the line or get them out of the way?
No, I mean, no. I getting out of the way is unfair on them, isn't it? Because they're trying to race their own race. So if they're trying to get out of my way, they're messing themselves up. I think they just stick to their line. I don't mind sitting behind, like onto the straight. It's frustrating, but it's just like I just accept it, and yeah, pretty much just the GT4's being nice and predictable. So
Exactly. I mean, you've only got to really look forwards. I suppose if you're battling another GT3, you have to look in your mirrors, but you've only got to look forwards. The GT4 cars have both got to look in their mirrors for GT3s and look forwards to go and chase after the GT4s as well. They've got extra sort of thing to think about on their mind, trying to keep that sort of time up and not lose out too much to GT3s coming through. So definitely interesting to watch, and that's the beauty, as we say, of multi-class racing.
Yeah, 100%. It's made it a load more interesting than it would have been if it was a massive train of GT3s going around.
Definitely. So James, you know our buddy in our number 20 Alpina. Looks like he might be making up a spot as Jordan in number car 16 Chevrolet Camaro in the GT4 class has been given a drive-through. So that'll be Butters and hopefully Isaacs up into upper spots.
Is that into podium position, I think, as well?
No favouritism here, but just reporting how it is. But yeah, there was also a collision between car number 47 and car number 185 where a 15-second time penalty was handed out. But it must be gutting being a steward, having to have that, just having to give out a penalty.
Exactly, but the guys in car 20 showing that the Alpine can play with the big boys up at the front.
definitely. It's a small car, but it's got big plays coming up.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, it is only 4 hours 17 minutes left, so who knows? Maybe they'll work their way up. Maybe they'll work their way down. For you, Alex, hopefully you end up working your way up.
Yeah,
And not backwards like
we're,
what's been going on so far.
our main rivals are car 21 in the Aston. They're currently running in 17th place because that's one of my mates driving that.
Right.
So we just want to beat them, to be honest, but they're currently ahead of us.
Yeah, it's
So-
quite strange not seeing you in a car with Crookshanks in the car number 27. Very weird. I've got it wrong, he's not in car 27, is he? He's
No,
in car number 1921.
21, yeah, with Damien Wilk.
I'm all over the place.
He's in P17, car 21.
P17, that's it. You've probably got a better view than we do.
I, the only thing I can't see is the gap we've got to P17.
Right.
I think it's just popped up on mine. I think it gives me the gap between each car. So
Yeah.
I think we're about 15 seconds behind.
Ooh, you better hope Crookshanks gets a drive through or a 15-second penalty. But yeah,
I think we've got pace over them, but not enough. Not a lot. I think we might have like a few tenths a lap average over them.
Mhm.
So who knows? Maybe in 4.5 hours' time, we might have caught them up on pace. But
How have you found the degradation, tyre deg and fuel deg affecting the pace of the car?
the fuel's a massive impact because we're in the Merc. We have to run max fuel, 120 liters, to do the hour and 5 minutes.
Right.
So it makes a huge difference. Like it was about a second difference in the lap time from full tank to empty tank.
Wow.
I mean, part of that was probably just like getting used to it, but for me at least, I was going about a second quicker than I was at the start. Tyre deg, it's not massively noticeable. It gets a little bit after about 45 minutes, you can start to notice it, but it's nothing major. So long as you remember to change them at the pit stop, then you'll be alright.
Exactly.
we're currently on board with car number 45 with Napoleon with car number 42. He is gaining. I've been checking up on the live timing. He's slowly catching up. Although he's just dropped down. As I say that, he just dropped back a little bit. But it's fantastic racing up at the front, but hopefully we'll see you up there, Alex. Although saying that, it looks like you're up to P19 now.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even notice that.
So your co-driver is putting in his work. He is doing a good shift right now.
He's doing good pace.
He's doing God's work. But yeah, here's hoping. We'll let you head off so we can. We need to chat to other people.
Right,
but we'll definitely grab you back in later on if James and I are still here.
To check up on the
yeah, definitely check up on you.
It's going.
But yeah, thanks for joining us.
Keep up the good commentary,
We try.
and see you later.
Toodaloo. So that was Alex Smith with us of the car 69, favourite number. I'm sure it is for a lot of people out there. Next, I believe we have Callum Morgan joining us later on in a bit. But yeah, just I might have been silent while you're chatting to Alex, but it's some absolute brilliant racing going on here. It's just mad. Of course, I've been keeping an eye on Buck's Egg. For some reason, I've just gravitated towards that number 42 BMW. The M6, it's such an old car as well, compared to the other ones on here. It's still using the old aerodynamic regs, while the others get the new ones.
I have noticed though the top three is starting to close up to each other now as well, as we're joined by Callum Morgan as well.
Yeah, Callum Morgan's joined with us. But yeah, hi Callum, how you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Oh, just as usual, enjoying the racing, enjoying the chats as well. It's good to actually have people now in the commentary box with James and I, because as much as I like James, he's got boring chats. So yeah, how are you finding it out there? How's your teammate doing?
He's up to 14th now. Stuck in a bit of a train at the minute.
Yeah, he seems to be
you can see
catching
that,
onto car number 66 in the Ferrari that's on screen right now with Navon. Yeah, how are you guys doing out there? You feeling good? You feeling confident?
I was wiped out on lap 1 by car 85, I think. through the double right-hander towards the end of the lap.
Right.
Yeah.
Put me well back with the GT4s. Then got them, and when I got to the back of car 91, the Porsche, he was weaving all over the place. Like, didn't think that was allowed in racing, but
As you said, that car 91 he's kind of in the wars right now. He was involved with a time penalty for a dive bomb on lap 8 between car 51 and car number 91. But yeah, you seem to be doing pretty well. Like, you seem quite strong out there.
Especially to be coming back from where you were as well.
Yeah, 100%. Like, coming back from that far down, back up to P14. I mean, we were just chatting with Alex, and not a good stint from him. I'll stop slamming Alex in a bit. But yeah, he's currently beating me in a different league. But, jeez, what a kid. But yeah, your teammate is actually gaining. He's getting really close, and Pereira has dropped back, so hopefully that'll give your teammate a bit of breathing room.
Requested me for this lap. I'm going to have to go. Sorry, guys.
Oh no, no worries. Thanks for joining us, though.
Problem.
Good luck out there. So that was Callum Morgan in with us.
Great. But is his teammate going for the move on the 48?
He's going for the move. Here we go into lap 8. It seems. Can he do it? GT4 getting beautiful work, absolutely stunning. Getting past Nevin, can he hold it down the inside? He absolutely does, and cuts him off. But he has to watch out for Nevin coming back. Oh, no, never mind. He's managed to get the decent gap back in time for turn number 99 as he enters into Bend Door.
He used the Cayman perfectly to his advantage to get past that 48 there.
Definitely, it's as he was saying earlier about using the GT4s to your advantage if you're a GT3 driver. It's all about track position when you're setting it up. Because James, you'll definitely be able to tell us. It's not just see a gap, go for a gap. It's much more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got to plan strategically. Where you're going to pass people. I mean, you see car 47 in 14th at the moment. 13th at the moment. After passing the Ferrari, set that up perfectly and saw the Cayman ahead and thought, yeah, I'll have a bit of that, lick the stamp and send it and see what happens, really. And made the lovely clean pass.
Definitely is. We've got Butters now getting passed by GT3 drivers. It's quite interesting. The pack of GT3s are just storming through past Butters. He seems to be in a bit of a no man's land at the moment, all by himself. But yeah, just because he's getting passed by GT3s is not the end of the world. He just needs to kind of stay out of the way. But look at that pack just there. It's just mental.
You don't see that in F1 that often, do you?
Definitely not. As we watch Voodoo Child trying to get past that Mercedes in front of him, but on the straight, absolutely swarms him. Yeah, Horvath, it looks like he's going for he's catching up to Voodoo Child right now as he goes for the pass on the inside again. And what's ahead? Does that look like more traffic ahead? Hopefully it doesn't hold up. Hopefully it doesn't hold up Voodoo Child whatsoever. But yeah, as he turns into turn 9, he's getting ready for it. Can he get it? Yeah, he does the exact same thing again, just sends it right up the inside. Ends up running Voodoo Child slightly wide, but he has to be careful because Voodoo Child has he's got Porsche behind him. Unsure if that's a lap traffic lapping him, but yeah, that just seemed flawless for the Porsche behind.
Yeah, just easy pass really. I don't know what happened there. Maybe just
it must be lap traffic, surely. But yeah, that seemed way too easy from Voodoo Child to let him pass.
Yeah, definitely. The Aston's made some clean overtakes to get back up the pack. It's great to see that sort of bright blue and yellow livery.
Yeah, Callum will be over the moon about that when he gets into the car for a drive. As we're approaching the pit stop window now, we'll have about 15 minutes for him to get into the car in about 2 minutes' time. So definitely be ready to see the order of the cars get jumbled up all over again as people get back into the correct position with GT4s parking at different places. But yeah, it's brilliant stuff so far.
Yeah, great racing. I've also seen a great battle here with the Ferrari and Lamborghini, two arch enemies from Italy there, battling each other.
Seems that, just absolutely great work from Navin. catching up to the back of that Lamborghini. But yeah, it seems to be quite easy for a lot of the cars to get past. I wonder if there's a lot of lap traffic due to the pit stops starting up.
You can definitely see that coming into play as well, and then you've got to remember you're going to see cars coming out the pit lane as well in the next few laps. So it's the drivers on track responsibility to sort of avoid them. You've got that blend line, and it can be a bit interesting coming into turn 1 when you've got traffic coming out the pit lane. So that's definitely going to play a factor in these next few laps and getting into turn 1 nice and clean and not doing track limits. We spoke to Alex. Oh, there's a big slide there for the the Lamborghini. Was it car? I didn't see what number it was. Definitely some big slides going on. He's recovered it there. Maybe lost a position or two.
Yeah, definitely. He's hoping let's hope everyone can keep it clean, especially for the pit stops. You don't want to drive through and then a pit stop as well on top of it.
Yeah, of course you can't serve your drive through with the pit stop at the same time. You have to do it on separate laps.
Quite cheeky, wouldn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately that's not, it would be unfair if you could do a pit stop with the drive through or so yeah, definitely don't want to drive through on this track, but it's very easy to do so. I mean, we were speaking to Alex earlier and he was saying they've got 0 track limits warnings, which is definitely a place you want to be at the moment. You don't want to be handing over a car with multiple track limits warnings and the new driver in the car maybe exploiting those track limits a bit. Getting back
out of there looking like he's ignoring some track limits all the way.
I think that was okay,
He might have just got away with it.
Yeah, I'm always one for it, being at the limit of the track limits, so you've got to use it to your advantage sometimes. But yeah, you definitely want to have less than more. That's definitely a key for this.
Yeah, I need to check if there's actually damage on in this race. I'm not 100% sure. I didn't really pay attention to Alex when he was describing everything to me earlier. But yeah, it's just currently watching the GT4 getting passed by the GT3, or the GT3 attempting to get past the GT4.
Yeah, being patient, that's what we like to see, just keeping it clean and realising that there's still 4 hours to go, you don't have to go for the send on the first corner you come up to a GT4.
Yeah, definitely. As we've seen Nepone getting caught up by Bugsec in a number 42 BMW. As I've just been told, damage is on, so
okay.
That's one extra thing to worry about in a collision.
Yeah, some of these cars are robust, but you don't want to be having too much contact.
Yeah, unfortunately we're seeing a warning going up for blue flags being ignored. You do have to move out of the way over time. You can't intentionally block if you're being blue flagged. It just means stick to your line. So it's not stick to your line and block, it's stick to your line or let the other car pass.
100%, yeah.
But yeah, as we see, what was that, GT4 going around the outside of a GT3? What's going on here?
No, don't really use horses down the inside.
But yeah, it's great stuff. But yeah, the pit window has properly opened now for drivers to get in and out of their cars. Do the cheeky driver swap, get some new rubber on, get fueled up, have a drink maybe, which will be relaxing as 1 hour is quite a long time for driving.
It's a long time outside the car, but in the car it flies by if you're having a good race. If you're having a terrible race, often it feels like you're in it for 3 hours and then you jump out and you've only done an hour.
Definitely. But even though the cars are doing upwards of motorway speeds, it isn't just like sitting on the motorway where you can pull over for a zesty drink over at
a zesty beverage.
A zesty beverage at the nearest McDonald's on your way home on the motorway. It does take out of you over time, and I'm sure some of these guys must have Camelbacks or drinks dispensers with G Fuel and that get them pumped up and ready to go back out there.
A lot of these cars actually in real life they will have drink machines on board, so they often have a little water bottle for the drivers with a tube that goes into their helmet, and they can sip drinks on the straights or under safety car, which can definitely give you that, take the edge off of being in the car for such a long period of time. But often these drinks get pretty hot along with you in the car as well, so at the end it can be a bit more like drinking warm water rather than ice cold water, which usually starts out
as we just watch. This is going to be going for Alex. Car number 69 was catching up to car 22 with a 6/10 gap. Well, unfortunately, car number 69 appears to have been held up by a bunch of GT4s. Nothing he could do, nothing wrong with that. But he's ended up 8 seconds behind, it looks like.
God.
So that's quite unfortunate. Oh no, it's 1.9 seconds also. That's a bit better. But yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. But yeah, as Cameron Mackey says, there are other fast food chains available on the motorway services. With him being Scottish, of course he knows that there are plenty of fast food chains, because, you know, leading country for heart disease in the UK. So that's quite an achievement, lads?
Yeah. He says, don't give. We've got Stoker saying, don't give free advertisement to G Fuel, and definitely there are other variations of nutrient capsules available.
Yeah, I do love myself a good G Fuel.
But others are available, aren't they, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, you've got Luke's 8 Sport as well, but I'm still a fan of G Fuel. Sorry.
Of course.
Yeah, I should know the flavours off by heart, but unfortunately I don't. But yeah, you do get quite a lot of flavours. I mean, you can get the PewDiePie flavour, which is something. I'm currently looking at it now, as we're waiting for pit stops to be over so we can kind of get back into the rhythm.
Yeah, we've also got
we're
car 45 overtaking lap traffic there. Car 69.
Yeah, as he currently runs wide.
Runs a bit wide there.
Gets the curve a bit too hard. And of course, with the ACC, with the ACC track limits, you only get a warning in game if you actually get a speed advantage. But yeah, they do have their own stewards in this race, giving out penalties, as we just see now. Coming up, car number 22 has been given a 15-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin, and that was involving car number 22 and car number 69.
And this car number 45 currently has a drive-through penalty as well, so definitely lots of penalties being dished out today.
Yeah, definitely. As I'm currently looking at G Fuel flavours you can buy, you can get the Sonic's Peach Rings. Did you know that? That's just absolutely mental.
G Fuel flavours, eh?
But yeah, we also see car number 91 being given a 30-second stop go, and that was handed by the stewards. That's absolutely brutal. But that was on car number 91 and car number 13, car number 91 causing the collision in the end.
Well,
speaking of collisions, do you know what is going great together in a collision?
What's going great together in a collision, Josh? No? Yes.
But yeah, we're now on board with car number 8 as they're heading down the main start-finish straight up to turn 1. Being chased down, it looks like, by A-Lecky, but A-Lecky does have a drive-through in that number 808 Bentley, who's currently in the pits now. Unsure if he'll be handing over a Bentley. I wonder if he's handing over the Bentley to the other driver with the drive-through.
Yes,
because penalties are given to the car, but not given to the driver.
Exactly.
It's quite annoying.
Yeah, that would be annoying for the drivers to do an outlap and then come straight back in again. Oh no, it's been served.
Has been served, so he's not being a dick to his fellow driver.
Before he hands over.
Before he hands it over. But yeah, I have to know I am not being endorsed by G Fuel. I'm just an advocate.
He wishes.
I wish. G Fuel, can I have a sponsorship, please? But yeah, everything seems to be settling down, but the pit stop window still isn't over. We've still got about 8-9 minutes left of it. But yeah, it's going well so far. Everyone seems to be quite clear. I'm looking at the kind of chat from the stewards about what penalties are being given out there, and not a lot. Not a lot of penalties. It's mostly warnings, and luckily it's that's always what you want to see.
Yeah, I think they're obviously reviewing all the time. I mean, we've seen penalties come out as we saw with 91 and 13, a stop and go of 30 seconds causing collision. That was on lap 4, so they're obviously still reviewing footage from all the laps, and that's always going to make a difference for the rest of the race. Definitely.
As I see right now, we've got Tyre back in, and I pronounced his name right this time, because I remembered it's a soft G. Hi Tyre, how are you doing?
Tiger. It is Tiger actually, but yeah, well, I'm doing alright.
Oh, it's Tiger. I got it wrong.
You just got to be Tiger.
I was speaking to someone earlier with a soft G.
Yeah, all right actually. I'm partnered with Terry and Dave. We're at 8th place, and I'm afraid we had a bit of a not intentional by any means, but the Maestral straight, I think there was just a little bit too close. I think it's been looked at by the stewards, although there was no untoward driving by either of us. I think it's one of these hitbox anomalies, you know, where you only have to be a couple of inches away.
Yeah, cheeky bit of lag.
Yeah, and that sent us off. That sent Dave off, and so we had to come into the pits for an early pit stop and then change. At which point we went from 8th to, because it was early on in the race, way back down to the bottom of the GT3 cars. And we spent my stint climbing up 3 places, I think it was, and then I think because we had to pit again, we were back down at the bottom again. So we're playing the long game.
Definitely.
Tiger, it's okay if I ask you to yell into your mic. You're a little bit quiet, but yeah, definitely.
You know what? Because it's the wrong one. That's why.
Oh, no.
That's why. It's
oh, that is
that
so
one, isn't
much
it?
better. That is absolutely beautiful now. I can hear you loud as day. So you see
Did you hear any of that?
We did, yeah.
We did. Apparently no one else did, but
On the stream,
it's
but-
okay. We're what's important. So as long as we can hear you, that's what counts. So how are you finding it out there? Like,
Well, fair play to the GT4 drivers. I said at the beginning of the stream, you know, the onus is on the faster drivers to get past the slower class safely. But you know, sometimes you come across, you know, GT4 cars fighting for position, you know, 2 or 3, and it's very easy to try and bully your way past. But you know, I sort of urge caution from anyone to, you know, just there's plenty of places around Paul Ricard to get past the GT4. So, you know, let them have their battle and choose the opportune moment. But it's always difficult, I think, with multi-class, and it takes a great deal of discipline from both, you know, from both drivers of both classes to not to cause any damage or a fray from the faster car, and secondly, not to, you know, put the GT4 in a position where they've got to move off the line and actually, you know, reduce their lap time.
exactly. At the end of the day, they're competing in the right class. Like, there's no point in a GT4 racing a GT3, but the GT4 has to be able to keep up time and still be able to catch up. As I've just been told, Carzolia is out due to technical issues, unfortunately. But yeah,
as you were saying, you make a very good point about when the GT4s are battling, they're not necessarily looking in their mirrors. So erring on the side of caution, if you're a GT3 car, can definitely be the best choice.
Without question. And yeah, I think in general, I mean, it's always difficult to. It's always difficult when you've just got your point of view, and I'm racing out there with Dave, so I'm concentrating on that. But you know, I think in general terms, you know, this is we've done quite a few multi-class races, and I think in general terms, I think everyone sort of gets it. You know, the onus is on the GT3. But as you say, you know, just because you're faster doesn't mean to say you can bully your way through or expect everyone else to disappear off the racing line. There are a few sim racers who think that should be the case. I say turn right, gain height, go away. That's not how it should be at all.
I mean, for me, at the end of the day, if you're not fast enough to get past the GT4 driver on the straight, what are you doing in a GT3 car? Like, it's a bit
exactly. Well, unless you're me, in which case the whole point is get in a faster car than anyone else, and then when you come across GT4 cars, you actually feel better than them because you're faster than them.
Oh, exactly. I love racing against GT4 drivers because I'm like, finally, I can actually overtake someone on track.
Well, you know, I've been with RWB for near on 2 years, and I can count on one hand, in 2 fingers, the amount of times I've overtaken Rigel and Rodders, and it's both been when they've been in a lower class.
I can't believe I got his name wrong with Rigel. I must have been thinking about someone else who came in earlier.
Chief, you've got something. You're obviously racist against G's, aren't you?
Oh, I just always get them wrong.
Fair point.
So here's a random question: what's your favourite flavour of ice cream?
You know, it's not random. I think that's a very good question.
It's a tough question, eh? Like,
long and hard.
What an arse! I'm just question like that.
Yeah, I'm going to start putting people on the spot now.
Okay, I think it's got to be something along the lines of. Oh God, I can't. I was going to say mint then, but mint's being, you know, if mint was personified, you know, chocolate chip would be fucking fuming.
Oh, 100%. Like.
I think I dropped an F-bomb. Sorry, everyone. You know, this is RWB, not BBC or ITV or Channel 3. If you're offended,
or
turn
Sky
around,
F1
bugger
or
off.
anything like that. Yeah.
Now, it's not an ideal streaming setup for this race, and not our usual. I think you guys are watching it on Discord, aren't you? How's the quality there?
Surprisingly good, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, it's really good. We don't get to see the overall picture, but the racing's fantastic with what we get given by Bill, I believe it is.
I think it's the auto director. Are you boys racing out there? Are you part of a team?
Oh, James, do you want to do the shameless plug?
We were just watching. We're friends of car 69, the make, and we offered. I mean, I race in British GT, and Josh is a friend, and we race in a similar series with Alex, who's in car 69, the Scottish University series, and we thought we offered our help for the dead space in the race, basically.
Awesome. Now look, I'm afraid I'm not starstruck. You know, I'm a real racing driver. So, actually, question for you then, if I may. First of all, will you come back? Come back for one of our regular events. Come commentate with us.
I'll try.
I'm definitely game. I've enjoyed this a lot more than I thought I would. I'll be honest.
Well, we've got technical wizards in the background who've logged your IP address. We already know where you live. So,
it's a good thing I'm moving.
Well, that's really great. Thank you very much for jumping in. It's always I love commentating, and there's a few of us who love to commentate here, but I also like to race as well, and the endurance events particularly. I like to sort of get into the routine and to the tempo of it. Quick question to you guys though. Real racing driving versus sim racing. During the lockdown, there's been a big take up of racing drivers, whether that's part-time or professionals, from various different series, is throwing themselves into sim racing. Good thing or bad thing?
Personally, I think it's a great thing. It definitely teaches you more about driving, I'd say, from a different perspective, because you don't have the G-forces on your body. You don't have maybe as good a visual as you do in the real car, but you gain more steering feel, I'd say. From jumping between real life car and the sim racing, the steering feel was massively just sim racing over lockdown has definitely improved my steering feel, I'd say, and it's definitely it's a great platform to use.
Yeah, because we were discussing about James Baldwin earlier in the British GT, how he went from sim racing into now a McLaren GT3 car in the British GT Championship.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a step up. We were discussing how it's a great cheaper alternative to forking over 10,000 quid to go off and drive a Renault Clio or a C1. Brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've all seen, particularly the sim racing community, which is a niche. You know, it is a niche. But certainly seen during the lockdown. You know, the variation of races with racing drivers who are racing in various different series, everything from F1 down to Group 5. People are jumping in and having a lot of fun. And I think it's a bloody marvellous thing personally.
Oh, definitely. I think it's shone a light on a lot more drivers that aren't necessarily in the spotlight as well. I mean, the media and obviously everyone jumps on F1, but I think because the F1 games they're okay, but you see a lot of these sim games and they're more influenced by GT racing. I think that's shone a light on GT racing itself, really, how good it actually is.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Absolutely, it has, and I think we all love motorsport. Otherwise, we wouldn't do this for a hobby for a start. And there's quite a few guys out there who are what I call transcenders. These are people who are in their mid 40s to mid 50s, or even older if you're Cos. He's about 79.
Fair play to him.
Wow.
These are transcenders. These are people who have done motor racing or rallying at some point in their life, and then found a partner, and then had sprogs, and all of a sudden realised there was no money actually to indulge in that which they loved, and they had to get a real job in a library or somewhere else. And so consequently, years later, they're like, oh, hang on, wait a minute. I don't actually have to have the best equipment, and that's what I love about sim racing. There are guys out there playing on a controller.
Yeah.
You know, and
it's
there are
great to
guys out
see.
there playing on, 10, 15 grand's worth of kit out there.
Definitely.
So, and the point being is that one is as competitive as the other. It's not about the equipment. It's about it's not the car that drives. It's the driver that drives it. And there's some guys out there who are immensely talented. They must have thumbs on universal joints or something. To be able to do it. I think it's great. I love the fact that it's absolutely non-prejudicial to what equipment you're using and what experience you've got. And if you come to a club like RWB, then yes, there are standards they expect you to abide by, but there's no amount of training or help or advice from those more experienced sim racers to be able to help you. And it's not, although it's a niche because it is a particular type of entertainment, it's not clicky. In my view, sim racing is not clicky. You do have some arseholes out there. They are out there. They're probably listening now. You know exactly who you are. There are some real tosspots in sim racing who just want to bully their way through and make life difficult for other people. But the majority of people in sim racing are utterly accommodating, bloody nice people. There aren't enough women, in my view, doing it. What about real life motorsport, gents? Has that come up in the past 10 years?
I'd say that there's a lot more diversity out there in motorsport these days. But I think the biggest barrier to entry is the financial aspect. Really, I don't think there's any, as you say, there's not much prejudice in sim racing, and I don't think that's the case as much in real life. It's mainly the financial aspect.
I think with real world racing is you've got this. There's still a slight reputation of racing being a man's sport, and even though all the doors are still open, as James said, there's still that financial gate you have to pass through. But I feel out there you do have to kind of ignore what physical characteristics people have. If you're a good driver, you're a good driver and you deserve a drive. And it doesn't matter if you're a guy or a girl, just give the person a drive, give them a car beneath them, and just watch them have an absolute great time out in the car. And at the end of the day, we get some fantastic racing. I
think it's one of the few sports where, men and women can compete on a level playing field, really, if you think about it. I mean, it can be in the same cars, and it doesn't, it's not about physics. Well, it's marginally about physicality, but it's not, it's not sprinting, it's not, weightlifting. It's driving.
Yeah. Do you know what I'd like to say? I mean, motorsport is not alone in this point that I'm mentioning here. But there are other sports as well. But I'd love to see. I'd love to be able to see an access program for motorsport. So for example, if you're at school and you're 15 years old and you can throw one of these spears, javelin or whatever it is, and you're particularly good, there's always opportunities to be able to go to college and learn that sort of thing and become a professional athlete and so on and so on. But there isn't for motorsport. And although notwithstanding money, that's my point, is that money will buy anything. And if you want to go to motorsport school, and I think I done a what was it called now? American Superbikes. I done it about 15 years ago. It was like 2-day course around Silverstone. Absolutely loved it, but cost a fortune. And that's the problem, isn't it? As you said, money is the barrier. It would be nice if there was a non-prejudicial, non-status, entry into motorsport that was funded by, the country. Well, why isn't there? Why isn't motorsport part of the Olympics? Why not?
I think this is where maybe sim racing could come in, but it's educating people that it's not a game. It's a simulation. It's meant to be as real as possible. And I think once people like the general populace start to understand that, then it can be used as a really beneficial tool to getting people into motorsport, because it may open doors for. And you've seen like people like James Baldwin, his GT3 driver now.
But it is unfortunate you get some people out there who are real drivers who treat the simulator or sim series as a game. I mean, I remember watching the first Daytona race on, I think it was iRacing, and that got actually broadcast out, and all the drivers got fed up and then started crashing into people on purpose. And unfortunately, it's stuff like that. People tend to focus on the bad rather than the good when it comes to stuff like that, and it ends up ruining the reputation of a sport. Which it's just so unfortunate, and it's really annoying to see.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. And You know, in my view, the races that I have seen where there've been professional racing drivers, they haven't done themselves any favour. I'll be honest with you. You know, if you was to compare a sim racer alongside a real racer in sim racing, it's the sim racer that takes it far more seriously than the real racer, because the real racer is like, this is a game, as we hiss at him or her for saying it's a game. It's not a game, it's a bloody simulation. I just haven't got to pay 150 grand for a seat, you idiot. I've just got a G920 for 40 quid from eBay. But yeah, so yeah, you're right, you know, but you know, my view is that the sim racers, you know, they take this very seriously. I mean, they take it very serious. Not to the point where you want to say, get a life, go out and have a beer, or find a girl or a boy, whatever's your fancy, you know, whatever you know, go and get a life. Not that serious. I'm talking about when they get on track there, they are as focused as they're going to be in anything else in their life. They don't just, you know, spend all week or all month sitting around doing nothing. They train for hours, hundreds, thousands of hours around the track and on a sim in order to come and do something like this. Now, some of these people out there haven't. Some of these are talented enough that they've just turned up, you know, today, and off they've gone and enjoyed it. And to them, sometimes, you know, it might fall in the game category. But a lot of them out there, a lot of the guys out there, have put some real effort, time, commitment, dedication, have given up time with family or going out, etc., all to prepare and train to drive a simulate, or, you know, to be part of a simulation. That sort of commitment is no different than you know, than anything else in real life, in my view.
Yeah. I mean, just because it's not your interest or your hobby doesn't mean it's relevant to someone else. Like, if it's someone's interest and they do genuinely enjoy it, they will put time into it, and you shouldn't just push that aside as if it doesn't matter, because it might not matter to you, but to someone else, it's why they get up in the morning. Maybe it keeps them going, and especially during a time like this where you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to go out and meet with people. This actually ends up bringing people together, and you end up meeting some fantastic people, and you end up making friends for life. And maybe after this, some people will go off and actually meet up with the people they've been racing against, or even go for track days or something.
We should start a sim racing commune. Let's all couple together with all our money, buy an island, right? Let's buy an island. Let's just sim race, okay? The world can rot. Okay, all those in favour, just, you've got to hand everything over. I've got about 48p, but whatever you've got in your life, you've got to hand it over. It goes into a pot. We buy an island. Done. Yeah. What for you guys? What is your sim of choice? I mean, there's plenty of sims out there. How often do you throw yourself into the sim side of things, if at all? And what sort of sim is your preferential?
I think for me,
Go on, James. Smash your money out.
I've tried 4 different ones. I've got iRacing, Assetto Corsa Competizione, and I've tried R Factor. I don't own it currently. R Factor 2, sorry, I think it was. When I first tried iRacing, it was, I believe with the old Tyre model, and I just really couldn't get on with it. It was far too snappy, and it wasn't real. It didn't feel real on the limit. It felt like if you were sliding, you were gone. You were either spinning to the right or to the left. Whereas Assetto Corsa and Assetto Corsa Competizione, I felt like the Tyre model was a lot better, and it was a lot more, you could drive the car on the edge. And I think it's I think they were better to drive. I haven't tried the new iRacing with the new Tyre model yet, so I'm going to try that at some point. But I've been mainly sticking to Assetto Corsa and Assetto Corsa Competizione, really. I think Competizione, the cars feel quite heavy in comparison to Assetto Corsa, the GT3s at least. But they both have their strengths and weaknesses, and I think you can. I think it all comes down to the setup at the end of the day. I think that's where a lot of people can gain the time. I mean, as we were talking about before, when I first started doing some sim racing stuff over lockdown, I was like, it's just a game, you know, and just sort of jumped into it. But as soon as you do those first few laps, the sort of the competitive mindset starts to set in. It's like, I've got too much understeer here, I've got too much oversteer there, and then it's like you spend hours and hours and hours tweaking the setup to get it exactly how you want, and that's where I found lots and lots of time.
Perfect. Thank you. What about you, Chief?
For me, I started on project cars too, so I think like quite a lot of people out there, they bought project cars to because it was kind of a semi-arcadey game and with title Gran Turismo. And then yeah, from then on, I slowly started getting more into kind of the leagues on there. And then yeah, I started playing a league between Scottish universities on Assetto Corsa, and ever since then I've been playing Assetto Corsa and Competizione. And I just love Competizione because you can come home at the end of like a day of work or like just being out with family and friends, and then you can literally just go on, press like find a random lobby, and then go in and actually enjoy it. You can just pick up. It's like just pressing play, and you're instantly with a bunch of other random online players. And yeah, sometimes the safety rating is like 0, and you get punted about a bit. But it's part of the enjoyment for me, is dodging over cars going sideways at turn 1 on Monza. It's just a good laugh at the end of the day.
I've got fantastic. I've just got to talk to my now. You guys are only going to hear one side of it. I've got to talk to my my poor old number 1 driver. He's out there been calling me, and I've just been ignoring him on the radio. He's going to smack me in the face, that one. Okay, here we go. Sorry, Dave. I was commentating with you now. What's up, bud? I don't know.
That's always a good sign.
Top left-hand corner. Top left-hand corner.
Yeah,
okay,
on track.
My Dave needs to know how much stint time he's got left. Help me out here, guys. How does he know? I think it's top left-hand corner, isn't it?
Is he in cockpit view?
Yeah.
Can you not change the button on the race logic?
Yeah.
So it change to stint.
Motac display, Dave.
This is tense. Currently on screen now, you're watching the GT4s going around, snapping back to the Hor. Currently in a pack of GT3s and GT4s, catching up to. Well, he's still working his way back up to Badalski in the car number 45. But yeah, as we predicted, it was quite calm. And if there was a collision, I definitely missed that. But yeah. Unfortunately, Jake Hamlet in the car number 13 does have a drive-through, it appears, but we'll see what happens.
There's a lot of people in chat saying PC1 and PC2, Project Cars is definitely where they started as well.
Oh, Project Cars 2 is absolutely class.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are, it's Marmite, isn't it? You either love it or hate it. Personally, I think that the majority of those who say, "Oh, I hate Project Cars 2," if you said to them, "Well, what were you driving a year and a half ago? What were you driving 2 years ago?" It was Project Cars 2. You didn't hate it that much, did you?
Yeah.
You bought it in order to be able to hate it. So yes, there are issues with every sim, I think.
Yeah.
Including Assetto Corsa competition. There is no perfect sim out there. iRacing, iRenting, looks like graphics from 1983. But people love it because that is their virtual career. And there are arguments for and against the model, but the fact of the matter is the business model works. So actually, we're nobody to say that it's wrong. People like it, so we should respect that. Race Room is another sort of semi, pay to play model. Except you're not paying a subscription, and of course you've got R Factor and R Factor 2, Project Cars 1, Project Cars 2, Automobilista. And Mobilista 2, Assetto Corsa Competizione, Assetto Corsa. We're sport for bloody choice. No one should be whinging and whining about any of it. Just enjoy
definitely.
It all.
Just as long as it's not Project Cars 3, huh?
Yeah, as long as it's not Project Cars 3. GTA. Yeah, I was thinking about GTA 9. Apparently the Tyre model is brilliant.
Apparently so.
Auto 9.
I've just been told that car number 1 has been given a 15-second time penalty for causing a collision between car number 69 and car number 1. So that's unfortunate, but hopefully car number 1 can come back from that.
And who's car number 1 at the minute? Do we know?
I guess we'll see it when it comes up on the timing screen. Fortunately, we're just seeing the stream for us. So
I can help you out here, guys, because I'm in cockpit with my current number 1 driver. I always call him number 1 driver because I'm like the number 9 driver. It is Jake Moore and Zach Etier. So I think if they've got Jake's driving at the minute. So if they've got you say they've got a drive through or 15 seconds?
15-second time penalty. Right. So it's not a stop and go. Yeah,
So I
all
think
they
that
can do
will
is kind of mitigate that.
Yes. Well, they've got 4 seconds on number 2 at the minute, Van der Koot. I said that wrong. I know I've said that wrong. Van der Kookelt in the Lamborghini. So he's got 4 seconds on him. It's very likely that that was something to do with passing GT4s, perhaps.
Probably, yeah, or track limits maybe.
Yeah, or track limits. Yeah, very good point. Yeah, I mean you've only got to hit the track limits 3 times here. And bang, that's your 15-second penalty, or even sometimes, it can be a drive-through. And now in real life circuit racing, how are track limits policed? Are they policed visually by stewards, or is there an electronic system in place?
So there's two, as you mentioned, there are 2 variations. There's a judge of fact who is someone standing somewhere, marshal on track. That has been tasked with, watching a particular corner and a particular entry or exit zone and making sure that the drivers aren't doing track limits. So that's one factor you've got to think about. And the second one is electronic. So there are often sensors usually on exit zones of corners. They're like a pressurized metal strip. So you have the curbing, and it's usually on the green concrete or beyond it on like the astroturfy stuff. That once you run over it, there's a camera that points at that particular part of the track, and it takes a picture. Immediately goes to race control, and they just issue that out to the drivers of the team to say you've either got your first warning, second warning, etc. And depending on the length of the race, you get different amounts of warnings and then different penalties as well. But yeah, those are the 2 options. And
there you go. Go on, James.
So basically, with the as we've been finding lately with the electronic ones, sometimes you can still use the runoff to your advantage if you line up the corner the way you want, and you can almost get round some of them sometimes and still get a good lap in without tripping the track limit. So with the electronic ones, that is a issue with them. But if they're placed correctly, I know Brands Hatch, the first 3 corners, they're pretty bang on, the electronic ones. Whereas Donington, the first 4th and 7th corner is usually where they are, and you can pretty much get round all of those. So it makes a difference with track you're at as well.
I did know the answer, but it's called a feeder question. I do know I'm doing it. But it's always nice to hear it, from somebody who's doing it, How do you find, you find that in general terms that it's a fair system when you've got the 2, in parity there, electronic and a person.
I think it's fairly like consistent. Obviously with the electronic ones, it's bang on. You can't deny it. It's there. There's a photo of the car. But the judge of fact ones at certain corners, depends on the day really. Sometimes you can get someone who's maybe a bit more keen on getting cars than others. Obviously with COVID, the season starting up in August really. With COVID, they've got less marshals and judges of fact at some of the tracks really. So you can get away with a little bit more, especially sort of places like Brands Hatch and Donington. Some of the corners you can definitely exploit the limits a bit more because of limiting the amount of marshals. So that's something to definitely bear in mind. But usually everything's pretty consistent.
Wonderful, thank you, gents. Thank you very much for sitting in the culture. I'm very sorry about the state of it in here. It's all down to old Charger. It's an absolute shit pit in here. I've asked him to clear it up, but I'm going to zip off out of the channel now and chat with my driver and make sure he's all right.
No worries. Thanks for joining us.
I think I'm due to go back. He's worked very hard. He's up to 18th place now. He's going to hand over to me, and I'm going to go out last probably again.
Okay.
That's the other thing, isn't it? Endurance racing is about keeping it on the grey stuff. You keep it on the grey stuff and don't come off. And you haven't got to be the fastest out there. You haven't got. Everyone wants to be the winner, of course you do. That's competitive spirit. But the fact of the matter is, there are people much faster than you out there. So just stay on the grey stuff. And that's what we say is race clean, race fair, race for position in that order.
Yeah. That's what we've been discussing earlier. Me and Josh, we were saying that to finish first you've got to finish, and if you're constantly having collisions, you're not concerned.
Yeah, quite. Anyway, lovely to talk to you guys, and I'll drop back in later on, but I'm sure some of the other guys will jump in, and if they're listening to the stream or they've got it on another monitor or whatever, then by all means, please come in and make these guys welcome. It'd be great to have them back for some of our regular events at weekends or during the week or whatever. So let's I'll touch base with you guys off stream about that, how we can accommodate you as guests or come do it for us. All right.
Definitely. Thanks for having us.
Thanks.
No, not at all. Thank you. Take care now.
Good luck out there.
All right. Bye bye. Yeah, I need it.
So yeah, just having a look at a quick rundown. We've still got Jay Moore at the front. I don't even know if I can do that.
Do my speed run?
I can do top 3. Looking pretty consistent still.
Yeah, so car number 88 with Jay Moore inside at the moment behind the cockpit is currently in P1. He's currently maintaining 6-7 seconds ahead consistently of car number 33 in the Lambo, with Van der Kooten in. We've currently also got in P3 car number 7, the Porsche. He's slipped back a slightly tad bit, 28 seconds. Unsure if that's. Not sure what that is. There seems to be a massive gap between P1 and P2 and P3, so it's quite a comfortable gap right now for P2 and P1.
Yeah, the gap has been about 5-6 seconds, dropping down to 4 for P1 and P2, but P3 was around there or thereabouts. It was about 4 seconds, 5 seconds last time I checked, but maybe the 7 car has just dropped back a bit. It could have been a mistake, could have been having contact with traffic. But definitely, still P3. And we've got number 23.
Yeah, number 23, Jay Sanders in P4. We've also got Buczek, number car 42, the BMW. Yeah, I'm going to say it's one of my favourite cars out there just because he's gone out there. But yeah, Buczek in the car number 42, BMW in P5. We've got over his teammate, Leon, in the car number 2, Audi. That
was a bit higher up the order. So
it was higher up. I'm not 100% sure what happened, but we are stepping into the nighttime. So some good racing coming up, hopefully in the night. It always does spice things up when it goes quite dark. But yeah, that's the top 6 rounded off. In the GT4, we currentently have McKee in the car 411, Aston Martin GT4 in first of that class. Then we have Rigel in P2 for GT4 class in the car number 20, Alpina.
We were talking to him earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. We were hoping to see him up there. And then in P3 of the class, car number 16 in the Camaro with our helmets in it. And we're currently looking at Delbig as he's it looks like he's trying to defend off a Mercedes behind him. Hopefully he's not defending a GT3 because that will be unfortunate if he gets a penalty for that. But yeah, great stuff so far. Absolutely great
Definitely,
stuff.
It's been some great racing, and you can see the positions are changing all the time. I mean, the Alpine car 20 that we were speaking to earlier, they were down in P4, so they've made up a couple of positions. I think it was car 16 currently on board with now. I think they were. I think they had a 15-second penalty, didn't they?
I think so, yeah. Which was great stuff for the car number 20 Alpina, because they are pretty much the underdogs in the GT4 class for Alpina. Because having driven it once before, it's not the best GT4. I'm just going to come out and say it's not the best car out there. It's a beautiful car, very beautiful, but I'd say cute actually. It's a very cute car. But yeah, like they said earlier, they wanted a challenge, and I think his son chose it in the end for the Alpina. But yeah, great stuff so far.
It's great to see that up there. I mean, it's the only one in the GT4 class out there currently, and proving that you don't need to be in an Aston or a Porsche or a Merc to be up there, really. You can choose something a bit different and still make it work.
Definitely. That being said, the only Chevy Camaro is also up there as well in the top 3. So it's weird seeing 3 different makes of car in the top 3. It's also the same for the GT3s at the moment. But
definitely,
it's just mental.
And as we say, that's the beauty of GT racing.
100%. It's all about that bop, man. All about that bop.
Well, yeah, it gives some. Bop's great, but it gives something for the drivers to complain about at the end of the day, which is, something you don't want to be doing.
Yeah, at least it's not BTCC bop. Hey.
Yeah, at least it's trying to be fair, and you know, the ballast is consistent across models, and I suppose you bring up the BTCC BOP, British Touring Car Championship. Theirs is success based, so they have 60 kilos for P1 and going down to P10. I think P10 6 kilos and going up in 6 kilo increments.
Right now we're seeing car number 185, the Aston Martin, trying to take on car number 2, with Leon Lange behind it. Very tight battle. It looks like Audi's gone deep. Car number 2 has gone deep with the Aston Martin going around the outside. He's going to get the inside line. Oh, he just slips in behind him. That was very lucky for car number 2. Very surprised that the 185 Aston of A. Thompson didn't get rounded. Very surprised actually, but
it seems that the number 2 car has been going forwards and then now it's coming backwards slightly.
As we watch now on the main straight, working his way past the GT4s, is he going to get the? He pulls out of the slipstream. It looks like the Aston is kind of rubber banding back and forth. Will he be able to get the outside line? He will have the outside line, but the Aston staying on the outside with the Audi on the inside. Very difficult call. It looks like the Aston has the overlap and manages to sneak around the outside. And that's 2 places gone, I believe, for the car number 2, which will put him back into P8.
You know, getting off that corner onto the back straight is crucial, and obviously the Audi struggled there and didn't have a toe. So, you know, losing 2 positions, is it surprising? Not particularly on how long that straight is.
No, especially with him going offline into the marbles as well on the side of the track. It's not what you want when you're approaching quite a technical part that is sector 3 on this track.
Let's see if you can come back at these guys in front. I mean, you know, they never know what the GT4 traffic's going to be like and whether it's going to go in your favour or not.
Ooh,
as we see it's being squeezed by the Beamer,
squeezed, looks very tight around there. BMW, of course, has a right to that line. As
gave him racing room.
Yeah, as he gets squeezed back outside of the car number 8. I'm just looking now to see if I can find out what the driver's name actually is.
It's not a place you want to be, being squeezed there. As we see car 5 with an issue, the BMW 42.
Oh no!
You jinxed it, Josh. You know,
I have jinxed it. Commentators come into play here as Thompson now catches up with the Lamborghini behind him. He's been swallowed up by Thompson in the 185 Aston.
That happened there, wasn't it? If it was collision or if it was a spin.
It was the curse, James. It was the curse.
Josh, I like the Beamer. Spinella.
Someone get Sebastian Vettel on the line. This guy's taking his place. But as we go back onto that main straight, Will Buczek, he doesn't have the toe at the moment, not as well as Badowski behind him has it in the car number 45. It's getting getting heated. He is managing to hold it. Maybe he's running slightly less wing than Badowski, but Badowski pulls out to the inside. Currently ready for the inside corner, and as we know for Sector 3 and the end of the straight, if you're on the inside, chances are you're going to get it, but you never know. Buczek could get the undercut coming up for the next turn.
We've got Martin Legg in the chat asking what our favourite Spice Girls are.
I like Ginger. Wait, is it Ginger who's married to Horner?
Just because you like Red Bull.
Yeah, just because I'm a Red Bull fan.
Typical.
Yeah, James, who's your favourite Spice Girl?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know the Spice Girls, do you?
I'm not. I do. Of course, I know who the Spice Girls are, Josh. I don't know. Hard to choose, really. Let's go Sporty because she's the sister of Paul O'Neill from British Touring Cars.
Of course. So there you have it. It's Ginger Spice for me and Sporty for James. Give us your opinion, Martin Legg. Give us your opinion. Who is your favourite Spice Girl? We're flipping it on you. Also tell us what your favourite film is.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, give us your favourite film in the chat. Let's fill in some dead air. Because it'll be 20 minutes until the pit window starts to open for I believe it'll be the 4th stint, if my maths is good. And I mean,
probably,
I hope my maths is good, otherwise I'm kind of screwed with my degree. My engineering degree's kind of gone down the loo, haven't I? But we're currently looking at the 808 Bentley. This thing's been through the wars, hasn't it? It's had
it's been battling.
A fair amount of penalties as well.
Definitely.
But
as we see the Ferrari behind it there, I don't know if that's a lapped car or it's coming back through the field.
He's coming back through the field. He's not. He's behind. He's not fighting the 808 Bentley of Lecky inside. But yeah, it's
I can't see what car number
cool livery.
11, is it? I'm not sure. But yeah, the 808 going quite well. I think it's dropped back a little bit though. As we've seen,
dropped back a bit.
Car 69 is up to 18th now. Alex, we were speaking to earlier, is now back in the car. He was chasing down. Who was it? He was chasing down again. Car 69 was chasing down one of his mates anyway in a different car. Can't remember which car it was now. Oh, it was car 66 there. Yeah, so the 808's battling car 66 behind, not for position. But still showing great battles.
Yeah, definitely. Just been told. Well, Mr. Leg has 2 of his club mates currently in the car. He has car number 9. He's got a mate in car number 999 BMW GT3, which is down in P16. Mr. A Pike. And then we also have one of his friends in the number 38 Porsche GT4. As he says, Rush has to be up there for films.
I almost said Rush.
That's a top film in my book. I love that film. It's about to put it on Blu-ray and standard.
Yeah, and Josh listens to the soundtracks regularly and plays them regularly.
I do.
You've definitely played his heartstrings there.
Shock accorded me. A. Thompson in car number 185 has been given a drive-through penalty. Not sure where that came from. Nothing's been pulled up by the stewards for that, so that's probably a track limits warning. Yes. Well, due to track limits. But yeah.
So the Aston came back. They were coming through car 2. Remember, they were battling with car 2, the 185 and the 45, the Aston Lamborghini, and they've been making their way through. But I don't know if that's maybe collision based or if it's if it's track limits.
Yeah, definitely. It's very unlucky. I've had it front. It's been quite chaotic with the different cars that have been up there in that pack from P4 down to like P8.
Yeah.
Got to see number 2 making its way backwards. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, it's all that 10-second gap. It's definitely coming. It's going back, isn't it?
As we've got a very tight pack here, with car number 91 currently being boxed in by a GT3 on the left and a GT4 on the right.
Yep.
It's not what you want. It's a very unfortunate position to be in.
No, definitely.
But he's slowly working his way up. I believe he's not last in class. That's good.
Yeah.
That's
what we were on about before. I mean, using those GT4s to your advantage and boxing your competitors in so they can't get past you. I mean, it's a known strategy and it can be well utilised if you play your cards right, really.
Definitely, and I mean, we're not even halfway through this race. Don't go anywhere. We're still here. Somehow we've still got content, we've still got some chat coming out. I mean, we struggle with 10 minutes in like a practice session talking to each other, so this is good. This is a record for us.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going well so far. Like, it's been quite clean actually. I was very surprised. That's probably a bad thing. If Ian and Cameron Mackey are still here, they're probably going to hate me for saying this, but it's a lot cleaner than the racing I've seen. Definitely from today. I watch and sometimes participate in the Formula Student Scottish. Wait, it's not Formula. No, scratch that. It's changed. That's it. It's the Scottish Universities Race League. But I definitely be game for trying to pull some of them in here and
definitely.
I mean, I'd be game for commentating again. I might take him up on his offer and do this because this has actually been surprisingly fun. I mean, I've got a cider next to me. I've got a zesty beverage.
We've got Jack Donaldson in the chat saying, Josh, most of those collisions were your fault. Jack Donaldson from the Scottish University Race Series, so he's calling you out there.
Yeah, I have no idea what he's on about. I've never met the man in my life, so that's something. Yeah, it's something else.
Of course.
Still though, good news for Jack Donaldson and Stoker, who I will reveal as being called Jake. So if you want to berate him for chatting some absolute bull in the chat, his name is Jake, so call him out by his name, because I will be. Luckily for them, their fellow racer, Alex Smith, in the car number 69 is still in P18. He was P12. Sorry lads, he did fall back 6 positions. but he has been working his way back up. But yeah, it's going well so far.
Yeah, I mean, Alex was the one that that introduced us to, showed us that RWB International putting on this event, and it's really opened our eyes, I think, for me and you, Josh. That
yeah, definitely blame him for this commentary.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to see this sort of racing, this caliber, and for 6 hours as well. I mean, you'd see that in real life, but I mean, are there people at home that committed to do this? Maybe not, but these guys, they're committed, they're driven, their passion is sim racing, and they're showing that, yeah, I will sit here and race for 6 hours with my teammates and see who can win. And at the end of the day, it's just for the kudos. So, great to see, really. Paul Ricard isn't my favourite track. Not really.
No, that's a big no from me.
Yeah, it's
fun to watch, not fun to race.
Yeah, to do 6 hours of Paul Ricard, you've got to be committed. I think it's not one of those tracks everyone longs to go and drive. I think you've got your Spas, and I know for you, Josh, it's Nürburgring, but you've got these tracks that people long to drive, and I don't think, for me personally, this is one of them. But it's still showing that it can produce great racing.
Definitely. I've also just noticed that it's an early start tomorrow as well, James, for that driver briefing at 11.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, big shout from us. But don't worry, we're still here. James, you know what? I'm feeling an all-nighter. I've got my beef jerky next to me. I've got my crate of cider next to me. I'd be game for staying.
Yeah, I mean, I can see my microwave spaghetti carbonara on the bench there, and I think I can just pop that in. And
do you know what? I'll cover for you if you want to run off. I'll cover you.
No, I've got my headphones in. They're Bluetooth. I can do.
Oh yeah, I
things
forgot you're a posh boy with your Bluetooth headphones.
Yeah. The thing was, will they last the next 3 hours? That's the question. I may have to run and do a headphone change to see how good these Apple AirPods are, because didn't plan on doing 6 hours of commentating, but we'll see.
Well, it'll be 5 and a bit because we did miss the start, didn't we?
Yeah.
But yeah, if anyone out there, James, you might like this sound. I'm doing it one-handed, so I don't know if it'll work, but whoosh, whoops. Okay, it didn't work. That was me cracking another cold one. Anyone out there, go crack some cold ones, because we're now in the night stage, and this is where things get interesting. So you definitely want to have some drinks. Maybe we can do a drinking game of water. It's PG. It's water. I swear, it's water and lime cordial.
This is
whoa! As we watch the Hawk tap the back of the number 2 Audi, and they're going down the main straight. That Lexus is not in the battle, or is he in the battle? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've currently got the number 17 Ferrari passing the number 2 Audi, and I was for the number 2 Audi because I thought, I want.
Yeah, the livery's great. I mean, they've been battling well and they were going forwards, but it seems that they're
as the Lexus runs massively wide, maybe outbraked himself there. Thought he could handle the big boys, but he's off. As now we have, it's great.
Great racing.
Yeah, I'm not to downplay Leon Lange, but I'm looking forward to Overhouse getting back in the car, because that was some insane moves he was doing.
I think it's a great car altogether, really. I think
it's a great car overall.
Performance. But I think they've just been struggling these last few laps. Maybe it could be track temp set up. It's going into the night now, and maybe it's just not gone their way.
They do have the track temps coming down, but they also have the pit window coming up in about 10-15 minutes.
Exactly.
For the driver swap. So
we've got Daniel Mack in the chat saying microwave carbonara. Yes, Daniel, I know it was a last resort. I didn't go to the shops today, and it was all that was in the freezer.
You'd order a Chinese. What is your favourite takeaway, guys, in the chat? Tell us now. Send in your messages and tell us what your favourite microwave meal or takeaway is. You know what? Do both. Tell us what your favourite microwave meal is, and what your favourite takeaway is.
I think the problem is when you get microwave meals that are based on takeaways, it's like, why didn't you just get a takeaway and maybe spend that little extra few quid to get the takeaway and have a much better meal?
I know what you mean with the like the Tesco's curry box that you can get. It's kind of great. What I hate is the plastic warps when you put it in an oven. I know you're not meant to put it in the oven, but I love it when the curry's ovened. So when I was in first year at university, I was still quite intoxicated, just in case there's any little ones out there and they don't know what intoxicated means. I was intoxicated, and I might have accidentally, in my intoxicated state, put a microwave meal in the oven and then forgot that it was on, so I came in the next day and it turned out one of my flatmates had turned the oven off, but it still melted the entire plastic container. And me in my very hungover state was like, I don't care, and still ate it from the melted microwave containers. So yeah, it could be worse. Could be worse than a carbonara takeout thing.
Yeah, that's not a good one, Josh, to be honest.
I could definitely go for some microwave popcorn right now.
Yeah, that is a good shout, to be fair. Alright, I'll pop this in. How long has it been for?
Do you know what I see though? I see Crickshanks. So that's that's another guy that we talk to every now and then. Yeah. Crickshanks and the number 21 Aston Martin, currently in P14. Alex is not going to be happy about that.
No, he is not.
Number 69 car, because he was certain he was going to go. As we see the first starts of the pit stops, is Bucksack and the number 42 BMW head straight into the pits for that slap on of new rubber.
Yeah, that Bucksack, that was the one we saw spin. You put the commentator's curse on him, and
yeah. Hopefully it's a smooth pit stop. But yeah, that's the start of the pit stop starting now. We also see B. Warren in the number 64 Lamborghini with the drive-through as well, but that's been issued by the game, so that'll be for track limits. But yeah, it's going smooth. For a night race, it's quite chilled.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised.
For a night race, it's chilled.
You lose all your visuals, the night race, apart from what you can see through the headlights, so some people who use the distant visual markers and the peripheral might struggle with the night racing, but hopefully everyone can keep it clean and tidy, because racing at night is one of the beauties of GT racing. As you see, the glowing brake discs, the glowing exhaust and spitting flames on the downshifts. I mean, that's what we want to see in motorsport, and I think night racing is exactly what we need.
It's absolutely beautiful, this game at night. I'm astounded they captured the glowing brake disc, glowing exhaust. You've got the sparks as well being flying up. I love watching watching replays of Spa at night time with everyone going up over it. You see the shower of sparks flying off the car. Absolutely beautiful and pristine. A rundown quickly, just before the pit stops take on. We've got Jay Moore in the number 88 car, Lexus in P1. Number 33, Van der Kut in the number 33 Lamborghini in P2. O'Curtin in P3 in the number 7 Porsche. Jay Sanders in the Nissan number 23. Then M. Badowski in the number 45 Lamborghini. In P6 was the number 42 BMW, but that's been into the pits for a driver change, so they should be back up to P6 after all the after all the pit stops have been done. But we do have Doran, the number 17 P6, Leon, the number 2 Audi, and that'll be switching over to Overhouse. I can't remember his name.
I think it was Overhouse, yeah.
I believe it is Overhouse. But yeah, I'll be switching over back to him. He seems to love the Sens. When we were watching him, it's just a bit mad. I wonder if Leon's taking it easy, nursing the car around, taking his time so he can get it back for Overhouse to take it back over and just absolutely ram everyone. When I say ram, I mean
send
ram past everyone. Yeah.
I mean, still 3 hours to go. We're not even at the halfway mark yet. We've still got 3 minutes to go to the halfway.
No, it's still not at the halfway mark.
We've still got many more Sens to come, I think.
Many more, as we watch the BMW go down the inside of that Aston, but now the BMW pulls back. That's probably a sensible option as the Aston runs wide. He'll probably get a track limit this morning for that. So that looked quite time advantageous to him. If we look at the GT4s quickly, we have Jay Mackey in the number 411 Aston in P1, followed by Rigel. That's Rigel, isn't it? I got that wrong earlier. It's Rigel in the number 20 Alpina, followed by Helmet in the number 16 Chevy.
No.
Yeah. Yep. And in P4 we have the number 12 Aston with the bug in it. It's good.
Yeah, that Camaro, I mean, it's a big car.
And he had that penalty as well, so for him to still be in P3 over in GT4 it's good going.
yeah, I mean, to see the Americans and the American manufacturers, trying to push towards introducing GT cars is great. I mean, you had Ford with Le Mans with the 4GT, trying to show that they can still win races, and then it was proven really, and to see Chevrolet across, especially in the European GT4 series with their Camaros, it's quite interesting contrasts. Like the good old days of British touring cars, really, where you saw those Lotus Cortinas and against Ford Galaxies. It's David versus Goliath sometimes, and that can lead to great racing. I mean, you've got the Alpine, which are great in the corners, really lightweight car, versus the Camaro, big stonking V8 as you like, Josh, but
I love it.
Good on the straight. Might be terrible in the corners. It just depends on setup and how it behaves, really. But just shows you that you can have all these different shapes of cars, and the racing's still on point.
I've just been told car number 2 has been given a drive-through for cumulating its incidents in rapid succession on lap 85 and 86 of this race. So that's car number 2 in for a drive-through. I'm also seeing, speaking of commentator's curse, car number 16, the Chevy in GT4, has also been given a drive-through.
Another drive-through.
Another drive-through for car number 16. I think they're just... The car is a big car. I can see why they might be drifting slightly over, but that's them cleared the drive-through, so they'll be getting ready for a pit stop.
Well, we can see number 222 has gone into P3 in the GT4 class.
Because of that, yeah. Robert will be very happy with that. But yeah, Helmut will be shaking his head as he loses another place to debug in the number 12 Aston Martin in GT4. He will be absolutely gutted by that. Probably slamming, probably stopping the steering wheel, getting a bit frustrated. But James, what do you do when you get in that? What do you have to do when you're in that position?
Head down and start grinding, really. I mean, you've lost the positions, but it's just one of those things. Sometimes the penalties don't go in your way, and you've just got to fight back. I mean, I've had races before where we've been leading class, and the safety car comes out at the wrong time, and you come into the pits and lose positions. But sometimes you just got to grind, and you can still come back from that. I mean, we're seeing some great battles right now with some of the GT3s along the back straight. Who is that? The number 9 car following at the moment. With the number 2 as well as the Audi. Oh, there's the Nissan in front.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Aston sends it.
Aston sends it,
as
but
well.
number 2 is Overhouse back in it, so he will be given the sends. But unfortunately, for Overhouse, he also has a drive-through penalty. I suspect that'll be for speeding in the pit lane. Quite a common thing to do, but yeah, I suspect that'll be a drive-through. So you'll be wanting to get ahead and try and put as much time as you can in front of everyone.
Commentator's curse again?
Commentator's curse every time. We also have car number 95, Aston. I probably said that before, but he has a drive-through. And B. Lenders in the number 1 number 1 Audi, my bad, has a stop and go as well. I think it's 15 seconds. While everything's semi-settled down, I've been looking over what people have been putting in, and someone, I believe it's Charger, the guy running the stream for us, James, he said a Rustler's Dirty Burger is his favourite microwave meal. That's just, I'm sure about you, that's ranking. Disgusting.
When you're hanging, or when you've had a few drinks, sometimes these things like Rustlers, they just hit the spot. You just got to hit that sweet spot after a few beers. Sometimes you just got to fulfill the cravings.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm surprised Jake is saying a Pizza Hut for him is tasty, because Pizza Hut is disgusting. I would not choose Pizza Hut for a takeaway. I think if I'm going for a Pizza Hut level takeaway, I'd go for a Domino's or a Mozza.
So this is the thing, right? You've got Domino's, Pizza Hut, and Papa John's. I think to eat in, Pizza Hut's pretty good, but when you're getting takeaway, I think Domino's and Papa John's top than Pizza Hut. Yeah. Personally,
I wouldn't eat in at Papa John's.
Oh no! Well, you can't. If you can anyway, but you know what I mean.
I thought you could. Oh, never mind then. Do you see the car number 1 Lexus overtaking some GT4s? I hope that was a GT4. Yeah, it was a GT4. It's been quite embarrassing. It was a GT3. But yeah, as he goes on into, I deleted the track map for some reason. But yeah, he's entering into turn 8.
Into the back straight.
Turn 8. Yeah, I got it right. Seems. So you can get onto that Posset, which is horrendous turn 9. Do you agree with James? This corner right here.
It's definitely a Marmite corner. It's so frustrating because you've got to wait so long, and that's the apex point there, really. And that's the bit you've got to hook up, and if you don't do it right, you screw yourself, basically. And it's just one of those corners where it takes forever and ever.
I think your microwave's ready.
Yeah, I know. It was the last minute I stirred it, you know.
Oh,
Hopefully.
beautiful.
Should be bang. I'm going to let it sit for 1 minute, but I'll get it up.
We're currently on board with watching Van der Koekoort in the number 33 Lamborghini. He's currently trying to chase down Jay Sanders in the number 23 Nissan. But he's got a nice gap behind him to the number 45 Lamborghini with Badalski. It's going well so far for the number 33, but I'll tell you who's a real winner at the moment is the number 88 Lexus. He's not had any issues whatsoever, and especially with the number 7 Porsche in P2, they've just been a breeze for them. It's just been pass lap traffic, get on with the job, and I think that's what's important, is finding that kind of rhythm, find your gap, find some clean air, get in a rhythm, and then just pump out lap after lap.
Yeah.
Just don't push it, because as soon as you push it, that's when track limits comes into play, and you end up with your drive-throughs and getting shafted. And then on top of that, you've also got other drivers knocking you off and about, and you end up getting either tons of damage or you end up with the stop and goes.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, like around this track, clean and tidy, not abusing track limits is that's where the top boys are going to be. The people who are getting the drive-throughs and the 15-second penalties, that's what's going to be costing people. I think the 88 and 7 at the front have been doing really well. The 33 was up there, was P2, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
So these guys at the front, they've been really lapping, doing some clean laps. Obviously, maybe getting a bit lucky with the traffic and just and keeping it clean, staying out of the way of the GT4s. It's great to see as we see the car 23 in the pits now, who was P4 at the time. So
having said the pit stops are not over. There's still about a 10 of there is a punt onto number 12. That was unlucky, and it's an unfortunate place to stop as well for everyone else behind. Yeah. Right on the apex, that's not where you want to stop and wait for the other driver to get away. But luckily,
was that car 42 by any chance? Commentator's curse again?
Oh, hope not. But yeah, that was unfortunate for the. For that car that got spun sideways, and especially unfortunate for everyone behind who was having to avoid that collision. It's a good thing to see everyone holding their brakes though when they go off.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really good to see.
Not coming back on track and taking someone else out is it's great, really. Thinking about everyone else and not just themselves.
Just watching, I read about it as Verstappen, but it's Verstappen who's dropped down a bunch of places. I believe he was in the pits.
Yes.
But yeah, it's not too bad. Overhouse still trying to chug his way back up, especially after that drive-through that he received, which is quite unfortunate. I suspect his teammate might have handed him the car with 3 strikes on track limits for him to go out and get an extra 1 for that drive-through as soon as he picked it up. But he is getting caught up to by a Pike in for number 999 BMW. So it's quite close up front. We've got C. Morgan, who's about 7/700ths of A. Thompson in the 185 Aston Martin.
Yeah, that was the Callum Morgan we were talking to earlier.
It's Callum
who'd had those issues and dropped back, and now fighting back forwards again.
Yeah, he's fighting his way back forward as we get on board with Lucid and that gaggle of cars.
Oh, definitely.
Jeez, that's a massive herd. It's good to see the GT4s getting out of the way though for the GT3, as there's a car at the back. Looks like he was about to send it into the back of that Nissan, but luckily everything's dandy, everything's fine.
Yeah. That 808 we've seen before, having some good battles.
Having some good battles, but also some incidents as well. Not having a good time with penalties or anything, as you see Bush fighting as the car goes wide on the outside of turn 11 at Bendel. Yeah. But yeah, it's calmed down. It's quite chilled for a pit stop area.
Surprisingly, just the cars coming out the pits can sometimes cause maybe a few headaches for those cars racing, but seems to be at the moment quite clean.
I tell you what, I'm surprised we've not seen anyone punt, go sides, into each other's side at the end of the pit exit.
Oh yes, I agree.
That's always a worry, especially at Paul Ricard, where it does. It's not a smooth transition back onto the track. It's a here you go. You're out on track. Good luck.
Yeah. See a drive through for the car 51 in 21st position, the Ferrari. Not what he needs at the moment.
Definitely not. But now
already
on
4 laps
Luke
down.
Curtin and the number 7 Porsche. Looking back, I believe that is a lapped car behind him. Unless the Horde got really up close and personal, but it doesn't look like it from the timing screens.
Not at the moment, no. Yeah.
As that car dives into the pits. Yeah, currently on board with F Lucid again. Getting lots of screen time for the Bentley, but I've not seen. I believe he's the only Bentley. Let me just have a look-see.
Quite possibly. Quite surprised there aren't more Bentleys out there, actually. I think it's a great car. Great for battling.
It's a bus.
It's a bus, but it's pretty cool. And representing the UK, obviously, the Bentley.
Yeah, definitely. I'm surprised he's not running the Union Jack livery that comes with the game, but
Oh yes, the
you
best.
got to do what you got to do.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's simmered down nicely.
Yeah.
As we see
Car
Jones
42.
second off. Yeah. On board with car 42. Oh, I'm not going to say anything. But yeah, we've got car number 9 catching up to Callum in the Aston Martin as we swap back to Lucid. He's getting all the action with this auto director cam. It's just a massive pack though, and that's a pack of GT3s headed by a GT4 and a GT4 at the back. Wonder what's happening with Voodoo Child. Oh, it's probably back in a GT4.
Was Voodoo Child a bit higher up in the order than
He was a bit
than he is at
higher
the
up,
moment?
but the pit stops are not over yet. We've still got plenty
Yeah, that's a
more
valid point.
to do.
The window's still open.
But yeah, it's going well for him. He's not had too many accidents from what I've seen.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I don't think they've had any penalties as far. Maybe 728, car 728. I haven't seen any for 728. So
if you divert your eyes towards the top of the leaderboard, you can see Callum Morgan is being caught up by Jones in the number 9 Nissan,
yeah,
Strappen in the number 66 Ferrari. Jeez, that's less than a second covering the 3 of them. That's going to be quite a battle.
it's gonna be a battle. Yeah.
I wonder if maybe Jones will pit if he's not already, just to try and get some clean air for his teammate when he comes out, or if he's feeling, you know what, I'm ready for a fight, let's do this. Let's try and get some good action out on track. As he gets up to 600ths behind, oh no, that's Morgan passed by Jones, according to the leaderboard now. Jones has gotten past the number 47 Aston Martin driven by Morgan. And that'll be Verstappen also catching up to Morgan as well. I wonder if Morgan has had an incident, maybe a spin or something, or a half spin, as he's now caught up by Verstappen massively from 6/10 down to 800ths of the time.
Yeah. They're split by hundredths, that group. So that must be a really close battle.
If only Autocam was good.
If only it knew.
Yeah, if only it knew. But yeah, we're currently looking at the GT4s being passed by GT3s, which isn't boring. Like, I do like watching GT4s getting passed by GT3s. Maybe you don't, but
it can be a bit hair-raising, I guess, at times. Especially if they get in a compromised situation, it can cause some very good action, I would say. But yeah, GT4s on GT3s can be, well, from my perspective, a ball ache.
Oh, you look at that. 2 spins and
it looks like
on the final lap
collision
on the final corner at Virage on corner 14.
I think it was a GT4 and GT3, the BM and the Cayman, possibly.
Must be maybe the GT3 cutting across the GT4, the GT4 squeezing, not realising the GT3's there.
Yeah, that last corner is pretty tricky for traffic from that perspective. So yeah, not surprised that it was the last turn onto the pit straight.
Yeah, but as Tiger was saying earlier, there's no need to. Yes, you want to get past the traffic as fast as you can, but there's no need for heroics. You know, as the F1 race engineer says, no heroics into Saint Devote. There is no need for it. You end up compromising your own race and the GT4 race, and maybe you'll get slapped a cheeky penalty for causing a collision, which no one wants. That's just an absolute shame if you get that.
Exactly. And that just depends on how keen your stewards are, I guess, really.
Well, luckily they've been very awake, and they've also been. What I like about this league is you guys have so many chat windows, like tons of them, and I've been flickering through them. So you've got like an endurance chat where all the drivers can chat to each other, as there's a little nudge between the GT4 Audi and the Porsche. Geez, and that's actually Tiger's car that was nudged as well by the GT4. So maybe Tiger will be onto his mate Dave and tell him to calm down a bit because he wants the car in one piece. We'll see what happens. But yeah, as I was saying, with this league, they've got so many chat windows. Have you gone through them, James?
Not yet.
There's the endurance chat. I've kept the live incident verdicts up because you can see what I can see what penalties we're given out over stewards as it comes. There's so many chats, so many. There's incident reporting, so you can fill out a form. It's mental. Imagine if we had this in the Scottish League phase. It's absolutely mental. It's bonkers.
Yeah.
So we've watched car number 3 passing the GT4 Mercedes.
GT4 had an interesting line for that previous corner. Just seems to go straight on and then come back on track. So definitely would expect track fix for that car.
Well, as you say about Mr. Skull, that very Mercedes has been given a drive-through penalty, which I'm not surprised by in the slightest.
There we go.
Yeah, it's absolutely mental. Have you gone through this? This team driver request for the inject. They've got race calendar stuff as well.
Oh, look.
You really should go through all this. It's so much.
Oh wow. Very organised at RWB International. Lots of chat.
Yeah, tons. Yeah, definitely massive shout out to the stewards. They've actually been super fair from what we've seen, and I've not seen anyone complain. So I don't know if that's the stewards being like a bit of a Jean Balestre and be like, "That's my decision, and that decision is final," or the drivers actually being respectful and putting their hands up and going, "Yeah, my bad."
I think
stuff happens.
The stewards are there to determine what racing is acceptable and what racing isn't, and if the guidelines are clear from RWB International that this is the racing we want to see and this is the racing that isn't, it's very clear cut that the penalties that are given out. So it's great to see, and as we've seen, the stewards are also racing as well and swapping between stints. So if you're the one dishing out penalties and then you're going on track and doing the same thing that you've just given out a penalty for, it's probably not going to look good. So
they can't judge on their teammates though. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I was going to say.
James, maybe we should be stewards. Penalty. If
you had control and then if you could add ballast to random people, that would be amazing. At any point in the race, just add 200 kilos. Make the racing interesting.
I am interested in knowing though if because ACC has their own driver rating, whether you're amateur, silver, gold, platinum. I'm seeing a lot of kind of amateur rated in ACC fighting with the silvers and the golds. I'm wondering if any of that comes into play or with this league, or whether it's just kind of a ignore that. I hope it's just a ignore that, but yeah. I've been told Jake Moore needs an elephant in the boots.
He is running away with it at the moment.
Yeah, he does seem to be absolutely mad, but he's just dived into the pits. But unfortunately for Van der Kukkert in the number 33 Lamborghini, he has been given a drive-through.
Oh my
Oops,
god.
that is unfortunate. But the number 88 Lexus has come out of the pits and he's still miles ahead. He's already at turn 1, turn 2, and the P2 car has not even gone past the final corner.
Yeah,
he's just walking away. And that's an alien right there. Proper alien.
That is a dominant lead.
As we see Tyrion getting past the Lexus, because that's the teammate of Tiger we were speaking to earlier.
Yeah.
But yes, this is good racing, good, clean, fun.
Yeah.
And hopefully entertaining for you guys. Are you guys enjoying it out there? Put something in the chat. I've not actually been paying attention to how many people are watching this, but hopefully we're not just chatting to ourselves, and people out there are actually enjoying it. But yeah, it's great fun so far.
Yeah, there's about 33 watching there, 32. 33 is the best number, isn't it, Josh?
Yeah, we know. Well, at least I know. For those who don't know, James races under the number 33 because he believes he's Verstappen. As we see Verstappen trying to dive down the inside. I should get that one correct. And yeah, the Voodoo Child is catching up to Verkens in the number 69. And you know who's in the number 69? Mr. Alex. He might not be too keen on that. I wonder if we can get Alex in though. See, I wonder if we can get folk in. Oh yeah, we've got someone waiting to join, Rodders. But yeah, hopefully we'll get him in the bit, because it will be nice to actually chat to some other people, James. I don't know about you, but I've been coming up with a long list of questions to ask people to throw them off the game, you know. And
the chat just now.
Hello, Mr. Rodders. How are you doing?
Hello, how you doing, guys?
Great.
Enjoying everything. It's class so far.
So I'm Jay McKee on track, teammate Sean Bennett, so thought I'd pop in.
Okay. Awesome. How are you finding it out there? Have you found the darkening conditions to be a bit tricky, or managing it?
I race in VR, so I do find it tricky to adjust to your instincts for the apexes go off for 5 laps or so, but it's not too bad, and we've got fortunately a really good lead, so we're able to just take it just that tiny bit steadier. We're not racing hard, so it's not a dig. The GT3s have generally been excellent. There's been a few overzealous, but it's generally terrifying, especially when you're in the front. We've taken damage twice off them. The last I get hit, I was put into a spin, and then he hit me again and straightened me up. So I guess I should half thank them for it. But it's.
Were you out in the Aston, I believe, was it?
What was I saying? I've just got engine noise from my teammate. I can't come out of VR, so it's so noisy. I can barely hear you. Sorry.
How do you find VR compared to using a normal screen? Like, how long did it take for you to adapt to it? Because I know some people struggle using VR quite late off the bat.
It does seem some take it more than others. I can't really drive any other way now. It's the only way I've driven in Sims for years now, so all my instincts are honed to being in VR. But I love it. The immersion is second to none. ACC's by far the worst VR sim out there, but with some jiggery pokery you can get it decent. But still, the loss of resolution, the immersion over that's just, for me, is no contest. But I know some like Charger, the sort of founder of the club, he's a total triples, all the way. He doesn't like the loss of resolution.
Yeah. Sorry, just a button there. Car number 88 in P1 has just been given a drive-through penalty. I suspect for speeding in the pit lane as he's just coming up the pits now. That's quite unfortunate. But yeah, because I've used head tracking. There's a punt from number 46. Come on, guys, what's going on here? We were just saying how clean everything was going. But hi, we've also got Debug in here as well.
Hello.
Debug.
People here.
Rodders.
I've almost got a bone to pick with you when I pitted there.
Yeah, come on, guys, let's battle it out. Right.
What? Oh, do you know what happened? So I put in a steward report about Boucher because I was behind him for about 2 or 3 laps, and he just wouldn't move.
Yeah.
And in the end, I think I had about 2 or 3 GT3 cars. I had you as well. And I was like, this is ridiculous. Just go past Rodders.
Yeah, well, we get I think there was 4 GT3s, I think, fighting for position. I'm letting them pass now because we've got such a lead. I can't risk it. But I think it might have been the same dude. I held me up for a whole lap and my light flashes didn't work. I forgot. I don't know why, but I couldn't flash them.
Oh, okay.
But we got past eventually. But have you noticed there's a lot of cars shuffling position? They're not, and that's when you're passing a back marker that doesn't know you're there. That's very nervy.
It's been the most frustrating thing. I personally think all GT4 drivers in this race tonight should be awarded a medal.
Yeah, so
100%.
As somebody that normally drives the faster class, everyone should have to drive the slower class at some point. I knew what to expect, but I really didn't understand it until experiencing that. It's terrifying, but it's really good fun. I mean, about 5, 6, well, I was about 8, 9 laps into the race. You kind of just settling in. I did the first stint, and your hearts went down steady, and then the wave of GT3 hit, and it was like, whoa, adrenaline, Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, as you guys can see on the stream right now, we've got a massive pack of GT4s being passed by GT3s. It's just
I'm a bit
mental.
behind, I
What do
think,
you
on
guys
watching
prefer to do? Do you prefer the GT4s to move out of the way, or would you rather the GT4s
well.
stay in line?
Well, officially, the GT3's driver line, and the GT4's driver line, the GT3's pass, but there's self-preservation comes into it. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to name any names, but there's certain cars already I know they're going to do things that are a bit rash. They just don't. They're not patient enough. So, but if I was racing for position and it was really close, I would probably have a bit more of a beef with some because we've got a good lead at the moment to just take it safe. But
Yeah.
pure debug.
For me, I mean, I know Pinpoint, my teammate, has been a bit shoulders out tonight. So any guy who's going on a late dive on Pinpoint, he's just cutting them off. And as a GT4 driver in this league, literally every single time you see a GT3 car come up, you've just got to be on it every single second. There's not. If you're not on it, you're going to have a horrible crash because some of the GT3 cars, I mean, understandably, I know they're racing, but they're just going for such tight gaps. And at the end of the day, I think Rodders, I'm of the opinion if we've got a racing line, you kind of need to allow us to take it.
Aye. So you basically need to be strongly on the racing line. If you show any hint of doubt, that's the worst thing you can do. So either definitely leave space or definitely take the line. And anyone that's diving now, we're just giving way, and we've reported quite a few of the moves anyway.
Yeah, because James and I. Sorry, go for it. So James and I have noted quite a lot of incidents between GT3 drivers making dives, especially on the very last corner where it is essentially a hairpin.
Yeah.
And you've got the GT4s taking their line, but you have to go wide to take your line. So you have GT3s going through essentially a closing door. And you've seen that about 2 or 3 times.
That corner. Sorry, but I came up to that corner and I was lapping somebody. He let me pass them just before that corner, but then a GT4 took me on the outside. But there was confusion. I'm not 100% sure what happened. Before I knew it, I had a GT4 on the inside of that apex that hit me at the same time. So there was me lapping somebody in a GT4 and 2 GT3s trying to pass at the same time, all in that corner.
Well, the daft thing is as well, when you're putting yourself offline to make a pass on a GT4 anyway, 9 times out of 10, you've either got to slam your anchors on so you don't go wide, or you are going offline. So it is a bit bizarre, but anyway.
But just looking at the race, so it looks like Jake and Zach have got a decent lead in GT3s.
Yeah, they've been comfortably ahead. They got a drive-through, as I said, when you guys came in, and they're still leading quite comfortably off ahead. We're not too sure, like James and I were discussing it, we're not 100% sure how they've got a massive lead compared to P2, but P2 is also holding it quite nicely as well.
It's probably Speed Demon mainly, and just getting a bit of bad luck, because I think, what's the chap's name? I forgot it. It was the guy in the blue Merc that was leading the race for quite a while. We got into second, past helmet, and then something happened, because the next I knew we were in first, and then a number of laps later he came out of the pits directly in front of me, but a lap down. So I don't know what happened to them, but it was Toads, I think. I felt for them because that they had cracking pace, but I must admit the Aston, I thought we picked the wrong car because it really lacks in straight line speed, and on a track like this you'll get passed easily and then held up in the corners where you're quicker with the same class. But it looks like everyone's having issues, and I'm guessing they've went really low downforce for top speed, and the Aston has just been solid so far. So touch wood, it's paying off so far.
We've had to do a lot of tyre management in these last few stints, as the tyres have just been falling off. They've been getting our pressures have obviously been wrong, but obviously as it's been getting, I don't know if you found this, Rods, but as it's been getting darker and later through the night, the pressures are dropping slowly. So every single time we go into pits now, we've got to alter the pressures.
Yep. Aye. So the tendency is they'll naturally lose a bit of pressure over a stint because you can't drive them as hard. But I think the track temp's just about stabilised now. So we adjusted them 0.2 the first stop, 0.4 the second. That's up, and then we've kept it at that for the third. So, but yeah, you were usually about 27 psi in the opening bit of a stint, and then it would drop to about 26.5 or so, which is anyway between that. But yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, we now have Varley in as well in this chat. Hi Varley, how you doing?
Hello, it's doing okay.
We've also got a smug bastard in.
Oh yeah, Rigel's back in.
We got two ends of the spectrum then.
Ride just doing his normal. You just quietly, you just creep up the field before you know it, he's behind you.
Well, you look like you got this one in the bag in a minute, Rodders, but we've profited from other people's. Yeah, we've profited from other people's drive-throughs and whatnot. So.
You're doing great in that car, mate. And I think it's a wee bit similar to the Aston, that it's clearly got a loss of straight line pace, but over a lap it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good in the corners. It loses the back end a little bit if you brake too hard, and it loses in the straights just a little bit. But overall lap pace, it's not far off, and it's just consistency. Not getting the track cuts.
Yeah, that's screwed us. I got a drive-through penalty with like 10 or 5 minutes left before Pinners took over. I was like, oh, debug. But we're pretty happy. Like, we're in fourth at the moment, so I can't complain about that. You know, it's been a pretty good race.
Yeah, something myself and Josh were talking about is the guys at the front seem to be cutting the track a lot less, which suggests that, you know, to be up there, you've got to stay within the limits.
Oh, it pays. It definitely pays.
I've also just seen coming up on the weather forecast, we've got rain coming in about 15 minutes. Yeah.
Oh no.
So yeah, as Martin Legg says, thank you to whoever did a rain dance, because it seems to be everyone's dreams are coming true. It's going to be rain with 2 hours 30 minutes left of the race.
Well,
so
the thing
that'll be
is,
something that we desperately needed, because
is it just gonna rain for a little bit, or is it gonna? It looks like it's in for.
At the moment, I've just seen. Yeah. Just
Okay.
at the moment,
If
but
it's light rain in the middle of a stint, you shouldn't have to pit, as long as it doesn't get too heavy before your scheduled pit stop.
That's right.
But then you've got
Well-
a decision on: do you take slicks with wet pressures, or do you change to wets? It depends how quickly it gets heavier.
unfortunately for you guys, me and James are going to be praying for heavy rain. Unfortunately for you guys, but yeah, I mean, everyone loves it when it. Well, I think everyone watching loves it when it suddenly changes to be from a dry track, especially mid-stint, when it's the worst time for it to start heavy raining.
I don't look forward to GT3s in the rain, passionately.
Especially with the rubbed line coming into play as well.
Yeah.
Right,
Rubbed line.
on that, I'm going to pop out and warn my teammate.
Yeah, I'm funny enough.
Yeah, likewise. strangely enough.
See you later, boys.
Good luck.
Right. Fucking time to piss Pinners off.
Rain, the greatest equaliser.
It is the greatest equaliser, as we were saying earlier. Sorry, we've not been able to chat to you much, Varley. Kind of got swarmed at that point.
Oh, it's fine.
How have you been? You've kind of been sitting there a bit quiet in the corner, but
It's not been great. It's been fun, but first stint really well. Started 9th, I think came into pits 7th, and then during the driver change, we got a 2-minute controls lock.
Oh, yes.
oh, that was you guys, yeah.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
Yeah. So
You dead last.
No, we weren't dead last. I think we were 22nd. I think it put us down. So we went down a lap and a bit, and then Dan did his stint, and he did a really clean stint. Did really nice. And then in my stint, I realised that my rear view mirror wasn't on. So check the chat, and someone asked the same question. the rear view mirror disappears during the driver change, and someone said, "Oh, press F6." I think it's F6. F6 is actually changes the camera, so then the camera is looking at the driver out the left-hand window.
Yeah, the
And
best
so-
camera view.
So I was going down the main street, looking out the left, and was terrified. So I pulled over, panic pressing all the F keys, couldn't find it. So, because I was just sat in the middle of the street.
Yeah, we were confused by that. We saw you pulling over to the side and slow down a bit, and
That's when I was really
really
panicking,
confused on what was going on.
And then I returned to garage, and then that was another 2-minute control lock. So that's put us right to the back. And then
You're car 116, aren't you?
yeah, 114,
114,
yeah.
sorry, with merchants as well.
Yeah, and then Dan's he was doing fine, and then he overtook a GT4 fine, and then the GT4 just went in too hot, hit Dan. He went off, but then he got a corner cut, so he had to drive through. So yeah, it's it's been fun. First stint was great. The second stint was fun as well because I unlapped a guy. I don't think he was very happy about it, but yeah, it's.
You're allowed to unlap yourself.
Exactly.
I know, it was good fun.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's. But I'm just waiting for the rain now. So it's.
Yeah, it is hoping. Yeah, it currently looks like it's medium cloud at the moment, but again, 15 minutes time it's expected light rain, according to our doohickeys. So it's hoping. We're currently looking at Overhouse, overtaking Verstappen. Have you been racing with these guys much? Because me and James are new to this. Fresh out the box, imported straight from China. Probably for your pleasure. Overnight shipping and everything. So yeah, have you raced much in this series and with other people?
I've joined RWB now. But I pretty much only came. I played with these guys back in 3 years ago in Project Cars 2, and then I rejoined probably about 7 weeks ago. Lockdown boredom.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's really filled my time. It's really good set of guys. And I can't go into public lobbies now. It's such a different. The standard's so much better.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't beat 30 SA rated servers on Monza. Just can't beat them. Yeah, as we're currently watching a teammate now go around, it looks like he's passing some GT4s, which is much better than being passed by GT4s for you, especially in the current circumstance. Are you planning on just chugging along? Because we are just over the halfway mark, so what's your plan now for...
Yeah, well, I think our driver stint time's going to land on the hour mark, so we should be fine on driver stint for 2 more stops. I'll be next. The interesting thing that I only found out today was that Dan actually he double booked himself. He's actually doing a 24-hour iRacing race at the same time today. So I don't know how he's gonna feel at the end of this, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he loves racing. I don't think there's a lot of people who love racing that much to do a 24-hour race at the same time as a 6-hour race. But yeah,
I'm sure he's more eager to go back into the iRacing one after the position we put ourselves in.
But yeah, he seems to be doing alright. Like, you guys are slowly clawing your way back up. Like, yeah, you're 6 laps down, but you are clawing your way back up. Looking at the timing, it is slowly improving. You are faster than O'Neill in the number 51 and the guy in the number 91 Porsche. You two are clawing your way back up. So here's hoping.
Yeah, and we're pretty much a pro-am team.
Here's hoping.
Yeah. So probably in the next stint we'll claw a few more. Oh, he's gone wide. But I hope he hasn't got to drive through for that. I think we're good. But yeah, so we should our aim now is just not last, and we're succeeding that at the moment. So yeah,
because I think you have the number 2 BMW behind you. I think at the moment, they've had a shocker of a race as well. But yeah, like, how are you finding track limits around here? Because Paul Ricard is kind of notorious for being, well, a track that ends up with a lot of people getting penalties. Are you guys doing alright with them?
Well, apart from that contact where it pushed us up, I mean, obviously because I'm the faster driver, I abuse the track more, so I get more warnings. But I've been fine. Because we've had some practice races before this, and I didn't get any warnings in either of those practice races. So I've done tons of practice, lots of practice laps. Yeah, I enjoy this. I didn't like this track to begin with. It's mentally tiring if you're learning this track and it's like, oh, I hate track limits. But once I've come to learn to the track, yeah, it's really good fun.
I think we were discussing this track earlier, and it seems to be quite a Marmite track. It's a bit flat, and you can get a bit lost sometimes, and it's very easy to do track limits, as you probably found out, when you push a bit too hard. But yeah, I suppose with time you might learn to love it.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you get put into tricky situations as well, like navigating GT4 traffic, and then you're on a different line, and But it's been fine. Quite a lot of time I've just stayed behind, cut across on acceleration, and hardly lose any time that way. It's I think the only thing I just wish Kunos would update is the pit lane, because it is terrifying coming in and out of that pit lane.
We were saying the exit is a bit interesting.
Yeah, the exit kind of launches you out there, because boom, you're in the middle of everyone.
Yeah, because when I was ending my stint, I was overtaking the GT4, and he just decided that I'm not going to make you work for it. So we went side by side in the last corner, but I wanted to come in. It was horrendous.
Yeah, we saw that. I think we might have seen that, or we've definitely seen some incidents around that last corner. It seems to be a well-known place for those sorts of things.
I mean, typically that last corner is not ideal for passing GT4s, but it was just circumstance then. Yeah,
definitely.
So I've got a question for you.
Go on.
So I've asked this to one guy already. I want to kind of get a feel for what's going on out there. What's your favourite ice cream flavour?
What? Oh.
Does it depend on the day?
Oh, don't give him that option. You make it easy.
Caramel honeycomb.
Oh, that's a okay.
Oh, as you see, I'll win in the number 27 Aston Martin be spun. It looks like he got spun off at the second to last corner.
I would like to jump in and say that there is even heavier rain in 15 minutes now.
I've just seen that as well. 15
I might have to
rain
here soon. Yeah, just to talk about our strategy. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. We won't leave you. We won't hold you away from your teammates.
That's fine. Yeah, but no, it's been good to pop in and chat.
Thanks for coming along. Good luck with the heavy rain. Hopefully it's not too bad. We'll be hoping it's really bad, but hopefully for you it's not too bad.
Well, it's on the only way is up from here, so
yeah,
exactly.
Okay, right. Cheers, guys.
Good luck.
Thank you. Good luck.
That rain's gonna throw a curveball in for everyone, I think.
Yeah, definitely. We'll just give a quick rundown because we've had a lot of people jump in and out of the chat recently. I'm sorry, James, while you're off for a piss, there was like 8 people in the chat talking to me, and I just got swamped. I was like, oh, just stay quiet for a bit. In P1, we've got the number 88 Lexus as per usual, with Etsia behind the wheel. In P2, we have the number 33 Lamborghini with Van der Kugert currently sitting about 16-17 second mark behind him, so he is gaining slowly to the number 88 car in P1. In third place, we have Taverin in the Porsche number 7 car. We have Brucker in the number 23 Nissan. He's been sitting around a P4, P5. He and Nepone seem to have been... they were jumping about a little bit, but it seems to be he's got a fairly decent lead now with 23 seconds to Nepone in P5, in the number 45 Lamborghini. And then we have Peck in the number 17 Ferrari in P6. The GT4s, it's pretty much been the same story as usual. We've had It's just jumped away, hasn't it?
I think it was Bennett in P1.
Yeah,
and the
Bennett in
Aston,
P1, the Alpina in P2.
Yeah, car 20.
Number 20 with our buddies over there. Then we have our moment in the number 222 BMW with Pinpoint in the number 12 Aston Martin in P4, and Jordan in the Chevy in P6 in the number 16. But he does have a drive-through penalty, so expect to see him drop down.
Dropping down a bit further. He was in P3, and now another drive-through, and seems to be going in the wrong direction for him.
He is. It's not been good for the Chevy. The Chevy was doing superbly well, especially for a heavy brick car, but it seems to be dropping down the order. So I wonder when he'll be taking that. Probably to try and get in some fresh air. So hopefully his teammates telling him timings of when a nice gap is for him to come out and clean air.
Yeah, we had Martin Legg in the chat as well, saying the proper race is about to begin in 15 minutes when the rain comes, and I think
we've got Eddie Warden as well jumping in. One of the buddies of Alex, our boys in number 69. He was still P18. They're not really going forwards, but luckily they're not going backwards either. But Alex did say that his car was more tuned towards heavy wet. So I bet when he saw it was light rain, he was hoping it would turn into heavy rain. So he's going to be over the moon about that because he was dreading it being light rain.
Well, you know, those first few spits on the windscreen, you know, it's just psychological at that point in time. The track is still dry, but once it starts to come down heavier and heavier, that's when the strategy will come into play. And coming into the pit window again as well, that's going to be very interesting on strategy. You know, do you pray and hope that it's just going to be a short spell, or do you go for a full wet setup and hope that it keeps on raining, basically. So we'll see what the teams do.
Yeah, as we see on the weather forecast in the top right, if your video is 1080p or 720p, you can see in the top right, the very far left bit of the top right, it says that it's light rain now. It's imminent any moment, with heavy rain coming in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Here's hoping the last 2 hours are going to be fully wet, because I don't know about you, James, but as we can see on the screen, it's starting to come.
The psychological rain at the moment.
Yeah, it's psychological rain, as James was saying, and because they have been driving for about 3 hours 45 minutes, there is a rubbered line now. It has been established, and if you don't know what rubbered line is like in the wet, James, what is the rubbered line like in the wet?
The rubbered line in the wet is like driving on ice. It's obviously dependent on the tyres you're on, obviously, and the track you're at, but usually the rubbered line is horrendous, and you've got to take a completely different line in the wet. And you'll have this crossover period where you can stay on the rubbered line as they are now, while it's still spitting, but there will be a point where they have to start switching over to that wet line and searching for parts of the track that aren't rubbered in, they don't become greasy and slippy as the rubbered line does. And teams will start to be thinking about wet tyres as well, probably in the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so, because those slicks are going to be fairly tricky. Having driven on slicks in the wet, it's fun and entertaining, but also very, very scary.
It's not fast. So as you can imagine, right now we're currently enjoying a brief period. I was hoping that the heavy rain would appear midway through a stint, but as we're coming towards the end of a stint, I wonder if drivers will stick it out until the end of the 15 minutes when it is their pit window.
Valid point,
because they have to pit at a 2 hour mark, at least at the 2 hour 10 mark in 4 minutes. Otherwise, they're going to have to do 3 stops. They can get away with 2 stops if they pit on the 2 hour 10 mark.
But I think that's probably the best call.
Definitely. But right now it seems quite light. It is just psychological, as you say.
Yeah. 100%.
But expect those interval times to start jumping about as people get used to the wet. So you have some people who are instantly center-like in the wet, just snapping and going straight away quite quickly. So expect the order to jump about.
Yeah, and I think, the different cars are going to show their different strengths again. I mean, some of the cars are definitely more tuned for the wet, and we're probably going to see that within the next 15 minutes or so. And those cars, as you say, are going to be moving about all over the place, which is going to be great for us to watch.
And hopefully for the Alpina as well, the car number 20. With it being a lighter car, hopefully it'll be better in the wet and give them an even higher advantage. The Boatley, though, it could just sink into the track, just absolutely go around blistering time, but they are down in P21. That's with Lucid behind the wheel of the 808 Bentley.
Ooh,
As there's a collision, that's 3 cars being taken off. And the Porsche, what is the Porsche doing? Number 91 car. He doesn't hold his brakes, he tries to recover it and absolutely throws it offline.
Yeah,
What's
that
he
was
doing? Nearly collecting the other car. That was...
Porsche 911 GT3, and I couldn't see what that third car was. Was it Ferrari there?
Yeah, it looked like a
Caught it
Ferrari.
together.
Looked like a GT3 Ferrari. So that'll be GT3s trying to pass a GT4 whilst passing each other at the same time.
Yeah.
Not what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, and it could, the rain's a factor in this point in time. It could have been a bit slippy at that specific corner, so this is what we're going to see probably a bit more of over the next sort of 10-15 minutes. And I think everyone will be diving in the pits as soon as they can.
Ouch indeed, yeah, the pit lane is going to be swarming with cars in a bit. Especially if those guys picked up damage, they're going to be praying for that 2-hour-10 mark to come as fast as possible.
Definitely.
For them to be able to go in and still be underneath that minimum time. That being said, though, I'm hearing a lot of tyre squealing, and the track looks greasy. It looks greasy. You can see lots of cars going wide.
Off, yeah.
The car number 11 in that Porsche, he looks kind of quite stable, actually. I was surprised I thought the Porsche would be throwing it off all the time, but it's the Audi.
Yeah, some of these cars, they surprise you, and some of the drivers are well knowing to just stay within their limits at this point in time. The track's becoming a bit greasier, and just trying to hold out for that pit window, I think, is probably the smartest choice.
So that is heavy rain in about 5 minutes, and then it switches back to kind of rain. So it goes light rain now, heavy rain, and then rain. So that's going to change things up quite drastically, actually.
Definitely.
But yeah, it'll be nice to see some wet weather. I was hoping we'd get wet weather. I saw some people saying 50% rain means dry track. I was really hoping that wasn't the case. I'm quite glad Martin gave his rain dance and started hopping about on one leg, trying to get the rain shaker out. But yeah, here we go. Let's see it. So you can see the rain coming down quite a lot actually. Now it looks a bit heavier. Don't know if that's psychological or not.
No, that's definitely getting greasy now.
Looks very greasy.
We saw the 11 Caven go a bit wide at the back straight, right-hander. So definitely starting to play a factor now, and they're that time's starting to probably drop.
Definitely, you can see the Lexus there taking it very slowly off the cars behind him as well.
Yeah. I think this is definitely the point to crack open a fresh beer, because I think there's going to be get some popcorn, because this is the point. This is the point in the race you definitely want to be watching as well.
Definitely, it's about 30 seconds until the pit window opens for the guys on the 2-stop stint, which would be the smartest thing to do. Realistically, you do not want to do a 3 stint. It's pointless. You're wasting a pit stop, especially if they can just nurse it round. I reckon these guys that we're watching now, Bergasma in the Lamborghini and the Porsche behind them, they're kind of in. I think they're in the correct window. They could sneak it in. I reckon. You could definitely sneak it in.
Yeah, definitely.
Underneath the 2-minute 10 mark.
I think you've got to remember that these all are going to be doing driver changes, and these drivers are going to be coming out onto a track that they're not used to now, because they've been doing dry lapping and now coming into wet lapping, and they're going to be having to find the grip and learn where it's slippy and where it isn't, and definitely creates a new perspective to the race as well. Yeah,
they'll be having to chat to their teammates now, the guys in the car, sorry. Has to be chatting to their teammates right now, trying to describe what the conditions are like. They're trying to figure out what tyre pressures to switch the wets onto to try and make them optimised. But I think, as the guys were saying earlier, slicks with a lower pressure, that is not going to be the good call, I reckon, in the next 5 minutes. That heavy rain is nearing.
Yeah.
Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. I know it's that time of night where you maybe want to go away for a quick piss. You want to grab a beer. You want to grab dinner, whatever. Don't go anywhere. Stay here, because it's about to get interesting. As we see the car number 51 be given a drive-through for what probably was track limits, especially in the wet right now. But you can see the Alpina behind, just there. Is that the Alpina? It looks like the Alpina.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, that's the Alpina.
Number 20 Alpina, sticking with the GT3. This is mental.
This is what happens when you've got wet weather. I mean, the GT3s can't get the power down. They can't use the aero.
Until it gets to the straight and then by Alpina.
Yeah, it just shows you, because they can't hold more lateral G with the extra aero. So it only comes to the straights where they're a bit quicker. But yeah, this is what happens when the track starts to get a bit wet.
But it looks like the very last GT3 in the very last car in the GT3 pack is finally out of the GT4 pack, so he will be. It's now GT3, and then GT4. No GT4 as they come together.
Collision.
I'm unsure about that. It looked like the car 21 was lapping someone.
I think the car on the outside didn't see the Aston coming down the inside and start to turn in, so I think it was just
the Aston
a
on the
racing
inside
incident.
looked like he was ahead, so it's unfortunate. It is a racing incident, but stuff happens. As we look at these guys, they are luckily sliding in nicely into each other, but GT3s do need to calm down, especially in this wet weather, as the pit window is now open, so it's
great to see.
Expect to see lots of people going through, and there's lots of drive-throughs popping up now for track limit infringement.
Definitely, the track limit's definitely playing a factor now. People losing the grip, not knowing where it is, and going off track, as we've just seen there with the Cayman.
Just with Jay Medley in the number 11 Porsche.
So definitely going to be a factor now. People who can keep it on track will probably benefit from this.
Definitely, but it's surprising no one's jumped into the pits just yet. They are allowed to go into the pits now, but I wonder if the track is still okay for them to drive around. I mean, yes, people will be going over track limits, but maybe it's still faster than their wet times. They've probably practiced in the wet, know what their base wet time is, and then go for it. Martin Leg's wet tyres are now optimum. But we've just hit the heavy rain points in the forecast. So it is now heavy rain.
It's going to cross over to the wet tyres. You saw people staying out in the slicks. This is definitely the point, I think, to start switching to the wets. I think the lap times are going to drop on the slicks as
we are seeing lots of people going to the pits now. We see number 20
in.
Alpina, the number 222 BMW GT4s going to the pits. From the T808 Bentley and the number 64 Lamborghini. There's probably others, but unfortunately, according to our timing screens, we cannot see them just yet.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely the right call. Start jumping in. It means you're more consistent, a bit safer on those wet tyres. You didn't want to jump in too early. Otherwise, you go out on a semi-dry track and you start destroying wet tyres, which you don't want to do. If you start taking the edge off, the sharp edge off those tread blocks of the wet tyre, they become less efficient at clearing the water. So definitely the right call to stay out a little bit longer on the slicks, make sure the track's getting wet, and then get...
there's a punt there onto the GT4. GT3s do need to calm down quite a lot. This is just getting a bit mental. I'm expecting the incident verdicts chat from the stewards to start lights up. As GT3s are getting quite cocky and used to overtaking GT4s into kind of tight spots, but now they cannot do that, as I see tons of people pitting now, especially up towards the top. I did see the guy in P2 though catching up to the guy in P1. His times have been getting closer and closer. That interval's coming down.
Was the P2 the Lamborghini, I believe, wasn't it?
I believe so. So
if the Lamborghini,
maybe the Nissan has pitted as well. Unsure, but let's find out.
Yeah, well, we've definitely got rain on the cards for the next at least 15 minutes.
Definitely. So we've also got it's a standard rain for the next 15 minutes. Everything.
So it's going to be an interesting race from now on in, I think. This is where, the great equaliser we've been talking about is going to come into play, and we're going to see separate the boys from the men, I think, and who can extract the most performance from these cars in the wet.
Chuck Donaldson's just pointed something out very interesting. Have you seen what that forecast thing is in the top right for 15 minutes? That looks like heavier rain forecast.
That's going to be interesting.
This is going to be fun.
This is going to get serious now. These guys are going to be searching for grip, staying off that rubbered line, and really keeping an eye on their tyres. Maybe going up a bit on the traction control. The more you work those wet tyres, the more you spin them up, the more tread you're taking off them, and the less efficient they're going to be. So really, tyre management is the key here, and keeping on top of them for an hour or so stint is going to be crucial for when you hand over to your co-driver, because those wets are going to go off. If you're pushing hard, they're going to go off pretty quick.
I'm looking at the weather symbols for ACC, because I've never seen that star before in the top right of a cloud for rain, and I'm wondering if
is it lightning?
I wonder if there's lightning inbound.
You could be getting a good show here.
It could be a lot of fun.
Yep, you guys out there, dinner and a show. That's what we want to see. So following the number 8 Porsche at the moment.
That'll be Tiger who we're speaking to now. As we switch across the number 3 BMW, he's unfortunately had a not a pleasant race. He's down all the way at the bottom of the GT3 class. He has managed to get himself out of the mix of the GT4 kind of rankings, but yeah, it's not been a good time for him.
9 laps down on the leader. As the Ferrari goes wide there. Not a great place to be in, but still 2 hours to go, as we've been saying. You can definitely maybe try and make up a few places. I know it'll probably be difficult, but hopefully he can find some bit more pace. Maybe his car is going to be better suited to the wet here.
100p. We do know that some guys have set up their car for wet because they were told it could be raining. So I wonder if some guys are banking on it raining.
Maybe.
As we see the number 16 Camaro Chevy get another drive-through penalty. He's going to be gutted.
Those guys have been racking up the drive-throughs throughout this race. He was in, I think it was P2 or P3, and they've just been dropping down and down. Just needs to stop AC and be abusing track limits.
Just needs to find a rhythm.
Yeah, just needs to keep it clean. Yeah. So it's a bit unfortunate for him.
Number 23 23 Nissan of Jay Sanders. I thought he was up in P3. I don't know what's happened to him.
Yeah, I thought he was a bit higher as well. But he
seems to have dropped down.
Dropped down a bit there.
Not only just pit stops, but if that is 3 places dropped up towards the top, that is not going to be fun for him.
Yeah, I mean, you've got
that is lightning. Top right, number 15 minutes. Yeah. That is lightning. We have a storm on the way, guys. Do not go anywhere. It's going to get exciting. Well, damn it. Hang on, let me do that again. It's going to get electrifying. There we go. That's what we wanted. It is going to get electrifying. As you can look at the dashboard now. Jeez, it is wet.
Yeah. Some of these cars going down there, they get electrocuted by the lightning. You're back to the feature all over again.
I've just been told by FX UK. Very happy that he's told me this, because apparently the plus means intense. So now it's heavy rain. 5 minutes, it's intense heavy rain. 15 minutes, storm. As we're on board with helmet, and the 16 Chevy's just been given a stop go 30 seconds.
Oh my god.
Instead of a drive through. He just needs to simmer down. He's
struggling.
He's suspended as we're watching the number 20 Alpina.
Yep. Hopefully.
Very dainty car.
That I think you think it'd be quite light. I wonder how good it would probably be better on its tyres, and it could do well in the wet. It seems to have a decent gap to the guys behind. McKee obviously out in front in the Aston, but yeah, the Alpine are doing really well. Very surprised at the calibre of cars it's up against, but the guys have definitely pulled the finger out, done something good with the setup, or they're just exceptional drivers. And that Alpina up there, P2. We saw Butters. Was it Butters up there? That was further up the field, but down in 35th place, and I'd say, what's that?
As the Alpina throws its arms
had a moment.
Luckily manages to keep it composed and gets back on it. Luckily he's not lost out too much to demark.
Yeah. Looking at Butters in 35th position, I thought he was a bit higher up the order, but
he seems to have dropped down, but there are GT4s still making pit stops, so hopefully he's not lost out too much. But that Chevy, jeez.
Yeah, that Chevy's having a nightmare with the penalties.
It's just backwards and backwards. It's not the movement you want to make on the leaderboard.
No, definitely not. Let's have a look a bit further up the field. Got Voodoo Child in 18th, which I think was about where he was before, thereabouts.
I wonder where number 69 is.
69? That is a
I don't see the 69 in P18, because they were setting up P18, so...
benefited from this wet weather, because they were 18th. Whereabouts are they now?
I see A. Smith in P17.
17th. Okay, so they've made up another position, which is
nice.
Good. They're still chasing down the guys I believe they were after. Obviously Alex Smith in car 69 has a friend in can't remember which car it was now. Is it car?
Cruikshank in. Hang on, let me find this for you.
I think it might have been car 8. Sorry.
It's car number 21 in the Aston Martin AMR V8 Vantage with T. Cruikshanks and D. Ville.
Yeah, they've overtaken their competitors that they were after. So.
Alex is going to be over the moon about that, but I wonder.
Yeah,
he must have pitted. Has he pitted? I feel like he hasn't swapped.
Maybe he hasn't. It'd be very brave to stay out on the slicks unless they went for a different strategy.
It's all about the big balls, James.
Yeah,
All about the
yeah,
big balls.
Number 75 apparently had a disconnect again, which is not great.
That is gutting.
Martin Legg saying 999's in its element now.
They do appear to be up to P15, and they are slowly catching Tyre in the number 8 Porsche, who was speaking to earlier. But yeah, that is very unlucky for number 75, who had a disconnect. It's gutting when that happens, because it's not a mistake you made, it's just a hardware issue.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see the 999 car, I think, took a considerable amount of time out of the car in front there.
Oh, apparently Alex did swap with Harry.
Oh, okay. Well then, they've done well
know.
then. They've been
fair play to them.
Or Crookshanks, and the car 21 has had an absolute nightmare. So one of the two, basically. It would suggest that the number 69 car has been lapping consistently, and Crookshanks has had an issue.
That is gutting. But yeah, it's just annoying when that happens. We're currently looking at Door's face instead of the track, but he is slowly getting into Overhouse for number 2 Audi, who we've been following quite a lot, and he has been susceptible to some commentators' curse, just a little bit. I do like watching a driver's helmet. Not that kind of helmet, but
I think in real life, when the visor's open, you can see their eyes, and it's the, they go into a brake zone deep, and it's the oh shit moment. Then that's great to watch.
Bill's gonna have to throw in some bleeps there for the after bit. So you see Jay Madley going into the pits in P5.
Isn't after the watershed, Josh? Isn't after the watershed?
When is the watershed? Guys, if you know when the watershed is, tell us, because if you're on BT2, we are royally fucked.
We're getting cancelled. So we've got Caton in... oh wait, we've got 88's dropped down to P3. So that was the car leading GT3s, is now in P3, so...
Must have had a spin, surely. That's
of leader there.
Well, apparently the watershed is 9 PM, so we are Gucci.
We are good. Oh, there is no watershed for RWB.
Awesome.
Fucking
that is
brilliant.
Great news. We're back in business, boys.
We are here for your entertainment. Yes, excellent to watch.
Yeah, it's bucking it down. As Crookshank is... Oh, I'll admit, my bum clenched a little bit there as was getting... Blue, I'm pretty sure that car behind him is a blue flag. Or I don't know, actually, maybe. But yeah, he's currently trying to get past the Porsche in front. What is Crookshanks doing? Is he behind? Is he in front? Oh no, wait, that's the Lexus, that's not Crookshanks, that's Jay Moore trying to get back up there. This is mental. So much action on the track.
Yeah, we've got the number 7 Porsche leading the race at the moment with an 8-second gap to the 33 Lamborghini, who's currently in P2.
What happened to the number 88 Lex? Oh my god, he's properly diddled himself there, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly. I think the 7 car was in P3, so they've definitely done something right with the pit stop, got on the right tyre maybe, or just got in at the right time. Or they've kept it clean, because I remember the 88 Lexus definitely having a drive-through at some point, whether they've had another one and we weren't aware.
The Lexus is a bit trash in the wet, I will admit. I'm sure they've touched the setup,
probably,
rather than me just slapping on aggressive and going for it. But yeah, like as Jack Donaldson says, low aero setup on a Lexus could be. The wing does look quite shallow, but yeah.
Well, the Lexus is about 30 or 36 seconds down on P2, I think, which is really far back from where they were leading the race. So change of leaders there. With the
51 car there we were following with the 15-second penalty at the end. But now we're watching B. Warren. Look at that train of cars. That's not a sight you want to see in your rearview mirror in the wet.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Warren holding his own out there. Lots of cars behind him bunched up, so it's going to get very interesting for him whether he can stay in front or not. Oh, he's been passed by, I think that was Overhouse or car 2 Lamborghini. Audi. So don't think that was. I think that was lap to get lapped, basically.
Yeah, definitely.
See, and the
If
Ferrari
there are any
behind.
drivers out there, feel free to pop in. Like, you know, just jump into wait for comms. We'll buzz you in. Just I'm not saying your chat's bad, James. I want to find out what it's like out there. Like,
Yeah, I want to see what the conditions are like.
yeah, I want to hear from them because, like, the guys who are currently not on their stint, they had wet developing, so they were on slicks for a bit during that wet time, and some of them pitted quite late, well, relatively late, for the conditions. As we watch Warren go very wide, back on board with number 88, and for Lexus of J Moore.
Foot flat, doesn't care about aquaplaning, just keeps on going.
Puddles are a myth, mate.
Yeah, they are. What's the point in puddles? You know, car lifts up. You know, you got less friction with the ground, so you're going faster. In my opinion, bit scary, but good fun. See what his line is like.
Thing is, you can't see anything.
Understeer.
I think that's a normal line vote for them, because then you get a nice, relatively straight lap out.
Yeah.
So watch Valet, who we were chatting to earlier in the number 114. Currently going past some GT3 traffic, I believe. That looked like GT3 traffic.
Yeah, I think it was GT3. Yeah. Back straight.
Jeez, look at this! Still on board with his GT3 train.
This is a battle for P7.
This is Overhouse, yeah. Currently trying to get past. I want to go back to Overhouse.
I think it was it Dufour?
Yeah, Overhouse trying to pass Dufour in the number 17 Ferrari, with Overhouse being in the number 2 Audi.
Yeah, half a second behind him. That's going to be a great battle.
You've also got Elgard in the number 42 BMW trying to get past Podolski in the number 45 Lamborghini. Currently 6/10 off, but as you can see from the screen now with this helicam, it's close, and he'll get a slipstream all the way up as well.
Slipstream, and he looked like he had a little bit better run out there at the last corner. Let's see.
Yeah, the storm is intensifying in 15 minutes. Thanks, Jack Donaldson, for that. Storm is now a weather symbol of lightning plus, so that's lightning storm intense. I've also just been told that car number 95 was causing a collision on lap 65, so he's been given a 15-second penalty rather than a stop and go. It's a 15-second penalty, I believe, is what that means, but that's brutal stuff. But it's fair. Stewards are there to make it fair, to stop people from being overzealous, excited, and having this kind of chat afterwards of, you know, no one likes a penalty after the fact, after the race, etc. It ruins it. You want people to be dished out there and then. And that's what's great with ACC, is that penalties can be dished out there and then. Just heads up for Ian Mackey. I've got the steward also typing another message, so maybe that's another penalty being slapped out in a second. I guess we'll see, but this is brutal.
There's the 808 car we've seen before.
For once, without a penalty.
Yes, lapping clean and consistent. See how it goes.
As we have Callum Morgan back with us in the commentators box. Hi Callum, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
We're loving this. We're praying for rain. I think a lot of people watching were praying for rain as well. You had the rain starting towards the end of your stint, didn't you, on the dries? How did you find it with it coming back on?
It's pretty difficult, can't lie, but it's one of those things, you just have to get around and that's it, innit?
Yeah, exactly. And you've managed to get back up into P9, I think it is now?
I'm not sure. Managed to get towards P15.
Right.
But I disconnected about 10 minutes ago.
Right.
I'm not sure whether it's updated properly on mine.
Right. Okay, I wasn't quite sure if I'd maybe mixed up the cars there. But yeah, no, you look to be going quite well. There were some good battles out there with some of the other cars.
Yeah, the number 47 car is in P15 right now with a 5-second penalty, it looks like, as well.
I'm not sure what that's for, if I'm honest.
I'll see if I can go back and find it. But yeah, I've just been told that there's also a plus 15 second for car number 51 for causing a collision / dive bomb on lap 53. So penalties are being slapped out now. It looks like Berners-Lee has been very at it, trying to get everyone back in their place. But how's your teammate finding the wets?
He found it okay. He's been helping me a lot with the setup and things and stuff like that. So it's been good.
Was he talking you through the entire time what to do with the car?
Yeah, with the tyre pressures and the fuel, etc. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Brilliant stuff.
So before the race, did you? I'm assuming you had wet practice. Did you?
No,
No.
I only signed up literally last Saturday,
Right.
so I've only had like a week's practice,
Okay.
and I didn't get much time in that week. So, other than the qualifying sort of runs I've done.
Well, I mean, for not doing much practice, you're doing pretty well there. You're within the pack. You're midway up. It's definitely a good shift.
I mean, credit goes to Rob on that one. He's the faster of the two, so.
So we should be watching out for car 47, then coming back to the pack, maybe.
Definitely. It looks like he's already gaining time on the car number 999 BMW. That also has a 15-second penalty. So right now,
he should be in front.
He'd have to get within gain an extra 2 seconds, and then he'll be juicy all the way through.
Yeah, he'll be up a position by that point.
Definitely. So if I'm gonna ask a question out there, don't worry, it's not ice cream this time. If you could pick a car to drive every day, what car would it be?
I could pick a car to drive every day.
Yeah. You don't have to worry about running costs or anything.
Out of this field, or just every day?
Anything.
I'd probably say maybe. I'm not sure, actually. If I'm honest, I'm honestly not sure. That's a tough one. There's that many cars you can pick from. It's like, which one do I go for?
You're asking a car guy to choose the one car.
Exactly. It's a tough question for these guys. You guys out there watching as well, favourite car, what would you choose? And why? Because I know some people have some really janky car choices out there. I don't understand why some people choose them. For me, it would have to be the Genera Cooler, right, James?
Oh yeah, the Genera Cooler.
Absolutely beautiful. So what's your plan for you guys for the rest of the race?
Oh, Robert's staying in now till the end.
Okay, wow, I was doing a long stint.
So I was doing a double, then the rain hit, so I had to box early. We swapped early, and as far as I know, Robert's now going to the end.
Okay, brilliant.
Okay.
Will he come in front of the set of tyres?
I presume he will.
Yeah.
Does he have lights on your view, by the way?
I've not seen anything yet.
Oh, 47. It looks like he does.
Currently MP15. It looks like he does.
That's
You should have a warning somewhere saying "turn your lights on."
Yeah, it's up there. But I'm not at my screen being weird. Probably is.
Yeah, hopefully it's just a graphic issue and not an actual penalised thing. But he does have 3 laps to sort it out before it becomes an orange flag or a DQ. I think it is. But yeah, like how you're enjoying it? Like, when did you join this series?
Last week. But I joined the.
Oh, you joined last. I thought you found out about the race last week.
No. So I done the Suzuka 6 hour.
Yep.
With Christopher Tavarian. And since then we've teamed up together in RR leagues, in a GT3 series and the GT4 series. We've
you see an Audi go around the number 1 Audi.
Sorry.
Right, and we've been doing pretty well on that. Recently we've not had the best of luck as a team for the first 2 races, but slowly trying to get up the order. So
exactly, it'll come. I'm sure there'll be a race somewhere where we'll have an absolutely flyer and get lucky as well. I think luck plays an element in this as well. We had a question as well earlier. People asking about favourite film.
Oh God!
Oh, that's a bad one.
Oh, that's bad. And he didn't hold his brakes. That's very unfortunate there. Yeah, that was very unlucky there.
Some more penalties inbound, possibly.
Yeah, that did not look like brakes were being held there. But it's up to the stewards. It's not up to us, James. We are just guest commentators.
Yeah.
It's not up to us.
Innocent bystanders.
Yeah, we can only give our opinion. That's it. It doesn't mean anything. But yeah, I too love this track in the wet. Crystal beats disco. I love watching it in the wet. I don't like driving the track in the wet, but I love watching it in the wet. Absolutely brilliant so far as we get back on board with the 828 Bentley. Again, no penalty. Surprise, surprise.
Going well.
Yeah, as he currently goes around the inside of that Nissan, but it doesn't look like he's fighting a Nissan on the leaderboards. I don't know if that's a car ahead or a car behind, but he's not fighting anyone in the immediate future. Also just been told that car number 47 has been given plus 5 seconds for flashing on lap 71.
Okay. Callum, how have you found the GT3 Aston?
Alright, it was difficult getting back used to it because with obviously driving the GT4s a lot with RR leagues recently. But I used this car for the GT3 series we had. A different livery, of course, but obviously still the same car. Done pretty well. I mean, as what tends to happen with myself through the RR League series events that we run, I tend to get stronger as the season goes on.
Yeah. You're going to stick with the same platform as well, the same car throughout the season through.
Yeah, so yes, that's the plan at least.
I suppose that helps you learn the platform and the strengths and weaknesses and being able to exploit them as well and being more consistent in that car.
Oh, there's another tap of the that's not Alex, but that is Tyre in the Porsche you were chatting to earlier in the number 8 Porsche. Just been tapped to the inside of that BMW as it was visiting its rear end. As Tyre goes around again, looks
like he might have a bit of damage.
His rears must be blitzed. He must have damage as well. That's going to be annoying for him, but not much he could do. It didn't look like the fault of anyone. That just looked like a standard racing incident.
Oh, was that number 3? Was it? So 3 saw you being lapped at the time as well.
That's just unfortunate.
Yeah, that's not a great position to be in.
That is true as well. In the top right in the weather forecast, it's a yellow flag storm. Yellow flag storm is coming in. I know we wanted more wet, more rain, but yellow flag wet, and as another BMW goes flying off in front of the Tiger.
Yeah, we're getting a thunderstorm very shortly.
Yeah, yellow lag thunderstorm coming up. This is going to be. James, why did you do your rain dance? Why did you
I am glad I'm not in the car now.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've lucked out there. There's definitely some heavy weather coming in.
The incident between car number 999 and number 411 on lap 70 is also got no further action for anyone who was paying attention, because I certainly was not paying attention for that.
Yeah, we've got Daniel Mack online in the chat saying, I stress when people have an accident because I forget it's online. And he's worrying about Gareth at the moment. So yeah, that is very good, a very fair point as well, how realistic these sims are becoming. You can almost get too immersed in it and not realise that it's all online.
Yeah, definitely. As we have Case Sharp approaching the number 9 Nissan driven by G Jones. Let's just run through the order, because the order has changed a little bit in the top 10. Hopefully it stays still enough for me. In P1 we have P7 with O'Curtain behind the wheel of the Porsche. In P2 we have the number 33 Lamborghini, followed by the number 88 Lexus driven by Jay Moore. Jay Sanders has dropped down from P2. He was up there, but now he's in P4 in the number 23 Nissan. Then we have M. Elgard in the number 42 BMW with Jay Burrows in the number 185 Aston Martin. Next in P7 we have the number 17 Ferrari driven by Dorr with Badelsky in the number 45 Lamborghini. I wanted to make sure I got that right. Then we have Navon in the number 66 Ferrari, followed by Trappold in the number 46 Lexus to round off the top 10 for the GT3 and overall. Whew, that's a mouthful and a half. Overhouse has gone down to P11, which is gutting. What's going on with that Audi? It's all over the place. It was flying up and now it's flying down again. It's just gutting. But if we go over GT4, if it stays up for long enough, number 411 Aston Martin in P1, number 12 Aston in P2, followed by the number 222 BMW, driven by M. Rovert. We have the Alpina, unfortunately, in P4, which is gutting, so we saw Rigel get up there with his son. Next, we have the P16 Chevy in P6, which is... in P5, which is gutting, because he was doing well, followed by Butters in the number 95 Aston, who has a 15-second penalty to round off the top 6 in GT4. It's absolutely gutting for the Alpina and the Chevy for me, because they were doing super well, but
Yeah. Dropped back. They were in P2, weren't they, at the time? So maybe struggling in the wet. The BM are coming through, and now 2 Astons at the front. And personal experience, the Astons are pretty good in the wet. The Camaro's still up there, actually, in P5, I think it is. So even with all those drive-throughs, they're still in the top 5, which I'm quite surprised about. But maybe, the car behind, actually, the 95 Aston is behind the Camaro's got a 15-second penalty as well. So it's going to remain maybe a bit stagnant in that mid-pack of the GT4s, but up the front, bit of a change with the Alpine dropping it back to P4.
Definitely. Also, the stewards have been busy. Binnersley in the stewards chat has been typing furiously. Recent 3 actions. Oh, he's typing a 4th one, which hopefully I'll get to tell you when it comes up. Car number 101, number 33, and the number 69 on lap 71. There's no further action, along with the incident between car number 101 and number 66 on lap 73. No further action. The car number 85 has been given a warning for ignoring blue flags, and the car number 2 on lap 84 has been given a drive-through for reckless driving. So that's the car driven by T. Overhouse, who appears to be doing his drive-through just now in the pits. Interesting, he's been given a drive-through for reckless driving. I think we could see that coming in the dry. I think his moves were warranted in drive, but in the wet, probably not on with the way he was driving. That's interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he was definitely sending it earlier in the race. Maybe with the drop in temperatures we saw coming into the night time, they started to drop back a bit, the number 2 car, and then they've now dropped back a bit more. So not great for them. Seems to be going backwards at the moment. Number 69, Alex Smith. P16 seems to move up a couple of positions, I think. So the car performing in the wet and closing on the actual number 2 car.
Saying that though, he is 101 seconds down at the moment.
At the moment,
but I'm hoping.
The timing screens,
just hoping that's the thing.
Hopefully they'll update. We got back with McKee in the 411 car, leading the GT4 class, and seems to have a bit of a dominant lead at the moment over the GT4s, I'd say. Stuck between 2 GT3s. So I'm sure that Lexus will want to come through at some point. And now's his opportunity, really. Use the power on the straights. I think aquaplaning will definitely come into effect there. On the straight. Oh, he's behind the GT4 Merc, sorry. Coming past him around the outside. Blue flags are shown, so the Merc knows he's there, but definitely get him around the outside, and the job is done.
I've just seen something come up in the live instance verdict, as we see the number 7 Porsche of Oliver Curtin in P1 overall spun off, and do you know what it looks like in the background? It looks like some GT3s. I wonder if one of them is Jay Moore of the number 88 Lexus, who's jumped back up.
Yeah, he's come back up to P2 already, so made the time up on the 33 Lamborghini, and let's see if he can get back into P1.
Some news from the drivers, from the stewards as well. Car number 2 has also been given a stop and go 30-second penalty and a warning for his chat. Car number 21 has also been given a warning for causing a collision.
That's aggressive, and 30 seconds, as we've discussed earlier in the race, 30 seconds stop and go is an eternity in when you're sat there in the car. Not a place you want to be, and going to be dropping back even further.
As we see Cruikshanks now in the number 21 Aston Martin. He seems to be doing alright. He's slowly getting back into it after
consistent.
It was a spin. It's just unfortunate for him because he was doing quite well.
Yeah, with the number 27 Aston behind him at the moment. Not directly behind, but behind him on position-wise. we've got the Lexus and I think that was a Lamborghini behind him as well. So that will be lapping, I think.
As we see Mr. Skull get well out of the way of overpassing traffic.
100%. Best thing to do in this situation.
Yeah.
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 This is
Lots
where
of
we
action
see-
on track. Lots of action. Lots of penalties been dishing out. Yeah, it's good to see. Oh man, it's just mad.
Yeah. Danielle Mack again. If Gareth's doing a long race, I always watch. Then I know when he's got a break to make a cuppa.
That's the important thing, though. It's get them to make you a cuppa.
Looking after the guy in the hot seat. Support as always. Oh, is a spinner number 7 Porsche.
Yeah,
at turn
luckily
1.
he's holding his brakes. Luckily he's staying relatively out of the way as well as he could.
Close. Was there?
Was the number 7 the car in P1?
Leading, I think.
Wasn't
it
that
was.
Curtin? That is very unfortunate.
Go up to P1. Go up to P1. Yeah, we need to see.
Currently watching Mr. Skull being surrounded and swarmed by a train of GT3s.
Because I think the 88 Lexus was only about 17 seconds behind or so.
Yep. What is that?
Whoa,
GT4 doing? That's just a bit mental. Mr. Skull, I hope he didn't get a penalty for that from the game. Hopefully he didn't get any warnings, because
hopefully not.
Yeah, that was a bit weird from the Aston. I can see what the Aston was doing, but that was not the place to do it. Should have kept going until the straights. Currently looking, still at Mr. Skull as he's getting passed by a swarm. I was going to say gaggling, but I need to change my vocabulary off, don't I? Keep it interesting. Getting swarmed by the GT3s as they pass him.
Yeah.
We'll see the number 91 Porsche drop all the way down.
So the 88 Lexus is back in front. Number 7 was the one spun at the turn 1, so he's now 5 seconds behind. These top 3 are now separated by about 8 seconds, so those top 3 are really close together. But 88 back out in front after those being back down in P3 for a while.
100%. What do you think, Callum? You enjoying watching this, or are you getting a bit tense knowing your teammates out there?
I'm enjoying it, but it's watching my teammate go around in this with it's getting nervous considering we've been driving for now 4.5 hours at this point.
It's definitely getting a bit messy out there with some of the GT3s and GT4s.
Yeah, watching the GT4 just barge that BMW a little bit wide as well, just being like, nah, I'm going to knock you a little bit.
He's just saying, this is my line.
And of course, I've got my camera focused on obviously my team's car.
Yeah.
Watching it go around, it's
treacherous.
It looks quite dangerous. I'm not gonna lie.
The yellow flag lightning storm is about to come in 5 minutes, but it should last for 15 minutes with the yellow flag thunderstorm. And as I say that, yellow flag did pop up for a second, but now it's disappeared. Yep, that's a yellow flag being popped up at the top of from race control. Hopefully it's just because of an instant. Hopefully we still get a tiny bit more action squeezed out before the thunderstorm fully kicks in, but yeah.
But you'd think this yellow flag might bunch everyone up a bit as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping it also gives me a break to go for a toilet break. Actually, you know what? I'm going for one now.
Go for it.
Good luck, James. Callum, take over from me.
A pleasure.
So, you're glad we're not out there, and it's your teammate in this position.
I am glad it's your teammate. As much as I want us to do well as a team, I don't think my pace will be up to it in these conditions.
Yeah, I suppose it's very changeable. I mean, me and Josh were discussing earlier when the rain was just starting to come in, there was going to be maybe a few driver switches, and the drivers going out were going into the wet, so they've been learning and perfecting the dry setup, but then going straight out to a pretty wet track. So your teammates probably not had to adjust quickly, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, I only got the setup literally this morning.
Yeah.
Because we had my original teammates had to pull out last minute.
Right.
So it wasn't originally meant to be Robert on my team.
Right.
Hence why if you see Connor Steve on the side of the car, that's why.
Alright, got you.
He should be my original teammate, but I say he had to pull out, so Rob stepped in
Yeah.
to help me out, which I'm very grateful for. Must admit.
Brilliant. Well, at least you've got someone to race with, I guess. I know one of the other guys. Forgive me, I can't remember. It was Varley in 22 in the position 22 in the Lexus. His teammate, I think, is also at the same time racing and iRacing in a 24-hour event.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he was double booked. So yeah, it's great to see, and that he's jumping between this race and the iRacing 24-hour one.
And that's crazy. Like, I done myself the 24 hours of Le Mans and Nürburgring this year.
Yep.
And even that was tough.
Yeah.
Just doing the one.
So he's switching between this race and...
Oh, as the Aston goes, whoa, what is he doing? And isn't that on the straight as well? That was on the main straight. Sorry, I'm back, by the way. I'm currently eating spaghetti and bolognese because I refuse to sink to James's level of getting a microwave meal. And look at that number 2, dropped all the way down, fighting for P3, now in P15, and yeah, that's kind of shocking.
Yeah.
I've also been told, sorry, while I was away, car number 21 was given a warning for causing a collision, and I'll be honest, I wasn't looking. Car number 2 goes wide as well.
I think this is aquaplaning now. I think we're seeing cars losing it because of how big these puddles are getting.
Everyone's going off at turn 1. Everyone is going off, and we should be approaching yellow flags for the thunderstorm. And there it is. Oh,
it's gone.
Yellow flag is popping up for turn 1.
Yeah,
you can see him aquaplaning on the curb there. Just stay off the curbs, mate.
Yeah.
This is scary. You just need to keep it on track. Just keep it clean, keep it smooth. Get ready for the yellow flag. And then just cruise around, because of course on the yellow flag you cannot overtake. Right? I got that one right, didn't I? Yeah. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, you can't overtake. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, good.
That is officially, we are.
Is it?
According to the forecast, we are in the yellow flag thunderstorm. However, the race control hasn't decided to bring up a yellow flag yet. They're deciding to give us some more action for the time being. But of course, that'll mean drivers switching over to the engine maps for fuel saving. To the end, as we see the Aston all over the place, squirreling about.
Does Callum, does the Aston have a wet engine map?
Yes, it does.
I'm sure that'll be in full effect right now.
He's not using it yet.
Oh, really?
Actually, no.
Prefers to just modulate with his right foot, I guess.
He is. He's doing it well by the thought races. He's doing it well.
Brilliant. Yeah, definitely.
We're up to P12 so far with...
Yeah, made up some positions.
We just haven't long past Jack, and next up is Grant Jones. Looks at rehearse.
It is pissing down cats and dogs right now. It's just absolutely bucketing. I don't know, like, these guys going flat out on the straight must be absolutely bricking it. Imagine the aquaplaning on that, James.
Yeah, this is going to be
so
interesting on those straights, that long back straight, trying to keep the car's wheels on the ground.
So you see Rigel in the number 20 Alpina.
Yeah.
Still in P4, that's not bad, it's amicable. Especially for the trouble he got into earlier. And the car behind him, Butters, has essentially got his time plus 15 seconds on his intervals, so doing well.
Yeah. Oh, Butters has come back up again, hasn't he?
Butters has worked his way back up, but he's still technically behind Helmet at the moment.
Yeah.
In terms of timing.
And Debug in the number 12 Aston, currently in 29th position. There's only 2.5 seconds behind the 22 as we see a spinner. I think that was an M6 going off there.
Just what do you do in this situation? You've got GT3s that you're about to lap in front of you.
Yeah.
I mean, Skull's in a GT4, but even then he's keeping up the GT3 Lambo in front of him.
Yeah, usually they're usually in this sort of medium speed
or...
stuff.
Yeah.
The GT4s and GT3s is sort of similar in this sort of weather condition, especially with it being so unpredictable and the puddles changing all the time. and it's only on the straights really where the GT3 start pulling away. But with how much standing water there is currently out there, I mean, they're going to struggle at doing that as well.
I mean, the GT4s are essentially on stilts in this relative to GT3s, so they're able to hike their car up over. Imagine going through a puddle with your splitter, just scooping it all up into the car.
Exactly. We're following car 42 in Elgard. This was your sort of choice thus far. We did give him a bit of the commentator's curse, but it looks like he's come back at the pack.
I really hate car number 42 BMW. Absolutely rubbish. I don't think it's going anywhere. It's just going to keep going backwards. Please go forward.
There's Callum's car 47, about 3 seconds behind the car in front at the moment.
He does have that 5-second penalty as well, I'm afraid. How did you guys get that 5-second penalty?
It was for flashing, but
right.
If I'm honest, I'm not sure where that comes into it, because I didn't really know you went to flash, if I'm honest with you. But hey, rules are rules.
Yeah, one of those ones, I guess.
I'm sure everything was highlighted in a driver briefing or a pack of some sort before the race. It was lap 71 I'm just seeing now. And Jack Donaldson saying Josh is a big fan of flashing. Flashing lights is what he means, not the other kind of flashing.
Yes, you are a fan of flashing lights.
Depends how drunk I am. As Butters goes massively wide into turn 1 and just decides to cut the apex. Probably a smart thing to do so he doesn't end up crashing into any car that comes around turn 1, the last corner, that's so important to do. You have to be considerate of drivers if you do go off. There's no point in compromising both people's races.
Yeah, we're on board with Moore at the moment, who car 88 was
Alex Smith in the car right now that we're staring at.
Yeah.
He's up at P15. What's happening?
Yeah, he's coming back. He said that the car, he was hoping for the wet.
He was hoping for the wet.
I'm sure they'll have that car in the wet's engine mode and trying to be going back through the field. Yeah, the thunderstorm is about to get even more intense in 5 minutes, and it looks like it will last for 10 minutes after that at least as well. So this is only going to get worse and worse. Whoever did the rain dance, could you do a sun dance maybe for half a second? Or a sun dance during mid stint, because that would definitely make it a lot more, even more interesting. Jeez, look at that! Whoa. Look at that, it's mental. That's Zinn and the number 27 Aston Martin doing everything he can to keep it on track. Yeah. It's dark. You've got tons and tons of water in front of you as we cut to curtain in the pits. Unsure what's happened to there. Hope it's not a penalty. Hopefully it's just... Or hopefully it is a penalty and not a disconnect. Yeah. Or a hardware issue. Hopefully it's nothing like that. But yeah, it's just... I mean, look at it, you can barely see anything on the ground. Yeah. Let's have a look. Car 47 up to 11th now. Car 47 doing very well. Yeah. You see Lenders in the number 1 Audi. Currently, I can sense a punt coming from the Bentley behind by Mr. The 808 Bentley from behind. Hopefully he can keep it clean. Hopefully the Audi can make a clean pass. Sorry, I'm stuffing my face with spaghetti and bolognese. Yeah, that lovely chomping sound down the stream. I'm sure the viewers will love it. On board with the number 20 Alpine, doing quite well in the wet. Hopefully coming back at the guys in front. We'll see, they were up to P2, dropped down now to P4. There is a yellow flag in that sector as well, which never bodes well for anyone. Yeah. Hopefully it can all be resolved soon. This is chilled. This is relaxed. Yeah. Eddie Warden saying the Boatley or the Bentley will need a massive sail at this stage. Oh, 47's off. Oh no. Yeah, apparently someone had a massive off at turn 1 following our boy Alex. Hopefully nothing horrendous. But yeah, it looks like you can see all the cars are bunching up ahead of for number 33 Lamborghini as he's trying to pass lap traffic. Jesus, that's brave. That's very brave. Looks like I have been summoned to get in the car. Okay. Good luck. Good luck for your next stint. So watching the number 33
Yeah,
Lamborghini at the moment, P2. 14 seconds behind the guy, number 88, J. Moore Alexis.
Being told Sanders needs to go, and I agree. Number 23 needs to head on. No commentator's curse. I've crossed my fingers and toes and all that. So hopefully nothing gets transferred.
That number 7
got
Porsche
condom
dropped
on.
down.
Nothing. No curse passed on from here. K Sharp. Look at that. Like, you can tell who's driven in the wet and who hasn't. I know that was a GT4, but even then, it's that confidence to make the pass on slower cars.
Yeah, I think one of Sharp's mates, Martin Legg, was in the chat earlier saying, "Come on, 99," and obviously a supporter, maybe a teammate, and was praying for the rain. He was the one doing the rain dance, and hopefully it's going in their favour. But they were overtaken by the number 47 Aston Martin, by Callum's teammate who was speaking to you just before. So maybe not going their way as much as they thought in the wet. So we'll see, I guess. I think it's the next few laps.
Definitely. I'll keep my eye on the yellow, on the flag marker at the top. For those who don't know, the central unit at the top, where it has a time and the time left on the race, and it says race in the middle. Those colours where it just showed yellow and back to green, that shows what current flag is being shown in the sector of the car that we're following.
Yeah.
I always see it flicker yellow, green, yellow, green, yellow, green.
Between the sectors, yeah.
Yeah. So we're following with Alex in number 69 and back to
leading the GT4 class.
In number 4 and 1 Aston Martin. He's doing a good job.
Yeah, kept it clean and consistent, to be fair. Haven't really seen any penalties come his way, so I think that's what's giving him a good, sturdy lead at the moment. Back with your should I say, not your favourite 42.
No, I hate this guy.
You don't want to give the commentator's curse
man,
to...
I just don't like him at all. He's just a rubbish car.
Yeah. 11 seconds 11 seconds behind the number 17 Ferrari, whereas the 17 and 185 and number 7 are all bunched up, so P4, 5 and 6 are all together at the moment.
I'm keeping my eye out for the Stewards' inquiry verdicts coming out, because I can sense an incident is going to happen, especially if they're lapping GT3 laps GT3s or they come out to GT4s. There's going to be an accident.
Yeah, definitely. I think a pack like that, the P4, 5 and 6, lapping together, racing and coming up on GT4s in the wet, especially in a thunderstorm, is going to make for some very, very interesting racing.
There's a yellow flag on the straight coming up.
I mean, it's a turn and the
the car's going across the track according to the map. So
aquaplaning probably.
An aquaplane. Hopefully it doesn't collect.
So we can see it in big shunt.
That looked like a shunt. Yeah, that's another yellow flag. It looked like a GT4 was collected by that car that went sideways on the back straight there. This is getting mental.
So when we say aquaplaning and the puddles causing this issue, for those watching, the cars are effectively lifting off the ground at these speeds because the tyres can't clear enough water to keep them on the ground, so then they're just going round on themselves, and that's what we've seen on that back straight there. It's no fault of the driver there, it's just that the weather is so adverse that they're struggling to keep the cars on the ground, as we're joined by Sean Bennett. How are you doing,
Sean Bennett in the car number 411 in the GT4 Aston Martin. As James says, how are you doing? How are you finding it?
It is, well, before the thunderstorm started, absolutely brilliant. Right now it's dangerous. There's no other word for it.
Yeah.
My teammate, he could not see the Lamborghini that spun on the back straight until he was right in front of him, and the cars are just spinning without warning. It's treacherous out there.
Yeah, we were just discussing that. I mean, the spin on the back straight, there's got to be lots and lots of standing water out there to give let these cars aquaplane. And obviously you've been at the receiving end of that.
Yeah, luckily we managed to avoid it, but you can't second guess anything. You can't try and predict. You can't try and adapt, because it just, as you said, when it's aquaplane and you're just gone. GT3s, they've got it worse than us.
It looks like an Aston going sideways there. Sorry to cut you off onto the main straight. That was an Aston going sideways, flying off to the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
So yeah, the GT4s have got it marginally easier because of the increased ride height.
Yeah.
But the GT3s, it's just I'm surprised that the race is still going, to be honest, and it's only going to get worse looking at the weather radar.
Yeah. I mean, we were praying for rain earlier, and I think one of the teammates of the 999 BMW were praying for rain as well, and now the rain's come, but maybe a bit too much.
The track is now flooded.
Yeah, it looks it.
So,
and we have trees moving around. It's pretty scary.
We haven't even reached the worst of it yet.
Mm-hmm. We've got 5 minutes left until it arrives.
Yeah.
You can just see the Lambo fishtailing left and right, trying to get any grip it can to try and propel itself forwards. How's your teammate finding it? As the Lambo goes sideways, that's the downside of a mid-engine car. When it goes, and he's also parked it right on the outside. Hopefully, he doesn't collect anyone.
Yeah, I'd much rather be in a GT4 car than a GT3 car right now, and I think you can agree, can't you?
Yes, I mean, I've done some practice in heavy rain to get an idea, but with storm set to 0% as a chance, we didn't even think that we would need to do any practice with this weather. So it's going to be interesting. Coming from a dry night track where I've been pounding round, to this where it is going to be proper ballet dance.
Yeah, I mean, how are you doing for strategy? You know, are you going to need to pit or?
After when I jump in the car, that's it. We've managed to play our strategy quite well to give ourselves a bit of overhead on if the conditions did change.
Right.
So we pushed our strategy quite hard at the beginning, maxing out the stint time just in case this happened.
Yeah, no, we saw that I think earlier on, and we were speaking to the guys in the number 20 Alpine. We were up in P2, and they've dropped down a bit, but back in P3 at the moment. So
currently in P3.
Your competitors are there or thereabouts, but you guys seem to have quite a dominant lead at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's almost 2 laps now, but that could all change in a flip of a coin.
Exactly. So I think just put the wet map on, TC all the way up, ABS all the way up, and hopefully just cruise home in that last hour.
Let's hope for the best, but hopefully we'll see you at the end. And
fingers crossed.
You okay for one more question before you head off? Or
yeah.
So how are you finding have you been speaking to your teammate? How's he finding the GT3s coming through in the wet? Because we were speaking to some people on GT4s were saying they were intense in the dry.
It's unpredictable. You don't know if they're just going to suddenly aquaplane or not, and we've had them going off in front of us, behind us. So it's we're just playing it incredibly safe. As soon as they come close, we're just getting out of the way, letting them go ahead. If they crash, hopefully they spit off the track.
Yeah, that's probably the way to do it in your position as well. I mean,
always we see the Porsche getting nudged by the
that's the number 7 Porsche.
But yeah, I'm gonna scoot back to the garage. We've got a couple of minutes to prepare. So
good luck.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for joining us.
Cheers.
Good luck.
Bye.
Yeah.
As we see a punt from the Audi on the Lexus, and the Audi still goes around.
That's the number 1. Okay.
It's the number 1 Audi, currently in was in P30. I don't know where he is now.
Yeah.
Not sure
Not
if
going well.
Porsche is caught up to him, but he was 30 seconds down.
We saw earlier that number 7 car getting punted, or side-to-side contact with, I think it was an Audi. But that number 7 car was up in P1 at one point, I think, and now they're back down to P7. They've been fighting for the top 3 positions, but has really suffered from these wet conditions and allowed the number 23 Sanders Nissan to jump up into P3. And we've seen the 17 and 185 Ferrari and Aston battling with the number 7 car, which was in front of them, but has now dropped back down. So not gone very well for the number 7 Porsche, but the number 42 Beamer has gained a position from it, I think.
Definitely. He's going to be absolutely buzzing about that.
Yeah.
Jay Moore, the commentator's curse being given off again. I'm wearing my condom. He's doing well in P1 because he dropped back a bit and now he's back up again in P1. Absolutely brilliant stuff, especially from number 33 and number 23. These guys have done absolutely superbly well. They just had to stick in there and let P7, the number 7 in P7, drop down on his own accord.
Exactly.
And as we see another car spin out on the straight, another GT3 stuck on the straight. That was a GT4, sorry. Stuck on the straight, aquaplaned off.
This is really treacherous conditions now.
Super treacherous. Maybe it'll be red flagged in real life, but we're not in real life. We
continue racing.
We continue as we see an Aston flight all the way out. Is that a Merc?
Really wide. Yeah.
That looks like the Merc of Crickshanks. As we see number 7 go again.
Really
That
struggling in these wet
horrendous.
Needs to adjust.
Should the race be red flagged? What do you think, James? With 1 hour to go.
1 hour to go. If I was in it, yeah, red flag.
Yeah, but if you're
Because I'm
watching it,
don't red flag
Nah.
this at all. This is amazing to watch.
this is brilliant stuff. The orders being thrown out left, right, and centre as we watch Pelicano being
Stop and go penalty
yeah.
for the 808 Bentley. So that long run of no penalties has been cut down now with that stop and go of 30 seconds.
I suspect as he's in the pits and it is the start of the pit window, I wonder if he was speeding in the pits.
Maybe. As the Cayman's going wide there, both of them. And the Aston coming through. Yes, very treacherous conditions out there. Obviously, we were speaking to Sean before in the leading 411 Aston in the GT4 class, saying that the GT3s are suffering more with the standing water than the GT4s. He was saying that obviously the GT4s are taller, they've got more ground clearance compared to the GT3s. So with the GT3s being close to the ground, they're actually skimming along the surface of that standing water and lifting the whole car. So that's why we're seeing so many of these cars spin out on the long back straight there.
Well, we have 2 people with us who can chat to us about the current status of the track out there. We've got Debug with us and Mr. Smith. Debug, how are you doing? I'll start with you first.
Gutted. Absolutely gutted.
Yeah, you've been struggling, haven't you?
No, we were third. And then there was obviously a car on the track down the main back straight. And obviously with the visibility, I didn't see it. Literally, you're going 150 down that main straight, and the car just banged straight in front of me, and totally terminal damage to me and Pinner's car. So we've had to go back to the pits. We dropped from that. We're now into 6th, but it's kind of like there's some arguments there. It's like, the GT3 car could have said that he'd caution back straight. But we got live stewards, and the live stewards are looking at the maps, so it's kind of like, to see a car not moving on the main back straight. But yeah, it's so gutting because me and Pinners, we were setup was perfect, tyres were perfect. Anyway,
so the Porsche going off. Sorry, car number 38, aquaplaning off and smacking to the side of a GT3. But luckily, the GT3 managed to hold it straight. I have no idea how. Wow. Yeah, as you were talking about the straight and the aquaplaning cars flying off, we've also got more crashes up ahead. 2 other GT3 and GT4 also going off further ahead on that main straight as well. It's just mental.
This is it's really treacherous conditions now, and obviously we're seeing that in both classes.
Definitely. Alex, how are you finding? How have you found it? I'm sure you're quite happy that you've managed to crawl back up the places.
They have, but they've dropped down to 19th.
Yeah, we were doing well, but then an incident happened. I'll explain it in a second. But first, Debug, I have a feeling I was going down the straight. I was behind you.
Yeah.
And when there was a car just parked sideways along the straight, and I was going along, and my teammate said to me, car stopped in the middle of the track, and then I just saw your cars hit, and his car flew in the air and did multiple flips.
Yeah.
That was scary, and I managed to somehow dodge it. But then I think 4 or 5 laps later, I was going down the straight, and was going side by side with the GT4, but with there was loads of space, but the hit a puddle, and it just killed.
Yeah, so there's a puddle form. Second to last corner, there's a puddle forming, and if you don't brake before that and lift off the brake, you'll aquaplane straight across, and that's what a lot of cars have been doing. I mean, it all bottles down to practice, doesn't it, and setup. I mean, luckily on Tuesday night Damien Wilk hosted 2 of these races in the wet, so we were lucky enough to go on to that and be able to
as the
do a
number
good
7 Porsche spins around again.
Really struggling
He
with
wasn't
that 7
P7.
Porsche.
He's just spinning it left, right, and centre. Can I ask you guys about turn 1? What's going on there? Because me and James have been watching millions of cars just going wide. And going quite deep at turn 1. What's going on down there?
Had any problem.
So the cars, as you're hitting the brakes, the car's rear end is wiggling. So obviously there's quite a bit of standing water there, and and also the brake markers have gone. So where a lot of people have been using those brake markers, the 100 marker to brake, now that that's gone, a lot of brake markers have gone across the track now. So where that's usually people's judging positions, they just haven't got a clue what's going on. Some of it. So.
And I suppose if you use visual markers as well, you probably can't see them in these conditions, so it's going to be even worse.
Yeah. But I mean, the whole thing looks a mess now. There's people flashing each other. I'm watching Pinners, and I think he's got damage to the car again. So.
Yeah.
So we're watching the GT3 and GT4 Porsche barging into each other. Just to give a quick rundown of the latest stewards inquiries, there's been 5 incidents brought up. Car number 16 on lap 106 caused a collision. He's been given a plus 15 second. Car 101 and 51, there was an incident there. There's no further action taken, along with an incident between car number 22 and 7 on lap 130. No further action for those 2 incidents. Car number 7 has been given a plus 15 second for causing a collision on lap 116. And car number 6 and 42, there's no further action being taken from an incident on lap 139. So the stewards have been extremely busy, but it also looks like the team's been busy handing out penalties and warnings for track limits. I'm sure people are just going wide. As look at that swarm, that just herd of cars just diving into the pits and trying to get out of the way of each other.
Yeah.
Has this compromised your strategy too much, or were you guys banking on the wet coming into play?
To be fair, I had what we did was we set like 8 or 9 strategies for dry, like in a consecutively. But then we said that 10 onwards was going to be our wet setup. So ironically, we were totally set up for the wet, and Pinners obviously came in earlier. But again, I've never felt this way in a race before. Like 4.5 hours, 4 hours 45 minutes in to get just totaled on the straight, and then especially when we were literally racing third, and we had Rigel like 33 seconds behind us. So, and he wasn't showing any signs of catching me. So yeah, we were on for a podium, I think, or had a chance of a podium.
Rigel was in P2 and then dropped down to P4 and is back in P2 now.
Really?
Yeah, but we saw the 16 car of the Camaro of Helmet. They had a 15-second penalty, so hopefully that might help you guys in the Aston catch them up a bit.
Yeah, hopefully.
He's in the pits currently, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, and Alex, you were up to like P15 in GT3s, weren't you? And you've dropped back, but maybe gained another position.
So we were in 19th, and we perfected the wet tyre change. So we got it on the perfect lap.
Right.
And we jumped up to 16th or 15th, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
And then I hit that puddle on the straight, and got my car snapped left into the I don't know if it's a GT3 or GT4.
Yeah.
And it basically just took us both out.
Right.
And I smashed into the wall, got terminal damage. Had to limp my way, but I had to drive in the third person view because my windscreen was so smashed that I couldn't see anything. So I got it back to the pits, and it was 2 minutes of repairs. So did that, and then we were back out in P18, I think, and then we've just dropped to P20.
Yeah, I've just seen that. You've dropped 2 positions now.
Yeah, that Harry hit a puddle on the straight, and it just.
Well, as we can see, I mean, it's just so treacherous out there. We've even got some of the GT3s amongst the GT4s position-wise.
Yeah.
The 64 and the 808 GT3s are actually below the leading leading pack of GT4s, which is
With the 808's given yet another stop go 30 seconds.
not great.
Another one. What's that? Third one this race?
Possibly,
They're
not
not having a
great
good
day.
time at all. Yeah, I've got a question for you two.
Go for it.
So, right, you're allowed to have any car that you have to use for personal use. You don't have to worry about running costs or anything like that. It's all free. What one do you go for? You can only have one. None of this. Oh, I'd use this on one day and this on the other day. One car
As a
for
road
everything.
car.
Yeah, for everything.
I'm a bit of a Jap fan, so it'd be a GTR for me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Why not a
Right,
Toyota
yeah.
Supra? A Toyota Supra. is
Oh,
definitely
here he
the
goes
way
with
to
his
go.
shameless plug-in.
A shameless plug of Toyota.
No, to be fair, I got a GT86. I own one in real. So
that's what you like to see.
yeah, I would like a Supra.
Yeah.
Christ, I'm just watching Pinners. He just narrowly avoided Tyrion Dave, who's going slow.
Oh god.
Yeah, I just watched Tyrion Dave. Was in front of my teammate and just ploughed into the wall on the straight and went flying.
Oh,
in the
look at
air.
these guys going wide.
So,
Pelicano going wide. I'm spitting some of you guys up there who like Pelicano. are going
Elgard's
wide.
off.
Really?
You're alright, chaps.
Oh, mate, no.
Oh, hello.
Everyone's off.
No, Bill, no.
Yeah, there's hello everyone, by the way, sorry.
Hello, my lovely.
I didn't want to touch anything tonight because I'm streaming, but it looks like this calls out to call this race because something's gone wrong on the server. Those
How do you
settings, well, I mean, there's a lot of drivers calling for the race to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be intense in 15 minutes as well in the forecast. So it's not going to get any better.
It just seems to be stuck on this yellow line, doesn't it?
I can see on mine in 15 minutes a minus sign above the thunderstorm.
Yeah, so I don't think it's broken, Bill, because it gradually got to this. So it went from mild rain to heavy rain to then thunder to intense and then lightning. And the intensity's grown, but now it's reducing.
Yeah, the server settings were no storm.
Okay.
Something's got to be wrong.
I mean, yeah, it'd be a shame to call it.
Well, I mean, it's going to be to whoever's admin in the race. I mean, Roger's in there. Speed.
Yeah.
I don't know who's actually driving or who's admin. I can't move to that section.
I think if you did call it, there would be definitely a massive. I mean, me and Pinners have had our race totaled this tonight through people not calling when they spun off and stuff like that. There was a guy sideways in the middle of a back straight, and of course, because of the weather, we just couldn't see him.
Has there been much chat in the actual race itself?
After that was the largest incident of the night, and after that there was a lot of grumbling. Just because it literally took about 4 or 5 of us out, and yeah, it was chaos after that.
Jesus, what's happening there? They just
Yeah, just watching Marlo go off and collect another GT3 Porsche as well.
I mean, what do we do?
It's because people haven't set up for it. That's the biggest thing. I was saying to the guys, we were lucky enough when Damien Wilk put that Tuesday series up and it was raining there. So, we've done our traction settings, brake settings and tyre settings for it. But a lot of these guys, they're not, they could be forgetting to use the right brakes. They could be forgetting to change pressures properly. Yeah.
We're getting calls left, right and centre here to call the race.
Well,
I'm not in the race itself.
No, I mean I'm watching Pinners now. We're doing fine, but again, we've been set up for it, so we're at a bit of an advantage really. But
I think we're pretty set up for it. The only thing we've forgotten to do is change the brake pads. So
yeah,
we're currently running
okay.
on dry brake pads, but we've got all our pressures and we had all our traction control settings because I did the Tuesday races, so I got an idea of what worked.
It would be a bit of an emotional shame to call it with 53 minutes to go, because we've put so much time into it tonight.
I guess at the end of the day, those who prepared for the race deserve to win the race, almost.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just a streamer, so I'm not getting involved.
Yeah.
Good call.
We're currently using the strategy of we're using the Merc has 3 engine maps, so it's got a dry, a wet, and a safe, and like a full course yellow map for fuel saving. And we're currently using the full course yellow map for everything other than the straight, and then on the straight we're going to the wet map because it gives you higher top speed.
Right.
So that's the way we're getting around so far, but it's still, I think, it's still pretty much a spin a lap.
Well, in my view, you can't call it now, can you? But this is where people like old James there and Chief, this is where they chuckle, because this is where it becomes a game, you see, instead of a simulation, because racing drivers race in the rain, end of story. But when it's torrential and aquaplaning, then they don't. Simple as that. That's what red flags are there for. But should we red flag this one? Of course we bloody shouldn't. We should carry on, you know.
I mean, people are loving it in the chats, and it's changing up the order massively. Like it's showing who's prepared for every eventuality, and it's showing who wasn't and maybe didn't put the time in or the knowledge into what happens during a full torrential rain. It's a tough call.
Actually driving it is so intense that it's like it's almost like fun, but not for too long. Like,
it is fun.
More than an hour.
It is fun. Yeah, you're right. Like strapping your balls to a battery is fun. You know, it's you know, we all think about it at some point in our lives, perhaps, but you don't really want to do it. But no, I agree. It is fun, but it's bloody difficult and it's challenging.
Really difficult.
But you know, man up, isn't it?
It's 51 minutes of like interesting racing, and the funstorm is supposedly clearing up.
Tiger, while you're here, I'd be really interested to get your views on the insanely massive crash that happened on the back straight.
Yeah, I was involved in that.
Were you? Because I was the guy who hit the car, which was sideways in the middle of a track.
Oh mate, I got hit by about 4 or 5 cars, but I just sat there with my hands crossed over on my chest as my wheel was going mad. So everything was all good up there. And then the guy in front of me, I was 17th. The guy in front of me, Hazar, he had a spin 360, and then he was going straight still, and I came up behind him fairly sort of rapid. Already saw that there was cars everywhere, so I then went to the right. Well, bless his heart, what did he do? He went to the right. But he went to the right when I was in his rear quarter, and that then spun me around, and then I just became a pinball for lots of people, which was much fun.
I think the thing, it's all about changing your racecraft in the wet, isn't it? And you've got to be aware that if you can't expect the guy behind you, if he moves to the right after you have, you can't expect you to be able to make another alteration. And as I was saying to the lads, I was doing 150, 160 down that main straight, and in that stormy condition, there it was, just straight in front of me. I was like, oh well, that's game over.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, it looks like they're calling the race.
I think
no.
On track.
Apparently they've said pull to the side of the track in the chat.
No way.
In the
I'm gonna have to listen to this.
Goodness gracious me.
Folk watching, we'll let you know what's actually happening when we know.
None of us are in
I'll get a sit rep from Dave.
Yeah, I don't know. I got the question. I said, it's up to Roger. He's in the race. He's the race director. So.
I mean, you've still got half the cars still going, half the cars stopped.
Yeah, it's a bit dangerous.
Yeah, I think it has. I think everyone's going back to the pit.
The last hour or so, it's terrible.
Well, you just make sure that future races don't have crazy wet variables, do you? I mean, that's
It
a
wasn't-
thunderstorm
it
out there.
wasn't- There shouldn't have been a thunderstorm, and I've never seen that yellow thunderstorm before, to be honest.
It was beautiful. I mean, it was beautiful. But I was looking at it, went into a wall. I was like, look at the graphics on that. Bang, into a wall.
We were so confused by the yellow. Like, I've never seen a yellow thunderstorm come up.
We had
No.
in the GT4 league in Tier 1, I think it was Kyalami. It was yellow thunderstorm for the whole hour-long race, hour and 15 minutes, and it was horrible.
Okay, it looks like they're just cruising around. I don't know what's... They're probably having a chat on what to do.
I do like that track status of flooded. It's a good sign of. It's a good sign.
Yeah, I think it should be more fucked.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it's got less intense thunderstorm for the next 15 minutes. Coming up in 15 minutes.
Maybe they're just going to run round, pit, do what they need to do, and see how it pans out.
Well, it's a shame, but there you go. Yeah. They've done over half the race. I mean, they'd call it, wouldn't they? That'd be it.
Maybe a 45-minute sprint, just for shits and gigs and all that.
Well, I reckon that you should just press a magic button, and then all of a sudden the rain disappears.
We can't. If we could, we'd do that. We'd turn it off. Just can't do it.
We can't change the weather on the fly, can we? You fucking can in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Come on, you all love it. You know you do.
6-hour race.
Worth the 60 quid.
6-hour race on Microsoft Flight Simulator next then.
Is it really worth 118 quid that I haven't fucking even fired up yet? Stupidly, because I was on the beta team, thanks Microsoft, tossers, I actually thought I'd get a discount. Nah. No. No fucking discount.
Currently watching Bush go for a leisurely drive all the way around.
Yeah.
Free track. Watch him spin on the straight line.
I was so stressed earlier setting this up because we held up the race for about half an hour. I was glad you two guys came in. It made my day. Thanks for that. You've done a great job. I heard you say, "Oh, we're going to do that." I was like, "Yeah, that's great." Cracking the old ciders. I'm just going to crack a beer.
Yeah, I've already had two.
Ooh, you're hard.
two fucking bottle tops.
That's who's a lot of a racing driver.
I'll see if I can get Roger and find out what's going on.
Yeah.
So, Rog.
Yeah.
Sit rep.
It was getting silly. There was people aquaplaning on the main straight. I could tell. About half an hour before, 40 minutes before, you couldn't brake very well for the fast right. Every time you touched the brakes, it wanted to turn left. And then we were getting repeated people saying caution main straight because they'd been aquaplaning and spinning. And that's just going in a straight line. So I think really, much as we didn't want to, much as we wanted to wait for the rain to clear, this game just, once it gets locked into thunderstorm, it doesn't go away, and I think that needs addressed by the. So it's unfortunate. We hung on as long as we could to hope the weather went away, but it just didn't. And I think if it would have continued, we would have had a lot of unhappy people. We got a few unhappy people because they thought it was a great race anyway. But I think we would have had an increasing upset if we'd have carried on.
Well done, Martin Legg. Your rain dance worked. You cancelled the race.
It's just this game. Once it gets to thunderstorm, it just does not go away. Never goes away. It gets locked in, and that.
it's simulating real life, in which case, well, it'd be a red anyway, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be.
It is called endurance.
Yeah, it's not called singing in the fucking rain, though, is it?
No.
Spinning in the rain, not singing.
I'm wondering if the server restarts earlier attributed to this.
No, because the first setup of the server that we went into was promising rain from the start of the race, so we could well have ended up with this for 6 hours, which wouldn't have been nice. I personally have never seen this game go either from dry to wet to dry, or from wet to dry. I've never seen it.
I've never seen the yellow symbol before.
Yeah, me and Josh were discussing it. We'd never seen the yellow as well.
What does it actually mean, that yellow symbol?
Just yellow weather warnings?
Yeah, just flooded, extreme weather.
Because we thought it would be like a full course yellow.
I think the yellow warning is effectively the equivalent of what would be called red flag in real life.
Yep.
So as soon as it goes yellow, that would effectively be the equivalent of a red flag in real life.
I had yellow bars up at the top of the screen where the timings are, where the countdown timer and the time of day. I had yellow bars up the top there when I was out on track.
Yeah. Yeah, there was loads of people going off. It was pretty bad.
Yeah,
well, it was good for us, but yeah,
it was good to watch.
I think you would have started to struggle to keep up, to be honest.
We did.
Oh, we were.
Yeah. Well, you could have just placed the camera in one spot down the back straight and just watched everybody spin.
Just on the big puddle that's sent into the spin.
Yeah. With that minus symbol, it means it's going to reduce.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Well, I just never there.
I mean, it's in 15 minutes, it's still yellow, so...
Yeah. I mean, I was in the lightest car on the grid. So, you know...
Yeah.
It wasn't fun for me. And I dare say the heavy cars probably suffered as well, to be honest.
I mean, should we drag the top 3 of each class in? Have a little chat to them and see how it went. Does anyone know the top 3 of each class?
Well, Rodders and Sean Bennett won GT4. It was me and Isaac second. I'm not sure who was third.
Moman and whoever his teammate was.
Well, at least if we drag the top 3 in from each tier, we can ask their opinion and see what the cross section thinks of whether we should have stopped or not.
Sorry, just to catch up people who are just come back from the from going away for a tea. The session's currently been red flagged due to incredibly heavy rain and thunderstorms. So that's what's happening now, currently. So yeah, we've currently got Sean Bennett with us and Rodders, who were P1 in GT4. They're going to be honest and tell us if we're right or not.
I think it's fairly confident that's the case. I think we were over a lap up at the end, but yeah, I'm just trying to stop shaking after doing a stint in that in VR.
Oh yeah, I forgot you were doing VR and that. How was it out there? We could see lots of people flying off, but how was it for you?
The handling conditions were crazy. You got to the point there was even accelerating in a straight line full throttle was risky. But the moment for me was going down the main straight. There was a car in the middle of it, and in VR your visibility's not as good anyway. I didn't see it to the last minute, and I just used the force to dodge it. And after that, I was seeing things in the main straight because I just so didn't want it to happen again. So when Sean took the car, I was shouting out to him, "Watch, there's cars there," and there was nothing there. So, but I don't think I've ever concentrated that hard. My hands were literally shaking after it. I mean, physically, it was something else. But I'm glad they called it. It was the right thing to do after all the effort folk put in to prepare for that. And
how did you find it, Sean? Because obviously you had the kind of more intense stint at the very end there.
Yeah, well, as I said to you before, I jumped in the car. No practice really in this sort of conditions, and I think I spun about 3 or 4 times, just medium throttle. All of a sudden, the car just did a pirouette on me, and it's just slam on the brakes and try and drift it in a straight line, and to avoid hitting the wall.
So you definitely agree it was the right call to end it there and then?
Yes, I mean, you know, as we spoke about before, it was GT4s. It's a little bit easier with the ride height. GT3s, we were going faster than GT3s. You know, it's they must have been absolutely pooping it, because you just don't know when it's going to go.
Yeah. How prepared were you guys for the wet? Sorry.
Well, we had done testing in wet weather. We had wet weather presets done for the pit stops and everything, so we were prepared for it, but not for a flooded track.
I beg to differ with you on the GT4 thing. It was just as hairy for us as it was for you.
You were in the lighter car.
Yeah. Skating along.
Yeah, well, we were keeping a track of you guys, and we could just see you guys having understeer, and then oversteer, and then understeer, and over. It was just looked absolutely insane.
Yeah, it was a bit of a nature of that car, and I think you caught us just as the rain was setting in.
Yeah, I noticed that Isaac was clearly struggling, even when it was just starting to get heavier.
Yeah. It was a tricky car in the dry, but drivable. But in the wet, also it was just, oh dear, tippy toes. But go on.
We were actually all very close to choosing the McLaren for this race. It was only because I had a livery for the GT for the Aston that we actually ended up going for the Aston. So. Damn well glad that we did go for the Aston in the end after these conditions. I think the McLaren would have just been a cannonball.
I promise never to moan at you again about that.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame that it ended this way, because it was a really quite an intense race. And it was my first multi-class race with RWB, and I think it was a little bit touch and go on some of the overtakes with the GT3s and things. Some of them were a bit boisterous, but as a whole, there was a fairly good respect between the two classes, especially from our point of view, or my point of view anyway. So that was nice to see.
I said much earlier in the stream, I think the GT3 guys need to tip their hat to a lot of the GT4 drivers, because we were very, shall we say, accommodating. And we had to be twice as alert, really.
One thing I noticed, because at first I was kind of annoyed with a driver in front of a GT4 I was lapping, and I forgot my flashers didn't work. And but then I realised when we came up behind them were red, and I think they had no idea that we were in GT4s a lot of the time. I'm guessing somebody needs to confirm that, but I noticed a pattern that regularly just people who were lapping with no idea that they had to actually slow down a bit to let us pass.
Yeah.
So if you know that, Nigel.
Yeah, I think one or two, but yeah. Well, we'll have to look at the stream afterwards to see how many incidents there really were. I think the guys who did a sterling job trying to keep up with all the reports. I think there was quite a few.
Yeah.
I think. I think they might have a story to tell. And I think they've got the work cut out for them for some hours after the race.
Rog, do you want to nip up and ask the top three out of each class to jump in?
Well, you Sean, who were first here. You got me and Isaac, who was second. I can't remember who was third in GT4. I'm not sure who was the winners for 1, 2, and 3 in GT3, but I can go up and have a look. But
yeah, bring them in so they can give the 5 minutes worth. I'm sure there'll be some opinions.
Yeah, well, I think if I ask who won, there might be about 5 people that answer.
I just want to say thanks to the organisers, the stewards, and everyone. So, big thanks for pulling it off. I know it was a bit massive stress at the end, I imagine, with all the drivers with different opinions, but regardless of what didn't go down today. Thanks everyone.
Someone who's just posted a picture of Their pit stop pins were actually down during their last pit stop. I'm not sure who that was, but it's car number 16, the Camaro.
I think that's Helmet. I noticed the timings were completely wonky near the end. They were leaping about a lot.
Is that the jack still up on the car or something?
Yeah.
It's turned it into some sort of hovercraft.
Well, that's one way of defining he's running on rails.
That's a shame. That went that way in the last hour and a half.
It was a bloody good race up until then.
Well, I just want to say thanks to James and Chief for doing that. It's really appreciated.
And the game just crashed.
No, thanks.
Yeah, mine did as well. Funny enough. Yeah, you sound like you're having a good time.
Yeah, it was good fun actually.
Yeah, that'll be talked about definitely. Good stories, you know. We all wanted it to end differently, but I still say it's there was loads of stories from that one. So.
That'll be like Zuhai. Remember that in the Thunderstorm and Project Cars 2?
Aye.
Yeah, that'll go down in legends. That will.
I think there was a few folks shouting out just to pull over. It was almost drivers' revolt near the end. But as I say, it's not a dig at the organisers. I know it's chaotic with so much going on.
Yeah, I think we're going to send the log to Kunos and see if there's anything in there that they can see that went wrong there.
I seen the FX saying that shouldn't have happened regardless
No,
of
it
the
shouldn't happen.
with the settings you had for weather. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was a possibility of rain, but not a thunderstorm, not like that.
No, it was 0% chance of storm, so
Yeah.
you need to be able to rely on that because, you know, yeah.
I guess in some ways it's good that it only happened for the sort of the last hour and a half. If that had happened during the middle of the race or first hour,
Yeah.
The weather icons were still just pluses. It just was like, I would just keep getting worse. It's like it can't get worse, or essentially we will just need boats. So we just decided it was aye.
Was it really bad?
Aye, it was worse. It got worse than that league race. It started and stayed a storm the whole race. It went past that point. But you know the wee icon, once it went yellow, the next two were still pluses. So it was just worse. I never saw it stabilising or starting to lessen. So can only assume it was going to keep doing that, and it would have just became literally. I think it was pretty much there. It became impossible at the end. I was feathering the throttle, the brake. I'm literally like resting my foot on it to slow and using the gears to slow down.
I'll tell you what we can do. We'll nip up and talk to the rest of them and see what they've got to say. We'll drag everyone off.
Oh, is that a stream over? Cool.
No, stream's still on.
Link, it's car 33, and then Moyes and Napoleon third.
Alright guys, the stream's still running. How was that for you?
Where's the stream bot? It's not in here, is it?
Awesome.
The sound's still on.
So the results that Jake's posted will be slightly wrong, just so you know. But yeah, that's for the snapshot that I've taken. It'll be car 88, car 33, car 45, and GT4. Winner was car 411, second car 20, third car 222. But that's obviously all subject to penalties and changes and all that sort of jazz.
Will there be a report on who wins in the penalty categories? Because me and Helmet had like 6 drive-throughs.
I can try. I'll try my best, mate. But yeah, we'll get a finalised result to you as soon as possible. But yeah, that's the snapshot from the end of the lap that I've picked. So
What's happening with if somebody's pitted more than others, like more driver swaps? Does that get taken?
I think we'll have a discussion, but we'll see what everyone thinks.
So the result that Jake posted is not final,
It's
right?
not
And
final at all. No,
right.
that's the result as the server was pushed. So that will be completely
okay.
wrong because people will have returned to pits.
Thanks,
will have,
mate.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So
yeah, it's clear.
it'll be good for the most of the race. You can look at your lap times and stuff and all that jazz, but not the final standings. So we'll sort that out and we'll post it for you.
I really like that one you threw up there. That half of the drivers are driving 60%, and some of them are only 30.
Okay, guys, the stream's still running. Just wanted to get a few opinions on the race, and we'll wind it up.
Sure.
I want to do another 6 hours in the storm.
Straight off.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll rerun it then. Should we do that? Make sure the server settings are correct.
They were correct, weren't they?
They were correct, yeah.
It's normal British weather or something like that, isn't it?
It's French weather. Just rerun it next Saturday, Charger. Same thing.
No, not Saturday. There's Le Mans.
Just start it back up again and we'll carry on.
Yeah.
Do the last hour.
As long as I get my laps back. I was in the complete mindset of doing the last 50 minutes.
You know, it's not going well for the GT3s when a GT4 can overtake a GT3.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's more safe to stay behind.
The GT4s are higher up off the ground, so they probably didn't.
It wasn't as bad.
Right.
Gabsy and D will be on fire though.
Right, well, we're going to wind out the stream now, so good night, YouTube.
Good night, you.